It is amazing to see this time, especially a lot of watch parties, a lot of people, live viewers coming together and, watching it live. That is phenomenal. That is fantastic. We want to take a quick minute and welcome you guys on behalf of all the leaders, global leaders of Leadership One from across the world, all the emeralds and diamonds and global leaders on their behalf. I wish we can have each and every one of them, give them a minute to welcome you guys. But it is exciting, guys. We've been looking for this, planning this thing for many days. We're just jacked up, excited that it is happening right now. The agenda is super power packed. Okay, I'll just give you a couple of rundown, and I'm going to have Smita say hello. We have a couple of gentlemen who have gone full time in Amway this year. You're going to hear them out. Okay, we have 615 panels, right? 6 partner legs, 15 partner earning IBOs in their team, right? We have all Eagle, Double Eagle, Eagle Plus. Of course, we have a phenomenal night all planned for 12 process appointment for December and January. Anybody did December or January 12 process appointment, where we'll be interviewing people who had major growth from last fall forum to this function. Okay, and then of course you're going to hear all the emeralds and diamonds, and it just fired up, guys. Okay, get ready, buckle up, and here's Smita.
Yay. Hey, hi everyone. So great to be here. What an incredible function we are getting started with right here. And I can tell you, this is a brand new year. What a great time to have a winter conference. And guess what? It's winter, but we are all warm and toasty in our own homes, or, partying in some friends' homes and, having a watch party. And, but it's going to be the best. We are so excited about it. We know that every speaker has gone extra mile to think and prepare so that they can give their best to each and every one of us. Even though, we are in a friend's home or our home, wherever you are, make sure that you are soaking it all in, because I am telling you, I'm so excited about this function. It's going to be phenomenal. If you're single, if you're married, couple with kids, professionals, no profession on the edge, it doesn't matter what the thing is. Okay, believe me, if you are listening, you will get answers today and tomorrow. And we are so excited for this whole weekend of winter conference. It's going to be one to remember. 2023 is going to be different because of this function. So we are excited, and so make sure you make the most of the time that you're here and listen to the speakers, send some pictures, and we look forward to hearing more from you. Here's Rashmi.
Great, guys. Couple of warning shots. Please don't have any rice or chicken on the pot on the side and run in and out and ask, man, what did Craig say? What did Vakil say? Please don't do that. Okay, pay careful attention. Hopefully you've already taken care of the kids, whatever they need to do to keep them busy, food wise, everything. Hopefully it has been planned. So make sure those are all taken care of, guys. Okay, so that even though you are in a comfortable environment, you didn't even buy a ticket for this function, is included in your sub, but the value is equivalent or more actually. And as the evening goes along and night goes along, you'll see. Okay, and you're going to hear tomorrow, of course, all the OGO members, all the rest of the Spartans, and the phenomenal guest speakers, guys, lined up for tomorrow. We just had a quick catch-up session yesterday with them. Oh my goodness, Mayank and Sejal Gala. I'll tell you, of course, they are up line, way up in the LOS, right? Their parents were executive diamonds. They were second generation diamonds. Means they went diamond on their own. As a matter of fact, even though their business was combined, they didn't even come to Hawaii on a diamond club. Even they had invitation from Amway until they broke their personal 6 legs, right? And that's what they were talking about. And it is amazing. They will just is going to be flooring tomorrow. So don't miss out. There is enough breaks planned in between, some breaks here and there, so you can take a breathing room. But 4-hour session, today and then tomorrow, same thing. It's a blocks of 4 hours. It's not that complicated. So zoom in, dial in, have a notepad, take notes, get your questions answered. If the breaks, tally with whoever you are doing watch parties with. Hey, what did you learn? What did you learn? Give a high five. Talk to your team. If your team's in other cities, make sure run a kind of a whatever FaceTime or something, so they know you are see each other, WhatsApp video, whatever, But it is going to be buzzing, guys. The agenda is, I have a printout of it right here. We have a whole printout of the weekend right here, and it is buzzing, guys. Okay, and we have best of the best. Devin and Sam were in platinum qualification 615s. As a matter of fact, you're going to hear them in the growth panel as well tonight in the night all. Okay, they're running the show, and we're so proud of them. And we'll hand it over to the host. Here you go, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Rashmi and Smitha. As you guys said, you get what you get when you put into a conference, and I think that's what this is about tonight. And Rashmi, you're absolutely right. The schedule's hot. We got it right in front of us, so we're pumped for it.
Yeah, and to get things kicked off, no other than some diamond mindset. So we have the privilege of bringing up Joelle and Asha Vakil. Asha actually went platinum as a single woman, and we're going to bring them up to talk about how to game plan. And no better time of the year to start thinking about that and start planning to move on to this topic. So Joelle and Asha, we'll kick it over to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Devin and Sam. Hey team, how's everything going? I'm sure you guys are excited and all set for this major weekend to happen. Thank you, Rashmi and Smita, for giving us the opportunity to kick off this awesome function. We are jacked up, man. We couldn't wait for this. And I'm telling you, this is going to be a phenomenal game changer for a lot of us over here. All right. We are Jonathan Asha from Atlanta, part of this phenomenal Leadership One team. I'm telling you, we are just super excited about 2023. 2022 was awesome. We got a lot of our dreams met. Our personal things were checked off of our dream list. But you know what? We are just looking forward to 2023 because this is the year when a lot of our team members are going to be moving on and checking off things from their dream list. All right. And as most people do, you start the year with a game plan. Okay. If you have no game plan, guess what? The whole year will go by and you will have nothing accomplished. You will not do anything in life. All right. So definitely make sure you have that game plan. But before that, what is your vision? What is your dream? Okay. We are in one of the best LOSs of Rashmi and Smita. This couple has a tremendous vision. If you just hang around them, their vision sometimes scares even me. Okay. And but that is in a positive way. That, man, you can even think as big, right? Now, thinking as big is awesome, all right? But I'm sure some of the new people will be like, man, I don't even know if I can go 100 PV, or even 300 PV, okay? But that's fine, okay? Can we go down to small goals, okay? Get a dream first, all right? Because the dream is what will set the destination for you. What do you really want? It could be as simple as maybe just making enough money to pay off certain bills, $500 or $1,000. As Rashmi says, if you look at the TEs, can you make enough just to take care of your mortgage, your utility bills, your insurance, and your food bill? Okay, if you do that, how would you feel? Would you feel a little relaxed? Okay, let's get to that relaxed state. Let's have that on our target to get it done. Okay, it'll take time. It'll take 12 to 24 months. It'll be that run, but let's at least set it on a target. Okay, that's your destination. Now, I know you might have that desire. You are gung-ho about it. You might be motivated to do it, but you know what? That is not going to get you to the destination. The thing that will get you to this destination is this one bad word. It's called discipline. Nobody likes it. It's tough. It'll stretch you. Okay, it'll tear you apart. It'll put you inside. It'll get you inside out, But that is the word you have to embrace this year. You have to reinvent yourself. We are going to be reinventing ourselves all over, okay? Because we know that our goals are not yet met because it's moved on to the next level. We have to get EDC done. We promised our uplines. So that's our target. We're going to get that done. We all have certain things that we need to take inventory of what we did last year. What are the tweaks we are going to be making this year? What changes are we going to make in our mindset, our skill set, our verbiage, our communication? How are we going to implement it? Okay. And of course, how are we going to look at our leader, our team, and build the leaders over there? This is all in our game plan. Okay. We have to have these small pointers and make it more intentional. Any game plan, if you don't make it intentional, it's just going to be up in the air. Okay, and at the same time, communication is great. Uh, and uh, I don't have to change anything. Not single one has to meet or be in proportion to what you really want to achieve. You may want to go platinum, but if your action plan is, oh, I'll do one contact every week, eesh, not gonna happen. We probably will see you platinum in a decade if you're still around. It's not going to happen. It has to be proportionate to what you really want to achieve. Okay, and if your goal is not a big one, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Whatever it is, make sure it is proportionate and talk to your upline, the person you're checking with, your the mentor. Okay, and the game plan is simple. It is a standard that you will see a ton of people who are going to be recognized with these standards. Okay, of course, Amway has its own pins, but have a game plan for the legacy, the structure that is being recommended. First, go 3x6, 3 partnership honoring legs with 6 people total who are partnership honoring in your team. Then go 6x15, then 9x35, and that's when you will go to platinum, Q12, Ruby, and so on and so forth. Okay, this is the game plan. Make sure you understand what it takes to reach that level. How are you going to accomplish it? If you are just by yourself, guess what? You might be needing to learn certain skill sets. Well, what's your action plan for that? How are you going to do it? You might have to do some role plays. You might have to probably do some practice runs, and those practice runs will be actual, practical, okay? And where you will see your upline doing it, and then probably you will do it, your upline will watch you. Have this kind of conversation, but that action plan has to be set, okay? And try not to do too much with too little, okay? You can't get to the BBI cruise that's happening this year. Yeah. You come abundance, what can you hit? Okay, just the personality. You know, you're supposed to be developing that as well, so that you can give and speak into other people's lives and inspire them and teach them as well. So the journey starts now at your 100 PV, at your 0 level. Okay, and when you're doing it as a couple together, you have to develop certain clarity. And I would say Asha's been my biggest cheerleader. But at the same time, she's also helped me understand what I can change, not directly, but in a very subtle manner. And I appreciate her for that. Okay, everything on our game plan, she would definitely ask the right questions. And you know what? Let me kick it off to her because the way she does it is very unique. And I want you to understand how a couple can focus on their game plan together.
All right, thank you, Jolan. Hey, everybody. I'm super excited to say hello to all of you. For us, it's been an incredible day today. We were the wrap-up speakers for the Australia Jyoti Prakash team, which was a dream builder in and by itself. And we're the kickoff speakers for the US function. So I believe that there is a message from our lines there that we really need to kind of tighten our bootstraps and really get to work and really make things happen and keep our promises of going EDC over the next couple of years. And thank you, Rashmi and Smita, for always expanding our dreams, and for the vision that you've always cast. I think that's one of the things I've learned. Jyolant and I have learned a lot of things from you guys, but I think the biggest and the best yet ever has been that ability to cast a vision and be able to, have other people buy into it and see it for themselves. And that is such a unique trait. And we're so thankful for that. We really appreciate having your hand in our life. And I just want to take a minute and wish everybody a very happy new year. But more than that, I want to wish you a happy new you. Okay, I really want each and every one of you to kind of make the changes that you need to make for your business. 2022 has been a good year for Jyolant and I. Like he said, we've been able to check off a couple of, dreams that we had on our goals sheet, and we've added some more now. We have 2 teenagers in the house that will pretty soon be getting ready to, finishing up high school and then getting into college. And then we have a 10-year-old, and I know that they expand our dreams, and we know that you feel the same way about your family, and that is exactly the very reason you're here, to learn, to grow. And I really want you to just take everything that you listen from all the leadership here, and implement the things that you're learning, because information otherwise is no use if you're not implementing it, right? Jyolant talked about husband and wife, having a game plan together. And one of the things, if you're building the business, I've built the business single, I've built it as a husband and wife, and I continue to build it as a couple, but yet independent individually as an IBO as well. So for those of you who are building the business as a couple, I really challenge you to have an independent calendar. Right? I want both the husband and wife to not write on each other's calendar, but really buy into the game plan that you have. Sit down with your coach, make sure you're getting some course corrections done, but then also take responsibility of growing your company. Right? Also take responsibility of being active in all areas of the business, right? Get your hands dirty and really go to work. And one of the things that we did as the year began was we started to ask each other some difficult questions. We asked ourselves some difficult questions about where we wanted to be and why we're not there yet, and what are some of the things that we really need to change about this year to be able to get there. And then we challenged each other, and kind of took notes about the things that each of us is going to take responsibility for and really make things happen in our business. And I think just diving deeper into why we do what we do. Sometimes, if we, for those of you who are adding width right now, which should be all of us at this moment, right? I'm just saying, hey, I haven't been able to add a leg over the last 3 months or 6 months. Okay, I'm just going to go add a new leg now. Is not a good enough dive deep, right? You have to dive deeper as to why has it not happened. Right? Is it because you're not finding time, or you don't have calendar hours booked for your business, that you maybe haven't developed the skill set? Maybe you're still, hiding behind each other's schedule. What is it? Like really diving deeper and identifying those little things that stop you from doing what you need to do. Sometimes it might be distraction. Sometimes it might be social media. Sometimes it might be other things. Maybe you have too many things going on in your life and you need to declutter, right? So a part of your game plan definitely needs to be, hey, what do I have to get done this year? And let me just go ahead and clear things up so I can move in that direction, right? Just prioritizing that. And, Jyolant was talking about this to the Australia team earlier today. As you're in the journey to go platinum, Q12, Ruby, Emerald, and Diamond, as you're getting into that journey, just getting into Zen state, right? Getting to this place in your business where you're not counting how many appointments you're doing. You're not counting, hey, you know what? I did so much and this did not happen or that did not happen. Because when you get into this Zen state, you are just so excited about your journey. You're so excited about where you're going that what you are doing and the results you're getting or not getting does not really emotionally bother you, right? Understand you can't keep this Zen state for a very long period of time. And that's what the business is supposed to do. The business is supposed to be built on a fast track, right? So getting into that Zen state is when you really, really are sold out to your dream, when you have the blessing of your upline, when you're starting to put in the work and you're doing all of it with a happy heart, right? And you don't have to be, you don't have to have been in the business for a long time to get there. I remember getting started in the business many, many, many years ago as a student, going to my first conference and understanding, hey, you know what, this is what I want to do with my life. And, within that year, getting into Q12 qualification. Right. So it is not about how long you've been in the business. It's what's up here and how quickly you want to get things done. Right. Rashmi and Smita shared an article earlier today that somebody had posted on one of the groups about a lot of technology companies actually going through a lot of layoffs and different things that are happening in the economy. And Jolene and I just looked at each other and we had this conversation that, you know what, you don't want to wait till life puts a wrench in your, a wrench and, things go wrong. And then you're like, oh my God, I wish I would have done something 2 years ago. Right? We can't be like, we can't, put blinders on our eyes and think that everything's fine and nothing's going to happen to us. Because if the writing is on the wall and you see everything happening around you, it's a matter of time before it gets to you or at least close to you. Right? When do you dig a well? Like when do you dig a well, a long time ago. When's the next best time? Well, today, right? Let's not wait on it. Just really, really get committed so that you're not the one looking back and wishing that you had done that, right? Having said that, also, qualifying for these things that Jolan talked about, the cruises coming up, we're super jacked up. We love to work hard in the business. We like to play harder, right? To go on a cruise, anybody can go on a cruise, but to go on a cruise with this team and hang out with your leaders and see them, without all these inhibitions and see them dancing and running around and having fun, we would love to be able to do that. So we're really excited for that. We give you a personal invitation to each and every one of you on this conference today to actually get a game plan for that and, come join us come join us. We'll buy you a cup of coffee, or even lunch when you're there, right? Just come. We really want you to do that. As you're qualifying for these pins, right? I want you to understand changing pins. If you're a 300 PV going 600, if you're a 600 PV going 1000, changing pins is always going to require hard work. Okay, there's always going to be hard work to go from where you are to where you need to be. It's a different mindset, it's a different work ethic. All of those things have to change, right? Now, as you're doing that, right, are you bold, told, and sold about it? As you set a goal, right? You might not believe it, but if you're upline and you sit down and have a mastermind alliance, can you start speaking it? Can you put it out there? I was looking at Carrie Bolig's message on the LLC app, and I saw that, they claimed a certain number for BBI, and I got so excited. I'm like, man, everybody's kind of speaking to this, right? Making sure that you're bold, told, and sold about it, right? Set that vision for your team, right? When you qualify for a pin, don't take breaks. Okay, you want to requalify, and the way you requalify is by doing all the things that you did when you were qualifying, right? Working in each one of those legs, adding the width, going one level deeper, right? More intensity, guys. There's an incredible audio by Devon Hill on the LLC app where he talks about requalifying for your current pin. Definitely take a listen, guys. There is a lot of great information on the LLC app. We just want to wrap up with this. I mean, this is something that we can, keep on talking and talking and talking about, but you know what? Commit to listening to the LLC app, commit to reading. We've read a couple of really good books over the last couple of months. I'll just give you a couple of recommendations and we'll wrap up. One of them is Put Your Dream to the Test. And the other one that I absolutely fell in love with is The Mountain Is You. So, grab a hold of these books, make this your count. And I guess, Jolan, do you have any parting words?
Let's give it back to Devin and Sam.
All right.
Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Joel and Asha. We took so many great takeaways. One of the main things that I took away was new year, new you, and really just focusing on yourself so that you can really commit and to get to that cruise, which we are so excited about.
Yeah, and who doesn't want to work hard, play hard? I mean, that makes sense. That's why we're in business, right? Yeah, we're moving on to an Emerald panel, which we're really excited about. So now you've talked about game planning, but to back up the game plan, one of the biggest pieces is to have a vision, have a why, have belief to where you're going. So with that, we're going to pull up an Emerald panel, Power Packed, to bring up and talk about their vision.
I can see Girish and Rashmi. Hi, Girish and Rashmi. I can see Andy. Andy, are you there?
There you go.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, hello, everyone. So this is Som. I'm building the business with my wife Mansi. Together, she couldn't be here today, and I'm very excited about the business opportunity. And thank you very much, Rashmi and Smita, for giving us the opportunity to be in the elite panel to share the stage with Girish and Rashmi and Andy and Patricia. I have a background in information technology and accounting, and Mansi has a background in finance. And I'll pass it to Girish and Rashmi.
Hey team, we are Girish and Rashmi Sriram from Cleveland, Ohio. Very, very excited to be here. But currently dialing in from San Francisco, sunny California. I work in IT in a senior position and very, very excited about this conference.
Hey team, this is Rashmi. Very excited. I have a background in family and human development. To build this opportunity, it creates so many choices in life, and just excited to be in sunny San Francisco.
Hi everyone, we are Andy and Patricia from Houston, Texas. By background, I have a background in software engineering, and Patricia has a background in data analysis. Super excited about business and life.
Fantastic. So Andy, you guys want to kick off? Andy, Patricia?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, we're going to share a little bit about dreams and goals, how we leverage the business, the coaching and system to help us to achieve our dream and goals, and how we get the belief in ourselves that we can do this. And
yeah, we got started in the business, and we got excitement at the beginning because we saw the possibility that we could be able to achieve everything that we want in life. But the thing is this, a lot of people get started and want to aim for platinum, right? But throughout the years, we realize that when we get started, we should set a goal to achieve diamonds, because diamond is where we can achieve the financial independence. We can achieve, get into the inner circle with all the leaders. But at the same time, we can have the peace of mind. But the initial excitement is the little small kickstart for us to get on board. But then, immediately, when we start sharing the business with other people, we can see people, we can meet with people who are the naysayer, we can get rejection, and then we can go through the doubt and fear, right? And how do we get back into the normal routine of building the business and get the motivation back and get the excitement back? By always keeping the dream alive. And it's not just our goal as a household, as a couple, but each of us has something that inspire us so that we can be able to have more motivation, that we can take action. And also this business will be the same as other business, and also in life we will have some adversity. We will have sometimes the business will grow the way we want, sometimes the business doesn't grow the way we want. But if we keep the dream alive, we constantly building ourselves, building our belief, and building our goals, put the goals in front of us. And I remember when we first attended the first function, we came home, we listened to the speaker, and we put 5 goals and we put it on our refrigerator. That is somewhere that we can look at it every single day and give us the excitement, it give us the motivation. Just, do a little bit more after a long day at work, and then get out of the house and doing the things for our business, for our little business at the beginning. So when we build, why is it important to build bigger goals and constantly work on our goals and dreams and enlarge our vision? Because, small goals will lead to small action, right? But bigger goal will lead to bigger action, and, have bigger motivation, bigger action, and bigger commitment. And because, if we just, maybe initially we can just believe that we can create $500 a month, but then, why not extra 1,000? Why not extra 5,000? Why not bringing somebody home And why not, both of us can retire, walk away from our job so that we can buy back our time. Everything is possible if we can extend our belief and our vision for ourselves. And at the beginning, we might need to borrow the belief and the dream from other people. But then eventually, when we start working on our action, we can be able to achieve the belief for ourselves.
To succeed in anything in life, having that belief is very, very important, especially believing ourselves that we can do it. Of course, when we see the business, we see how big it is. We believe in the business. We believe in Amway. We believe that our upline can do it. We believe in the product when we start using it. But having the belief in ourselves is so important, because that's basically half of the battle. And going out every day to perform and to do the business require that belief so that we can overcome the hurdle. How do I build that belief in myself? I hang around with people who are in the system. I go to a function like this. I see different people from different walk of life. I see them succeed, and I can also see myself succeed because I'm somewhere. I can relate to somebody who's on the stage as a software engineer. I can see that person can succeed in a business, so I can gain more belief that I can do this as well. And on the weekly basis, I come to the tea, I come to the Friday night hangout. I see other people, and I gain more belief that in yourself that one day I'm going to have this Friday night hangout. One day I'm going to have the TE for myself. And I believe in, I have the belief in using the product. I use the product and I see the benefits, so that I can, I believe more in the product, and I can go out and share the product to people. I believe in the business, so I can go out and share the business to the people. And every day, every week, I go out and do some little things so to create the small victories for myself. And that is how I build our belief. And with that, I would like to hand over to our next speaker, Som.
Well, thank you very much, Andy Patricia. I think what I will be touching upon, it's very close or very much similar to what Andy Patricia just covered, but it's more kind of on vision and the why. So that means, as Andy and Patricia just mentioned about, having a dream, having a goal. As a personal testimony, what I see myself that, probably all of you also relate to that, we, carry the business forward, we get excited about things, and then suddenly something happens, then, then we slowly kind of, lose our dream and vision. And so the why, I was just listening to the recent audio by Raj and Sangeeta Shah about going platinum. And the first thing what Raj also tells about is finding out your why. That is extremely needed. The first step to, go platinum and beyond. That is so true as well. Anything we do, I know if the why is not clear, then, the how part of it and how to do it. And even if I set my game plan and I put all the things together, still I will not, have the energy, or I won't have the motivation to go ahead and do the stuff, whatever is needed. So finding the why, as you you would have already probably have listened from your upline and business mentor as well. So finding out the why is extremely important. That is the first step of our business. If you are just starting the business, or even if anytime we are stuck in the business. So somehow what I have already seen, whenever I talk to Rashmi, it always suggests that go down and find out why did you want to build it. Okay, the reason for you to start building the business, and that why is the driving factor. And I think Jonathan Asha, they were mentioning about that as well, that when we are counting about the number of MNGs we did, or number of plans we did. So Rashmi, I remember Rashmi saying that he has lost count on how many plans he did, because they were so focused. So that means when our dreams and goals are in front of us, the why is just in front of us all the time, then we'll go ahead and proceed further. Now, books like, if you have read Psycho Cybernetics, or, the Power of Your Subconscious Mind, we all understand the mechanism or the process, whatever has been given is exactly the same. That psycho-cybernetics, that book, talks about, the goal in mind. Okay, so how the servo mechanism works inside our mind, and kind of a rocket propulsion. When a rocket is launched, and it's only sees the target, so it doesn't worry about or doesn't know the route, but it knows the destination, and then somehow it gets there. So that is what, as long as our dreams and vision is clear, then we will get there somehow. And if you see, our system has its own inbuilt kind of a mechanism whereby we can keep our dreams and goals always in front of us. I think Andy and Patricia alluded on that as well. But things like pictures definitely helps, but drawing your organizational chart on a daily basis. Okay, so then we understand that where do I need to work, and where do I need to go and develop friendship, where do I need to go and have a kind of a grand opening or a product expo, and where do I need to sit down to discuss about some strategies to go further. And LLC app, that is kind of every day, if we are on the core run, if we are putting the masses on a daily basis. So that means I am kind of in my mind, I'm just in the background, business is always there, and talking to your business mentor. Believe me, nothing works like that. Just today itself, talking to Rashmi for I think a couple of hours back, just before the conference started, he was we were having a chat, and every time I speak to him, and he was talking about the strategies and how to put a diamond ship together. Phenomenal, always stretches my mind. I don't know, understand, or I don't know how he finds the time to serve such a huge organization. And he was talking about his weekly calendar, and weekends, how he books it, and how many plans he's done. I said, Rashmi, do you still have to do it? Because we need to do it. He said, no, I have to go crown. So that's amazing. But anyways, that's what I wanted to cover. But the main thing now, as we have strategies together, we discussed about our dreams and goals, but we definitely want to listen from Girish and Rashmi about the organization. How do you create the pull, and what exactly it takes to take the business forward? Because with everything, all the dreams and goals in there in front of us, but still nothing happens until we take action. So and no one else better than Girish and Rashmi to cover that topic, so I'll pass it to Girish and Rashmi.
Wow, fantastic. Thanks, and Mansi and Andy and Patricia. You guys talked about having dreams, drawing org chart, and, all those are great, right? But what we figured, and even when we look back on our journey, as we went on to platinum, emerald, and now moving on to diamond, it was, we saw, the lifestyle that this business can provide. We looked at all our uplines, Rashmi and Smita, Ganesh and Dekhan. Seeing all that was great, but every time we moved on, because there was an element of pull. Today, when we see Rashmi and Smita, the way their ability to create a pull, to create an urgency to the next level is what helped us to move. So as much as, people stay in the business and we all get started, because we have a lot of big dreams, and we know that this business provides that, because we have seen a lot of videos, we have seen so many other things. But the idea is that our goal should be, how can we create a pull? So the pull actually is towards the next spin. It's towards the next event. Because if you can pull our team, if you can create that urgency in the IBOs in our team, how to move forward, right? Obviously, that's going to break new pins, and not only is the retention going to be higher, also we start breaking a lot of pins, and that actually comes from work ethics. Because we can talk about so many things in the business. We can talk about our dreams, but does it reflect in the work ethic? Because work ethic actually is a reflection of that belief. So we can say we are going diamond, but is our calendar matching up to what we say? Is what we believe in. And every time we see, again, like I was talking about, Rashmi and Smita is kind of an example, even at this level. They have all the things, but when we see, them hitting, UK market for a weekend, coming back, and then they're having a Zoom call, that kind of focus, just by observation, majority of our business, we have just built by observation, because that created a pull, saying, hey, if our uplines believe, that the business is humming right now and they are every weekend here and there, so we got to do that. And so that's how we do that, right? And so that's where it's not just a fantasy when we say we're going to do this, do that, but it's actually matching up. And also certain times, making trips, not because there's a certainty, but when we go for an IPO, we go for a team, we are actually passing on that belief to them, that we have come here to show that, right? And that creates an urgency, right? And I'll talk about a few other aspects in the business, because, we heard about, one of the speakers talking about, smelling roses along the way, because as much as this is a journey, where we get people saying no, all that, but also there's a lot of fun aspect to it. When people have fun together, right, they like to stay together and they like to grow together. I have Rashmi share a few things and then I'll come back.
All right. Like in this journey, it's not just like going platinum or going to the next pin, but in order to grow faster is also to have fun along the journey. It could be any pin, it could be 1,000 people, it could be platinum, and of course beyond. Definitely, just creating that pull to, hanging out with our team, when we like now the next in-person function, the spring forum in Atlanta, making it fun, like being together, planning things out, and doing, working with our team to get one more new person, and having those goals. Okay, how many people are we targeting to take for the spring forum? Or like even just going to our uplines home, Rashmi and Smita. I mean, seeing all their beautiful house and with their cars and the free time they have. But it's also seeing them working harder. They work so hard, and that's why they have what they have and beyond. And all I'm saying is we just have to make it fun and just keep booking the calendar, and that's how you have fun with this opportunity.
And learning how to be part of a bigger goal, because when we wanted our team to move on, every time we spoke about our uplines goals, because again, people move on when they, are part of a bigger vision. So when Rashmi and Smita said, hey, we're going platinum, we claim we're going to be our 4,000 PV leg. When they said we're going emerald, we said we're going to be your platinum leg. When we do that, it actually aligns our whole team together and everybody's excited because there's a vision. So aligning ourselves, because many times, we used to think, why do I care if Rashmi and Smita go diamond or they go EDC or double diamond? But as we matured in that business, we realized when we actually speak about our uplines goals, actually that's actually creating a pull for our team, because they see that we are actually holding on to somebody with a bigger vision and actually pulls the whole team forward. So learning to be a part of that uplines goal and learning to promote whatever our uplines promote. Jolendra and Asha are talking about the cruise coming up. And when Rashmi and Smita planned that, man, we are super excited. We are working that, how can we get more people there? So things like that. And then also, last thing is, certain times there's, some aspect of fear and doubt, whether it's an IPO, maybe whether it's a team, certain times maybe things happen, maybe COVID, certain parts of our team grew, certain parts, there was a little bit setback in terms of the belief. So just showing up there and having fun with them after some maybe a boat plan and, just chilling over some tea, that's again having fun. So people stay together and let's hammer it. We are super excited again. This event is so much fun, right? Because we are all, whether you're having watch party with someone or yourself, right? It's a lot of fun. So as, like I said, when the tide sets in or when the tide rises or, or tide is in, all ships rise, right? So same way right now, tide is in, we can see the whole team moving on and super excited to make it a fun and be part of this growth. So super excited. So back to the host.
It was great. So many good takeaways. I took a takeaway there I really liked that Girish said. It says we move on where we can create a poll, whether that's your upline tuning into their goal or the next pin, and it's just aligning yourself with that poll. So with that, we're gonna move on to a really fun talk here.
Yeah, I have a question for y'all. Who wants to be free at 28 years old? I know we do, for sure, to never have to work for anyone for the rest of your life if that is a desire of yours. Highly recommend listening up here as we bring Sean and Blair up to give a freedom update. So please help us welcome some of the newest free people on the Jyoti Prakash team, Sean and Blair.
Hey, hello everyone. Here's Sean and Blair, coach and mentor by Jerry Lian, all the way to Kyle, Lauren, Craig, and Carrie Dimension. I have a background in project management in BMW, and Sean used to work as a program manager in educational tech company. And Sean moved back to China 4 years back, and we made Q12 business in the States. But we're always aiming to being a free husband and wife at the age of, well, before age of 30. We follow our mentor's guidance and not touching our US business income at all and live it under our means at the same time. That allows us to save 80% of our China business income. And I remember when we hit 7,000 PV last year
In
China market, and our income has already covered Sean's expense. And after sitting down and reviewing all the finance with Jen Lian, Kyle, and Lauren, we are so grateful that Kyle said if he wants, he can walk away from job anytime he wants. So yeah, our family wins Sean.
All right, cool. Sean over here, we're super excited to share with you. We're currently located somewhere in China, right? So I'm actually visiting Blair's hometown. So I hope you understand with every victory, there's always a price you need to pay. You will hear this weekend as a huge celebration for free enterprise, for someone fighting to earn more time with their family to be with their kids. But there's always a price behind, right? I want you to understand, I was fortunate to launch this journey when I was 18 years old. I was a freshman in college, right? So I didn't really believe in myself, but this system built that belief in me, right? And to earn that freedom was never easy. You know, me, I was working in a different country, China, where I live right now, maintain and keep growing my business in the States, and then building the business from the scratch. I remember Jerry said, Sean, you know, you build what you build in the States. When the income take over your expense, you earn your freedom. I always remember that. You know, a typical working hour in China, it's 9 to 7. So if you guys have a 9 to 5, and some of you guys work from home, you are blessed, right? You should smoke your own business. So my typical day schedule at that time was I wake up around 7, I do 2 appointments for the US market, so that's 9 o'clock, I go to my job, all the way to 12:30, we only have 1 hour lunch break, right? So I finish my lunch within 15 minutes, and then I go some counseling sessions, doing some, you know, doing some individual connections, right, for helping our team. And then typically when I get back to home, I'm like 7 or 8 o'clock, and just 8 to 12 or 8 to 1 process meetings straight. Finish my core, reflect, done for the day. That's a typical Monday to Friday. And you know, for the weekend, sometimes we travel to different cities, so just come back and right back into the work. I didn't think about like leisure or distraction. We have no time for distractions, literally. But one thing I want to share with you, when we're experiencing that, we never feel we are so special. We know that we are unique, but all of these, I've heard on audio through LLC. I remember Jerry and how they overcome different challenges, right? Lauren talking about driving and feeling like eyes is not opening, right? Rashmi Smita talking about, you know, going on a red eye flight, you know, just going to the work while they were in the pursuit of the diamond ship. We knew that we are special, but this journey ain't special. Right. That gives us a lot of belief. If they did it, we can do the same thing. We feel tired, yes, but we grind it out. Right. I remember one of the biggest compliment I got last year is when Jerry said, Sean and Blair, you guys are one of the best implementers in the team. Literally anything we shared, you guys are willing to acknowledge that, take it within and implementing it. Right. And we're not comparing with others. You know, I remember there's so many excuses I could come up. You know, I was stuck in China. I was building my business in the States, stuck in China because of visa issue. So I had to build like this belief. Well, I was meeting my team when they need me. When there's momentum, I can physically go to their city. But because of the visa issue, I couldn't. Some of you guys are, you know, talking about like calculating the price, what it takes to help my team. I'm willing to do everything it took. Right, but the visa, like the border control wouldn't allow me in. Right.
But I wouldn't think I'm special. I remember here's Louise and Jackie talking audio. So many people are creative with excuse. We are just being creative for the solution. We believe we are in a different country. Zoom is there. There's always we can figure out. We can spend more time on helping people or building that relationship. It's not as effective as if I can meet that person, but I'm sure we'll figure this out. There are quite a bit of struggles for sure. When we first come back to China, there's no local system. We have all the audio talks released on LLC, amazing, like pump me up, fill my brains on a weekly basis. The people over here have none of that. So we have to figure out, we have to kind of build resources from the scratch. The team, here's different culture. Most people work 6 days, and there's something called 996. That means work from 9 to 9, 6 days in a week. That's a very typical working hour for IT company over here in China. The people figure this out. When we talk about 150 people honoring the partnership, in China market, it's pretty much the same amount convert into the US dollar. But you know what? That's already 1/3 of most partners' entire income, or even more than 1/3 of their entire income if they're a young professional. People figure out. We help people create volume. All different strategies we had to come out, not just converting their buying powers. We figured this out. Right. There's always a solution behind. Blair, you want to talk about some of the struggles or what we overcome?
Yeah, I think we frustrate a lot, because our first plan was retire in the beginning of the year, but
We can lay that a little bit.
we actually planned at the end of this year, but we didn't do it. Yeah, last year. And we stuck at 4,000 for a long time. And I remember every time when we talk with Jian Lian, in the game plan, we're so frustrated. How can we break through 4,000? How can we get our team to 7,000 and even go silver in China? But even though we have frustration, we have a lot of challenges. Like we don't have very perfect system in China, but we still made it because we said, okay, we are gonna hit 7,000 in China November. So
September. That's what we did. September. And we did it.
Yeah, we figured it out.
We figured it out.
Yeah.
So feeling frustration, it's okay. But allow yourself to stay in feeling frustration without thinking about the solution. It's not okay as a business owner. Right. And freedom is awesome. I mean, it's you want to talk a little bit, for freedom or some of the victories?
Yeah, just based on my observe, I feel like I have a new boyfriend, new husband.
We get married after.
We didn't get married though.
Right. So technically, you never saw your husband work for another boss. So you own me. Nobody else own me. Like you got it.
Yeah, and the whole person is so different because before we barely have time to talk before 1 a.m. And I remember back to our
we still manage to counseling mentors, helping a good marriage and relationship. But just the time was
right. We have tricky times when we are building relationship. And I remember back to the college we were building business at that time. Our best day was going to Kroger to buy the chicken legs.
Wrong example. But here's one thing: we were okay with that. We are not looking for redeem all those instant gratification. We knew that if we stayed there for a couple of years, we're gonna live the life like nobody lived anymore. Right? Like now we have all the time to talk about. She's my best friend. I wasn't spending a lot of time with my best friend. I couldn't see myself going to the job for the next 30, 40 years without spending the most time with my best friend. And I don't really know what freedom really means to you. For different people, it means different things. For me, one of my biggest strides, it's always my family. There's a recent opening in China for COVID, so a lot of people is getting COVID in China. Before it was very strict quarantine policy. So my grandparents, they're 84, right? So they hide in the house, they're not going out. They still not get affected by the COVID yet. We are not the one making the most money from our family. But I tell all my family, when there's something happening to our grandparents, I will be the first one to be there. If something happened to them in the morning, I'll be there in noon, even they're in a different city. Because I'm free, because nobody telling me how do I run my schedule, because I have a team that's supporting me. We paid the price before to earn that. What the freedom price really means for you, I hope you have a great answer for it. Right, our goal will definitely, the number one thing for our family is this year how Blair walked away from the job in BMW. It's a good job. but we want to be together. We want to be together, right? You'll see us, right, being the eagle in the China market by March, and also a partner alike in the States, and will be the biggest vision for JL Diamondship. With that, we're back to our amazing host, Devin and Sam.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to bring up a video here. It's going to be a short, brief piece from us, but we're actually bringing up an Achievers video. So Sean talked about it. Q12 means 7,500 points, 12 out of 12 months. This is what you get. It's a fun trip on Amway.
Yep. And so this video is for this upcoming Achievers trip in Las Vegas.
It's a little known phrase, romance is the arc, or divorce.
Man, that trip looks amazing.
Yeah. And I just want to mention who is going to join us in 2024 in Orlando.
Yeah.
I know this was for this trip upcoming, but no matter where you are in your business journey, you can qualify for the free Orlando trip in 2024. You just have to start Q12 qualification this September. So you have 9 months in order to make it happen.
Yeah.
And so we're going to actually move on to a 615 panel. And for those of you who don't know what 615 means, that means 6 means this. Each of these individuals have 6 partner honoring legs, individual partnerships, and the 15 means that they have at least a minimum of 15 subscriptions throughout their entire organization.
Yeah, it's such a great panel. This is one of my favorite things to watch. This is the movers and shakers. These are the people who are on runs, going platinum, getting things done in business. So if you really want to learn how to get into the work and get some stuff done, tune into this panel. So with that, we're going to bring up Brandon and Amanda Wood, to lead us on the panel here.
Hey, Legacy Leadership Collective team, Brandon and Amanda coming at you guys. Super excited to be hosting this panel. This is going to be awesome. Yeah, so we got 615s on here. You heard Devin and Sam, who are also on this panel, by the way. They've been doing a fantastic job hosting, so blow up the chat telling them how awesome they've been doing, please. And we're excited to just have people that are movers and shakers, that are actually making things happen, that are making that run to platinumship and beyond right now. A lot of these individuals are already platinum or in qualification. So you're going to learn from people that are in the hunt right now. So do you want to share a few words here?
Yeah, we talk about in our organization, there's 3 things that are the separators for growth, right? One being having consistent networking habit and being able to put on your width. The second piece is being able to create profitability at will with volume. And then the third is how you communicate and get coached from your coach and mentor, right? So these are people that are making it happen. We're really excited to hear from them. Many of them are, in platinum qualification, Q12 qualification or above. And there's a really dynamic group here. So we'll kick it off.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll let the individuals introduce themselves as we bring them up here. But I want to start with Mike and Shipra. Obviously, great friends for a long time in business. And there's a lot of things that are coming at us, especially when we're brand new and we're looking at building our business. It's like, okay, I got to read, I got to listen, I got to come to associations. There's so many things that we could be focusing in on. But I think a lot of times people miss on, all right, what is the most important thing for me to grow my passive income in this environment? And that's from building the network, right? So if you guys could just talk a little bit about the thought process on how do you make, quality contacts that one thing, the most important thing of all that you're focusing on a day-to-day basis.
Well, thank you, Brandon. Manu. First of all, we are Megan Shipra from Atlanta, Georgia, part of Vakil team. Super excited to be the part of this panel. But I'll let Mike start the piece and then I'll come back in later.
So, Brandon, that's a very good question. We got to have a quality contact. That has to be the dominant thought process. But I think before you can actually have a quality contact, you got to make contacting a dominant thought process. I think we need to figure out that, okay, to build this business, I need raw material. To have the raw material, I got to go out and put a list together, right? For a lot of people, that is not the dominant thought process. And the reason that happens is very simple, because you haven't figured out your dream, your vision, or what you're trying to achieve out of this business. Now, I'm assuming we're already talking to people who figured out that, yes, they're going to make this conference their conference, and they're going to take this and qualify as the next check that Rashmi has put, which is a cruise that's happening in a few months, right? So now, once we have that thing in mind, we know we want to go out and do it. Next thing is, how do we build that quality contact? For that to happen, the biggest thing is you got to operate with the mindset of an entrepreneur. Okay. And that is something that's, me and Shipra had to struggle with it. Why? Because we had worked over a decade in a corporate career as an employee, right? It doesn't happen in day one that you start operating as an entrepreneur. So what is it that you have to do to operate as an entrepreneur? In my mind, very simply, you got to start changing, you got to shift. You got to move from that mindset. You got to start thinking, I'm not looking for anybody and everybody to join my team. I'm looking for a set of business partners. I'm an entrepreneur. I want to bring partners who have the right mindset. What is the right mindset? Well, you got to get that hash thing going, right? Hungry, humble, appreciative and smart, right? And now these are very basic, tenets of actually being into an entrepreneurship. So you got to get that thing going in the first place. Now, to have that happen, though, it doesn't happen in one day, right? So how do you get there? The biggest thing is to build a belief. Get your belief up in this business. And the way we built a belief is going through podcasts. We had a lot of podcasts of successful people who have built this business before. And we started looking at them and saying, okay, when I'm looking for a quality contact out there, everybody's not going to jump in my business. So I have to stop running behind people. I got to just reach out, make the right contact, let right people show up. Let me qualify them to get there, right? So you got to build a belief. And to do that, you got to get your self-talk going. You got to keep on thinking right, because we are the biggest critics of our own. We always beat ourselves down. Oh, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that. So you got to get your self-talk in a place where you are able to believe that, yes, I can do it, just like so many people on this call, and as you're going to hear over this weekend are going to hear, right?
Well, I'll just add one thing is that most of the times quality contacts are just right outside of our comfort zone, because a lot of us are used to contacting people or reaching out to people that it feels comfortable to reach out to them. That may not be the right person. So that's number one. Number two, for me personally, the yearly goals don't make me go out and contact every day, because it's just a little too far out. And it's easy for me to say I'm going Emerald this year by the end of so-and-so. But what am I doing today is what's going to be making me going out and stepping out of that comfort zone and making that contact today. So focusing on monthly goal, weekly goal, and daily goals, that's what brings the focus back on what I'm doing today. With that, I'll give you back.
Awesome. Yeah. And at the end of the day, it comes down to, if you want to totally revolutionize your business, it comes down to a quality contact a day, right? To really move things forward. And I think a lot of times we have kind of a backwards mentality, because we're okay sharing other things that we're excited about, but then we struggle and get in our heads in terms of sharing who we have access to, what sort of environment we have access to, and that's totally backwards, right? I tell people, as excited as you get about sharing about a movie or, some sort of nutritional hack or whatever it might be, should have the same zest and excitement that you have with building building connections. And it's interesting because Brandon said something that's super powerful, and I'll move on here because I think this is really relevant. Whenever somebody gets nervous when it comes to, establishing new connections, the reason why nervousness exists is because you're coming from the vantage point of feeling like you need something from someone. And if you come from the vantage point of just trying to genuinely learn about somebody and identify mindset, it totally revolutionizes the ball game and it makes it fun. Right, when you can just understand people. So I'm going to transition. I'm going to go to Kayla and Shannon. I know you guys have had a lot of growth. We've heard a lot of good things just about even function over function, what you have going on. Obviously, we've known you for many years now and seen sort of your evolution as well, right? And so I want to talk about this. I want to talk about why is it important to get to a space where you can start to sponsor people at will.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Brandon and Amanda. Such an honor to be on this panel with some of our heroes, some of our Crossline friends. We're Kale and Shannon Schaefer out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, proudly coached by Golden Diamonds, Kyle and Lauren Wills. And by background, Kale works in IT project management. I have a finance background. I worked in banking and real estate up until 6 months ago. So thanks, Jody. Thanks, Rashmi and Smita for creating an environment here for me to earn my financial independence in my 20s. Why sponsor at will? I'm going to share a couple points and then pass it over to Kale. The first thing is it just gives you total control over the speed and growth of your business. I will share that Kale and I were probably some of the slowest learners on the team in many ways. We had to outwork, outstudy, out-hustle a lot of people to crack the code. But we were willing to do that because we knew as soon as we could crack the code, then it was just like clockwork. We could set goals and actually know that we could really hit them. We don't do anything that fanatical of personal work ethics. We take about 10 candidates into the vetting process monthly. We have 2 to 3 candidates on team evaluations, and we launch a personal at least every single month. So we've had 6 personals the last 6 months, and we've been able to put a couple in different pockets to the team that we're looking to grow as well as in width, and we just have a lot of control over that. The second piece is it gives us the right positioning and posture to actually lead and work with people. We're not so plugged into any specific candidate, any specific business partner that we're emotionally invested, whether or not they're successful. We want the best for them, but we can have a lot of lightness and grace and ease if they're not the right fit or if they aren't an ideal partner for the long term. And then we're not afraid to actually lead and challenge our existing team. We're not afraid of blowing people out. We have the right positioning to actually coach people the way that they need to be coached.
Yeah, awesome. Just last couple points on my end. Number one, it helps create belief for our team too. As Shannon said, like our team sees us having candidates at team evaluations, putting in the width. They know business works because we're proving it. And by setting the right example, it's really just caused people to elevate. There's been so many people just the last couple months putting in second and third legs. So just so excited for the momentum in the team. The other piece is it's helped us to have a better vetting process, right? As we have created this ability to sponsor sort of at will, we have actually a better vetting process. Instead of, we haven't lowered the standard is what I'm trying to say. Like we haven't decided to sell just so that we can sponsor someone. No, it's actually, we know we have the belief that we're willing to put in the work because we've cultivated the work ethic and we've developed the skills to create results. So we know, as Shannon said, when we're sitting across from someone, we don't need any one person because we're willing to do what it takes to grow our business. So with that, thank you so much. Back to Brandon and Amanda.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I love what you guys said there, not being emotionally invested into one person, because when you can sponsor people at will, you can just find the right people to work with. And one very, very important point that they talked about was being able to lead people through a process effectively and finding the right candidates as a result of that. You see, when you aren't desperate for a launch, right? Now you can be stronger in how you communicate things with individuals and your expectations. The speed with which people engage when they launch a lot of times is due to the quality with which you brought them through a process. So strong people are attracted to strong people. Bill Britt, for those of you that have listened to Bill Britt, he was a very polarizing figure, right? And whether you agreed with him or not, people were attracted to him because he was a strong individual and they like being around people with conviction, right? So I love that. Thank you so much for sharing that. So I want to move on to Tig and Kayla. Tig and Kayla, part of our team, incredible individuals, have 2 young kids, but smoking business right now, getting platinum done this year in a big way. So we're really proud of you guys. And I think one question that a lot of people have, especially at a 615 level, right? So 615s, 6 partner honoring legs, probably have more than 6 legs. I'm sure all of you do. And 15 or more subscriptions in their organization. So you already have places that you can work in your team. So when you already have spots to work in your team, how do you keep your head in the game for continuing to bring on a width, even though it'd be easy for you to get distracted by just working in depth?
Yeah, thanks, Brian, Amanda. So those that don't know us, Ty and Kayla Hamley out of Madison, Wisconsin. We're actually at our upline Golds, Jake and Alyssa meetings, and our upline Ruby, Stefan Aaron Sumnick, and then Brian Amanda Wood. So I'll turn it to Kayla over first to give a quick couple pointers on that.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is a lot of what Kayla actually spoke to. We understand that there's ebbs and flows in every business, and we want to be able to encourage people through their ebbs. And when people get into a flow state, we want to be able to run with them. And we know that if we're already in motion, that we can run, that we can help those people the most effectively. And then the second piece is that we know that we have more to give, and we want to be able to help more people. You know, it's the limit that we put on how many people that we can help is actually on our own capacity. And what we're choosing to believe about our own capacity. So being able to just know that we want to be able to help more people and that we have the ability to is what is continuing to drive us forward.
Yeah, and going off of that too, Shannon kind of mentioned as well about setting an example. I hear a lot of people say they want to help people, but helping people is actually putting in your width, because then those people that are new legs of yours now have an opportunity to actually do better. So if you're going to help people, actually putting in your width is the way to do it. And we find that going on that we didn't want to put pressure on any one person. Sometimes you launch legs, right? Anybody have this before where then they kind of just like cool off a little bit and they need time to marinate? That's fine. But that doesn't stop us from our goals. If they need time to marinate, that's great. Hey, we love you, but we're not like waiting on that, right? That's part of the reason why even the last couple months we gave 5 offers. 5 offers, 1 denied, and then 3 legs launched out of that last like 60, 90 days. And we have a 4th leg or another leg. So leg number 9, I think I've lost track. Leg number 9, February 1st. So to Brandon's point, it's not just having 6, it's having more than that, because if you don't put on more, based on what Brian Amanda told us, you could actually limit yourself from just hitting platinum. You could actually go farther beyond, because then when people see legs moving on or see Lewis and Jackie and the LLC team move on, all that excitement, that's where momentum really comes from. A depth component, which is where you put in width to find your depth. So we'll turn it back over to you guys.
Excellent. Yeah, and I think that the biggest thing is that that we're really pulling from individuals is just being the example, right? We can't expect people to do things that we're not doing. And we always have to lead from the front. We're never going to put pressure on people, but it's our responsibility to take ownership over what we're doing. Sean and Blair, you guys just did an amazing talk, and I want to come back to you because obviously, Sean, we've known you for a long time. We've seen you come, out of college, and just seeing your thought process grow, and then obviously being able to work together in partnership has been pretty cool to see. And I want you to share a little bit about just like how you don't plateau both mentally and physically, frankly, as you hit different pins in business, especially for you. Obviously, you've just created your own freedom, right? So then not getting complacent and just moving on and having that responsibility to continue to grow. Can you guys talk to that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Brent and Amanda. Sean and Blair here, sponsor coach mentor by Jerry Lian, all the way to Kyle and Laura and Craig and Carrie. So Blair, you want to start first?
Yeah. I think a lot of time we will have the mindset that, oh, I have certain result, I'm so enough, and I have a little bit team to live with, and I'm just so proud of myself. But actually, based on our experience, three teams or 6 teams will necessarily lead us to platinum or emerald or diamond. We have to do better and better and do more so that we can secure our business. So as an entrepreneur, I think it's very important for us to always seek the solution. So when we have the trend that think, oh, we are doing good, we are doing great, it's the best time to talk with your mentor and get influence from them.
Yeah, we were just hearing Kyle and Shannon and also Tyler and Kayla talking about, and we were bad at this because when we see this, like we are the one who's plateaued right at this stage. We actually, business is always growing. We have a new goal. So proud of him, Ramos, this year. He's wrapping up his platinum ship. when you help people, when you feel there's team that you can work with, it's great. That means your leadership is growing. But I hope you understand, as they mentioned, the example is always here, is always there for us to set. So some of the mindset I had before, I had to change. Number one, I'm busy. Right. I feel, oh, there's so many different pockets. I'm talking to this guy. There's more things booked on my schedule. Right. So I had to remove that mindset. Second one, lack of vision. No matter it's hitting Q12, no matter it's earning my freedom, as Amanda mentioned, it's very easy to get complacent. I need to make sure I have a very clear what's the next step vision, because we are not going this to go Q12. We are not doing this just to get free. We're going to this get diamond, get crown, to impact so many people around the world. It's very hard for me to think about all of those visions. I need this system. I need my mentor plant those seeds in me. Literally, just right before we talked, Jerry and Lee, our mentor, were texting us, Sean, when you speak your goal, you missed something very important. When you start Emerald qualification, right? I said August this year, no doubt, but Jerry, I just forgot talking about that. You see, it's all those tight communication with your coach. Always plan what's the next step. When you get equal plus, when you get double equals, right? Third thing physically, as Amanda mentioned, this is what Leanne said. I remember Leanne said so many times in my game plan, said, Sean, no matter how busy you get, personal activity is what you need to prioritize. If you find out you're so tired, you don't have time for personal activities, you have to be much more efficient on some other activities. And because personal is what it says, is what drives all your excitement in the team. And we suck at it, and we grow from that, right? When we launched, I think we're in November when we launched another personal life, just the team saw it, didn't get excited. We never had that excitement if we don't have it, right? So hope it helps. Back to Brandon Menda.
Awesome. Yeah, I love that. A lot of people don't realize as you build a team, your team knows your structure better than you do. You know what I mean? Like they know your volume, even though they can't see your virtual office. They know where all the fans are. Yeah, exactly. So they get more fired up when you have a personal guest down to the group evaluation. So really, really appreciate that mindset of not allowing yourself to stagnate, not allowing yourself to plateau. If you're constantly talking about what you did as opposed to what you're doing, your team is not going to continue to move on at the pace at which you want it to move. So, Devin and Sam, want to wrap up with you guys here before we ask one last question to everybody. And, in platinum qualification, a lot of great growth. I've been seeing so much stuff that's been happening with you guys. We're so proud of you guys, so excited about all the momentum in your team right now. And I'm sure that you've experienced this just from knowing how business works, that, sometimes you're putting in activity and you're working, and then maybe the results aren't turning over. Maybe you're going through these periods of time where you're doing a lot of meet and greets, but you're just not finding the right people. So my question to you is how do you stay steady when working through that and eventually overcome that when you're in those phases?
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's so cool being on a panel with you guys. I feel like we launched yesterday and just been a part of the system, being able to learn from YouTube. But yeah, we're Devin and Sam out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, coach mentor that Bill Fraser's mentioned before, and engineers by background. But I think we've always just looked at it as a commitment. Like we were committed to this community. I looked at Mike LeVopre and I said, this is a guy I want to be like when I grow up. Like we just committed to them as people that we wanted to grow and become. And I think because of that commitment, there's never been a time in our business where we looked at the lack of results as something that we weren't going to go through. Like we just knew we were going to have to go through. It's the entrepreneurial roller coaster. So that for us is the mindset that we entered with.
Yeah, and I think too, it came because we've always, throughout our business journey, we're never perfect, but we were always committed to the system. We were listening every single day. We were reading every day. We have never missed a conference. We never missed any of our weekly events. So when we weren't getting results, and when we aren't getting results, we always have to take a step back and think about what can we change. If something isn't working, something needs to change. And what we've realized, it really just comes down to our attitude and our focus. Are we, treating ourselves as new entrepreneurs? Are we getting excited every single day to wake up, to meet new people, to serve people, to help other people, to listen to audios, to grow as individuals? And that's what we really started to change. Until we did that is when we started to see more results.
Yeah, David Goggin talks about it in his book, The Dip. It's like you are going to go through this in entrepreneurship, right? The question is, what do you choose to do in the dip? Are you going to venture out and go choose something else, go run crypto, or are you going to go build something, right? To be a part of this community. And I think that type of commitment has helped us a lot. But then we just got back to simplifying our systems. Most of the time for us, when we weren't creating results, it was because we were just letting something else get in there. It was whether it was you have some app on your phone that was absorbing too much time, or some sort of activity that you weren't supposed to be spending time on instead of your business. Your priorities are out of whack. And I think when we started to go on a run and started launching legs, the big thing for us that changed is we just got all those little things in order. We renewed ourselves as new business partners and we maximized our work, which is our next point. It's if you're not creating results, the other thing that you got to check is what is your work habit? And like we looked at our year's worth of work prior before we started launching some legs here. We did like 50 meet and greets in a year and didn't launch anything. We had no launches, 50 meet and greets. We didn't do enough meet and greets. We didn't deserve the results. So we had to go back to the drawing board and say, hey, how can we up our work habit to do 10 plus meet and greets a month so we can develop the competency to eventually go launch legs?
Yeah, and in order to do that, it needed to be in a quick timeline and time period too. Because I think we could get upset about, well, we did 50 meet and greets. I mean, quote unquote, you do 10 meet and greets and you launch a partner. Well, obviously that didn't work for us because it was in a year's time frame. Now, if we did 50 meet and greets in a matter of 5 months, I think our results would have been completely different. And then just one last point I wanted to share was I feel like I can speak for ourselves, is when we weren't getting the results, I feel as humans, we tend to lean away from mentorship. Right? Oh, I don't want to call my coach because I have nothing to talk about, right? Or I don't have anyone in the process. I'm not booking meet and greets. But what we switched was we started leaning into that, right? And being transparent with our coaches and mentors saying, hey, I'm doing XYZ work and I'm a little frustrated right now. How can you help me so I can know what to change in order to get results? So back to you, Brandon and Amanda.
Awesome. I know we're going to wrap up real quickly here, but I just wanted to elaborate on one quick thing. And that is that willpower is never on will call. So it's incredibly important that you're maintaining your plug at all time. If you unplug from communication, the system, whatever, you have an expiration date. That's just the reality. And I think that you guys spoke really well to that. It's just communicating through challenges as opposed from unplugging from them, right? So I want to wrap up real quick with a power tip. And that is, why should you be building towards, as a single, at least a 300 PV personal business, and as a couple, 600 PV, and just a quick power tip on how to do that. So let's start first with, we'll just go in the order that people spoke.
Okay, so I'll go first. So first of all, I want everybody to understand, if I'm doing 100 PV, as a person circle, my team is going to be duplicating that. So how many people do I need to go platinum? 74 or more, right? If I do 300, how many people do I need? 24 more. If I do 600, how many people do I need? Just 12 more. So I will leave that, a choice is yours. You want to build a team of 74 people to go platinum, or you want to do it with 12 people. And of course you can have more, but it's just way more easier. Plus, if we learn how to do 300, 600 PV circle, it's way more profitable. So one quick tip that I would say is actually two, I'm sorry. But first is having a very healthy personal consumption ditto. Because I feel that volume that we create, including the client volume, is directly proportional to how much is my own product usage. My conviction will flow into when I'm talking to somebody for a product. And second, sampling. I think sampling is one of the best, easiest strategies to create clients. Learn from your coach how to do it the right way. Don't push samples on people. Find the right person who's open-minded to actually try. Sampling can create, it's like sowing seeds. Don't just give one. Sometimes we give sample and we expect 100 PV order right from that sample. That may or may not happen. It's like sowing seeds. You keep giving and you will reap harvest in time.
Think weekly, monthly goals, just like you would do for, building your business or bringing on partners.
Awesome. Kayla, Shannon?
Yeah, I mean, just the simple answer is profitability. Right? You're more profitable with a bigger personal circle, especially as you top off the bonus scale. That's 25% back in your personal circle. So I would just say the biggest tip for us is what we've changed this fiscal year, especially because 6 months ago, our average personal circle might be 500, 600. Now it's closer to 1,000. It's just been top of mind. Every single week, we touch base on the customer moves we're making, and we've just focused on that every single week.
It will be 935 at Spring Leadership, bringing 6 of the Wills 35 to the BBI Cruise.
Awesome. I love it. Ty and Kayla, you're up.
All right. Yeah, I think when we look at it, it's, I think one tip is when we say consumption, that doesn't just mean what you eat and drink. That's also what you shower with. There's new products that come out. And when it comes to sampling, I think sometimes, especially when people are newer in their journey, they don't want to come across as salesy. Well, don't tell your 79-year-old grandmother giving her an energy drink. Probably don't start there. Probably go find what makes sense for your demographic or your user base and find out their needs and kind of fill that gap when it makes sense to, right?
Yeah, going off of that, we got really intentional with our customers and what their needs actually are, and being able to like track that and be able to intentionally pair things together. So that way it makes it really easy to activate on that when we see them.
And you can cross-sell between products too. So if one customer is only buying Perfect Pack once every 3 months or whatever, can you slot the gap? So at least even if you're, from an abundance mentality, you want to have more clients, but you're not squeezing the PV out of the small ones. But then when you're cross-selling, at least they order something, your current customers order something more frequently when you're filling that gap. So you have volume consistently, because to Kale's point, profitability makes way more sense. So back to you guys.
Awesome. All right, Sean and Blair.
I'll just go. I'll give you a simple college freshman mindset. This is what I learned when I was 18 years old. Either I consume product that give me satisfaction, or I consume the product that give me freedom. Right? We have constantly like 800, sometimes 1,000 or more than 100, more than 1,000 personal circle on a monthly basis, but I was barely 150. Right? I was someone that had to save money from not taking a cab, going to the hospital. So I take the bus. So I save the money for being the right example. Georgia say, Sean, one product make you money, one doesn't. You choose. All right, back to Brandon.
I love it. All right, Devin and Sam, take us home.
2 points from us is one, it's math. We're engineers, so the math makes sense. And then the other one is Eddie Kutnick said this once in the team meeting. He's like, I've never seen somebody go platinum without a double core volume. And I think we just said, hey, we got to solidify this. We got to figure it out. And we were students. So like one of our biggest tips is be intentional on it month to month. Don't lose sight of it, have a goal around it, and then just take some action every single month and outline it. And over time you get there.
Awesome. Yeah, nobody wants to finish the month at 7,200 or 7,200 PV. Like, make sure you have a big enough personal circle so you can bridge that gap and make the money. So thank you, everybody, so much. This was fantastic. We can't wait to do this again as an Emerald and Diamond panel because we know that you guys are all getting it done. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And that was a lot of great tips. We hope everybody got a lot of notes from that. And we'll turn it back over to you guys, Devin and Sam. Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. We had so much fun being on a panel with you all, and we cannot wait to be on future Achievers trips with you guys. So now we just heard from Sean and Blair, a recent freedom couple, or at least for Sean. And now guess what? We get to hear from another couple who recently have earned their freedom, Stefan and Aaron. We are so excited to hear from you guys. I know it's been a couple months only, so we are so excited to hear our freedom update and then also to hear just your guys' thought process on really how to go from phase A to phase B. So with that, please help us welcome up Stefan and Aaron.
Hey, thank you, Sam. Thank you, Devin. Thank you so much for setting such a great example for the whole team and for doing an awesome job hosting. I'm going to come back and say a few things about phase A to phase B, but first I'm going to pass it over to my lovely wife, Erin.
Yeah, awesome. Hey, everyone. So I just really want to say we're super grateful for the opportunity to work with Brandon and Amanda, Rashmi and Smita. They're doing the work. They're out there helping take the lid off the organization and always expanding our vision. So we're super excited for this weekend to continue to grow our vision, our belief, all the above. So as Asha said earlier, Happy New Year, Happy New You. So this is a time for a refreshing goals, work habit, and excitement. And speaking of goals, we're just excited to increase the grind. Have we been doing the work? Yeah, but is there way more work to be done? Yeah. So we're going to focus on areas that maybe we've been neglecting. Maybe we just haven't put the appropriate amount of focus into. So kind of our personal goals, we want to increase our personal circle to 600 PV. We just heard some really great ideas on how to do that. So took some notes. But we have some great customers right now, but there's some great products that we have out there that quite frankly, customers want. And so it should be easy to grow to 600, no problem. Other goals, 2 meet and greets a week, launch 12 new legs, get multiple organizations into Q12 qualification, double our business, set ourselves up for Founders Emerald, and break at least 4 new group evaluations this calendar year. So I'll pass it over to my partner in business and in life.
Thank you, sweetie. All right. So freedom report. So, I saw something in the comments like, yes, we are super relaxed. Well, I'm a little more relaxed than she is. She still has a job, but we'll be working on that here soon. But honestly, the financial independence shouldn't be the finish line. It should be the starting line. When you have that locked into your mindset, that's when that life really starts. After you're able to buy your time back. Freedom, by the time it happened for me, wasn't super emotional because I've envisioned it for so long. It was kind of an inevitability. So you have to make your vision non-negotiable. So when it comes, it's like, all right, who's next? Who else can I help give free? Freedom is a starting line. So I'm going to jump into phase A to phase B intentionality. So the first important concept to remember is that you are the captain of your business. Your current, your future downlines, they don't look to your upline, for example, they look at you. So in a duplication business, you have to be the one worth duplicating. The good news is you don't have to have a diamond mindset day one. You just have to take the actions that those diamonds took to become diamonds, and you'll develop it along the way. Right? There's no secret advanced level in the business when it comes to getting your structure right for profitability. There's only honoring the partnership with intentional focus. It's not about committing to a result. It's about committing to a process that develops your mindset, which creates the result, which is what phase B is all about. So I want to read a quote from Jeff Hayden, author of The Motivation Myth. He says, "The road to a target, to a goal, or to a finish line is filled with countless hours of work and determination and sacrifice, countless opportunities to feel good about what you accomplished each and every day along the way. A slice of satisfaction, fulfillment, and happiness can be found in the achievement for sure, but the real source of consistent, lasting happiness lies in the process of doing the work." And I loved what Devin and Sam have, what they said about going through 15 meet and greets with no launches. I don't think that somebody would have made it to that point if they didn't have focus on committing to a process versus a result. A lot of people, if they were focused on results, they probably would have stopped after 10, 15, 20 and be like, well, this isn't working. I can't do it. Their emotions are up and down. But I guarantee you they got to that point because they were committed to a process, because they knew inevitably that was a result eventually, right? We all have our own journey. So what does being a good example or a good duplicator look like? So we want to keep it really simple. That was one of our leadership goals this year, was to keep our training super simple. So I want to talk about the 3 things we do when it comes to phase B, right? And intentionality beyond those things. Number 1 is we create volume, right? You just heard them talking about 300 PV, 600 PV personal circles. The second thing is you build a network. And the third thing is personal growth. So let's talk about the first two, creating volume and building a network. So 3 things under creating volume when it comes to intentionality. The first thing is, do you have a set time each week to plan out and strategize the week? Sampling, following up, adding potential customers, who to reach out to as current or potential customers. Number 2, having a strategy for growing your volume incrementally more than the previous month. There have been some great posts in the rec team, just like pages of hey, here's a list of potential customers, current customers, products, potential PV. You add up all that potential volume, and that translates to a goal, which also leads to the third thing, which is your ditto reflecting that strategy for sampling and customers for the next month, right? Don't be afraid to overload your ditto with extra stuff for samples for current and potential customers. The same 6-month guarantee that customers have, you have it too. So like Vinny says, if you want to sell 100 dresses, you got to have 100 dresses. Get the stuff in and if your budget allows it, in your inventory, so you can liquidate it and move it, and actually have it on hand, and have some faith in that process. And make sure you're tracking your finances on a weekly basis with those things. So second thing, growing your network. So 5 things under this category. The first one is making sure you know which phase you're in. Right. The first phase is committing to an intentional daily work habit, right? That is not a skill set. That's a simple decision, right? So committing to that intentional networking habit. Phase 2 is progressing towards a 90-day core run in that skill set. Phase 3 is like what Brandon Amanda talked about, is your goal. It should be a quality contact every day, right? So second thing is communication on a daily basis with immediate feedback on conversations. You should be having a 1-to-1 ratio of conversation feedback, right, on a daily basis. Third thing is keeping good notes when you network. When I'm out, I'll just jot some things down. I'm talking to people, and conversations don't go a certain way. I have a log over the course of the week, so I can reflect on hey, what could I have done better? Where did I, maybe mess up, or what can I take ownership over to not just learn, but also have things I can teach to other people and say, hey, here's what I did on Tuesday. Here's what I did on Thursday, tracking those things. Fourth thing is developing a clear understanding of how to improve your skills based on your notes and feedback, right? Do you understand where you're getting stuck? If you're not journaling and taking notes on your activity, how are you going to look for patterns where you're getting stuck? The fifth thing is your attitude, right? Circumstances will always go up and down. You can't afford to be up and down emotionally with your circumstances. You have to be able to even that out. And stability of communication leads to emotional stability if you're in tight communication with your coach. All right, third category, personal growth. So I want you guys to write this down. Hopefully you've been writing things down already, but write this down. do not confuse the complexity of personal development with the simplicity of building your business. The only difference between you and a diamond is 6 platinum legs, right? Those first 2 categories are extremely simple. Personal development, you're going to be spending the rest of your life doing. If you're frustrated with your business where it's not at, don't confuse the baggage you have in your personal life and the growth you need to have with the simple action steps of actually building your business, right? So a few categories into personal growth, 4 things. First thing, are you not just reading and listening on a daily basis, but are you actually reading and listening to things that are applicable to your growth? I know it's super easy to pull open like the new releases, the premium releases, and like still go through those, but there's a lot of gold, buried in the app that you can talk to your coach about, listening to things that you need to grow, right? Second thing is coming prepared to the meetings, right? Did you come into the meeting tonight with questions? Are you taking good notes? Are you circling things? Are you writing out action steps after each talk? Are you taking time after the event this weekend to reflect on how you can apply them afterwards and then talking to your coach? Third thing, having a good system of organization and planning for the monthly meetings in your calendar, the quarterly conferences, making sure you're prioritizing them. You have your budget laid out, and that they're not a surprise when it's a month prior to a big conference and it's like, oh, I forgot to put money aside. Oh, I forgot to ask off work, right? It's your business. Your coach shouldn't have to micromanage you. Otherwise, it's still their business, not your business. And if your coach is busy reminding you of things, how are you supposed to bring a team with you if they see your confusion and they're even more confused because they're duplicating what you're doing because you're the captain, not your coach, right? So fourth thing is the 3 powers, right? Are you doing a good job with your daily self-talk and the words you use, the things to tell yourself? Do you feel unified on the same page with your coaches and mentors? What does unity look like? Specifically with this LLC community, how are you using the app? I posted something in the app earlier today about an acronym about, how to use the app properly. Making sure you teach yourself TEACH on a daily basis and model for other people. What is the acronym? T, threads. Team calendar updates, learning from other people's posts, keeping your chat threads up to date, like your email inbox. E, experience, share an experience, a win, something you learned, ask a question. A, activity wall, post something daily, goals for the day, your activity, something that worked that can help the team in some way, something you want in a book or an audio. C, conversation feedback with your coach. H, helping others, celebrating somebody else's win, commenting on something somebody else shared. Energy is multiplied back to you when you give it out. This is an Instagram where the content's automatically pushed to us. We have to be the ones to create the content. People don't always want to hear from people with big businesses. They want to hear from people who are where you're at, that you can build belief in more than someone like Aaron and I can, who have bigger businesses than someone who's also a 300 PV, who's sharing something that they did, that another 300 PV can say, oh, awesome. Like that's going to build their belief more than us sharing something, right? So healthy communication, right? When life gets difficult, do you decrease your level of communication or do you increase your communication, right? So are you transparent about your struggles, your doubts, your fears, obstacles, confusion, mental hangups, right? I know we're up against the clock here. I think I have about a minute left. I'm not sure where the clock is, but I want to share just like a couple of things that will stop you from committing to this process, right? The first thing is the word but. I'm willing to do this, but every time you add the word but to the end of a statement, you turn yourself into the victim, right? Chasing external rewards instead of intrinsic rewards. I'm not motivated necessarily by external results. I'm motivated by mastering my craft, getting better at what I do. If you've played sports, the feeling of like, and the rush of like getting a contact or like just getting better, right? Chasing that feeling, not just whether or not I have the results that I can't always control, right? Attitude, getting mad, anxious, depressed every time you have a disappointment in your business. I read this morning, actually. It says, anger is a way of escaping your inability to cope with things not being the way you want them, right? And lastly, releasing yourself of the addiction to the need for certainty. Our obsession with certainty can be tragic and counterproductive for 2 reasons. First, uncertainty is actually where things happen. Uncertainty is your personal pathway to opportunity. It's the environment in which you grow, experience new things, and produce new unprecedented results. Uncertainty is where new happens. The desire for safety stands against every great and noble enterprise. So bottom line, set your goals, commit to a process, let the process change you over time, and the process will carry you where you want to go. Super proud of everybody this weekend. It's been an awesome conference so far. And we'll see you guys tomorrow because we're hosting on Saturday. So see you guys. Back to you guys.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, that was such a great talk. I appreciate Steph, and one of the things you said was just being really intentional about the stuff that we put into our brain. whether it's, talks that we're listening to or, a conference like this. So I want to challenge everybody right now, take the time, look at your page of notes or whatever you took there and find 1 or 2 points that you can actually apply, circle them, put them down so you can put them into play.
Yeah, for sure. So then moving on, we have another power-packed Emerald discussion that they're going to specifically talk about the ownership mentality, specifically around like the mentality of a side hustle to a business owner mindset. So with that, please help us welcome Jerry and Leanne, Devang and Kajal, and Vijay and Kea.
Thank you, Devin. Of course, we are Devang and Tejal, super excited to be on this panel. Just to give you my background quickly, I'm from Houston, Texas, currently in India. Woke up in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning to enjoy this and learn from this webinar. But work in the petrochemical industry. And over to Tejal.
I work as a finance controller of a Houston-based company.
Awesome. Hey folks, we are Vijay and Kea here from Chicago. And by profession, I work as a PMO manager. Our upline coaches are Gaurav and Sapna, Rashmi and Smita. Over to Kea.
Hello, everybody. This is Kea here, and I currently work as a product manager in IT. Over to Jerry and Leanne.
Hi, folks. Jerry and Leanne come at you from New Jersey, but currently in Shanghai right now. Same like Devang, wake up early, join the webinar, super exciting. The background, working director for the banking industry. My wife Leanne was able to walk away from her full-time job at the age of 24 because it's a business.
Back to you, Devang.
Great. So this is truly an international panel with people from China, from India, from USA logged in. But I'm privileged to be on this panel. And just to start with, I'm going to primarily focus on talking to people who are in the phase A in the business, people who are IBOs who are brand new in the business. They looked at this business and, not just considering this as plan B or plan C yet, maybe in their mind, this is plan G or H or maybe X or Y. Everything else fails and Amway might be an opportunity. You are looking at this as a side hustle, but not really an opportunity which can replace your primary source of income. And that's perfectly okay. But, understand that we get in this business what we expect out of this business. And of course, we are willing to put the action or work behind it. So if you are expecting this business to be just a couple of $100 side hustle per month, you do 2-3 hours, 4 hours of work per month, per week, you will be able to do that as well. But if you are expecting this business to replace your primary source of income, like some of the people have already done that, we saw 2 examples right here today, then you might want to give this opportunity much more importance, much more priority. And that's what we're going to talk about, okay? Just because the investment to start your Amway business is so low, does not mean the income potential is lower, okay? In fact, forget about diamond or emerald, but just a Q12 level, strong Q12 level income in Amway can actually beat a good Subway franchise owner's net income on a yearly basis. So when you understand that, you will realize that this business requires the time and commitment that it requires. Okay, as a business owner mindset versus a side hustle mindset. And so very quickly, what is a side hustle mindset? People who are basically, when they're looking at this as a side hustle, they are basically thinking, maybe a $1 saving in their toothpaste purchase or maybe a shampoo purchase might motivate them to buy from outside versus having a business owner mindset where, buying from your business, just a Bill Gates mindset where his kids, his family was not allowed to own any other product outside of Microsoft product at home. I think Sean and Blair talked about it. Are you buying products for savings or are you buying products for freedom? And that's something which is very important to understand at the early stage. Same way when you are looking at side hustle mindset, maybe a boss at work giving you a $5,000, maybe $10,000 in today's time, not even $0, but just giving you opportunity to stay at work. If that is the opportunity you're getting to put in 2-3 hours of extra every evening at work versus not taking that promotion and thinking about creating a $50,000 raise for yourself in the next couple of years, getting a Q12 done, and for that putting in the hard work that is required, that's a business owner mindset. So developing that mindset. Same way when it comes to challenges. when small challenges comes in, maybe husband-wife situation, girlfriend-boyfriend situation, maybe a job situation, and is the business taking a hit? Or look at some of these successful entrepreneurs, like some of our uplines as well. But think about, I was reading a book, Richard Branson, and a dyslexia, and despite that, he is a successful business owner. Elon Musk, when he was building SpaceX, his first shuttle, Falcon 1, crashed, and despite that, built a successful, SpaceX. Why can't we? Okay, so I'm going to pass it on to Tejal to, talk about a couple of things.
Yeah, thank you, Devang. And as Devang mentioned, that not everybody gets the belief to become a business owner the day one. But when I got my belief, when I saw a 3-digit check, and then I realized that I can increase to 4-digit, I can increase to 5-digit, and and that day I became the owner of my business. And in today's event, you can be a BBI and you can make a very good income, and BFI, yes, 4-digit is right there. And ownership, I will summarize as responsibility equal to accountability. So you're responsible for all your actions and accountable for all the successes and failures. No one else you can blame for whatever success or the failures you have got. And before when I became the owner of the business, I was like, let it happen. Whenever it's going to happen, it will happen. But then when I realized the potential, then I joined the Make It Happen Club, where you make it happen for your business, for your future, and for your family. And living out that comfort zone, mastering the process, networking, retailing, whatever it could be, because you are doing for yourself. And then adding the value to yourself by going through mastering the talks from LLC apps. And that way you can always you add value to your team members as well. And loving the people unconditionally. And when you become an owner, you are thinking about the business 24/7. You may not be working 24/7, but you are thinking, and you become a solution finder all of a sudden, rather than going to your upline with the panic button and asking for all the time, all the solutions. Now you will think about your solutions, and all of a sudden the fear of failure will disappear, and you will start evaluating the process of going platinum and further beyond, logically, not the emotionally. And that was the biggest stake. And with that, I will invite our best friends through this business, Vijay and Kea from Chicago.
All right. Thank you so much, Tejal. And, you guys are incredible. Guys, we are Vijay and Kea, and we're going to talk a little bit about how do you level up your ownership as you go from phase A to phase B, and then Vijay will talk a little bit about going from phase B to phase C. Here is something that I've learned. Vijay and I both started the business as students. I was an undergrad student, very little budget, very little, idea about how to run a business. But I understood that this is going to be my journey, right? How far I go and how fast I go is going to be completely dependent on me. And that is why I have to take complete ownership of my learning. As I go from phase A to phase B, it's not just about doing the minimums. It's not about doing something to check a box or impress my coaches or to be able to get recognition at the weekly events. This was actually truly to be able to learn how to be a good business owner, right? I had to own my learning in terms of my products, in terms of my Amway education. Was I really watching those videos to learn, or was I just just breezing through those, right? Was I really understanding what the business plan is? What is a BBI and BFI that people are talking about? Actually studying these things was what that journey from phase A to phase B will actually help you with. Working on my habits. I was not used to getting up first thing in the morning and doing a self-talk, or really writing down my goals, or writing down what I was going to accomplish today, the top 10 things I was going to work. I wasn't that person. I was really good at picking up my phone and checking social media, and that's really what I did. But I had to actively and aggressively work on my habits, because as my habits changed, my success in the business started to change, right? I had to own my mindset shift, because what happened is I was used to thinking in a certain way, acting in a certain way. Now I had to actually intentionally change that if I was going to be a business owner. And that's where the audios and the books and the associations kicked in. But my question was always this, right? Are we just attending to attend an event, or are we actually learning and implementing it? And the last thing I'll end with this is that we could actually give excuses about anything. I'm a student, I can't do 150 PV, I am a this and I can't do that. But thinking about solutions and figuring out ways, owning my volume, owning my network, that was my responsibility. And the way I got to do it is like everybody talked about in multiple different ways is be able to be in tight communication with my coach so that they can lead me, guide me, and get me to the next level. Yes, building that relationship was very uncomfortable, but I had to step it in because I knew that that was my path to financial freedom. With that, I will bring up Vijay.
Awesome, fantastic. Kia gave great pointers on taking complete ownership of volume in your business as you navigate from phase A to becoming partnership honoring. Moving from partnership honoring, which is phase B, to phase C is all about owning your skill set game through consistent work ethic. So you can become like a good example for your own team. You can model for your own team. Okay, the goal is not perfection, but more of performance. Doing massive action with a direction. Okay, upline may recommend 3 to 4 times a week doing masala or sharing your story, which is great. However, Kay and I, we said, you know what, let's kind of take it up a notch. We said we'll do it 5 to 6 times a week, so we can kind of take ownership of our own skill set growth. Then moving from doing 5 to 6 times, we said, oh, why don't you do 5 to 6? Individually, we started doing 5 to 6, right? So we can accelerate our growth. Okay, same goes for MNG. Instead of doing 2 to 3, how about raise the standards to 4 to 5 MNGs per week? Okay, the mindset is more of extreme ownership in your skill set with intentionality. Okay, for K and I, even today we have a standard of doing 10 personal MNGs every month. Past month, which is December, the holiday season, you know, it's fun, especially Chicago, all the lightings and everything, gatherings. Even in that month, with all the cancellations, rescheduling, K and I still did 7 personals. No launches yet. Okay, this is outside of the MNGs we did for the team. Okay, but hey, that's our personal decision to fight for the standard we set and set an example for our team. Okay, question is, what kind of standard do you want to level up in your phase B to phase C skill set growth? Okay, Rashmi always says there is nothing like a hardworking IBO without results. So when we were doing these activities, K and I became result oriented as well, meaning this meant tracking our work and scheduling time to have those weekly PHP calls with our upline. Okay, when doing the PHP, doing it with an intentionality to learn where we can fine tune and do a deep dive with the coach and reverse engineer from where we were and then where we want to be, right? So we want to do that, getting a strategy on what to work on our skill sets. For these PHP sessions, when we walked in, actually, Kay and I walked in with the quantifiable data set. A lot of times, we've always find ourselves busy. Sometimes all 30 days I've been busy building the business. But when we put that numbers on the paper, we realize only 10 DTMs or only 10 callable numbers or only 5 MNGs done in 30 days. So question we asked ourselves, man, it's been a busy month, but was it a productive month also? Right? So we started kind of owning every aspect of skill set growth in terms of network development. And last but not the least, what was the turnaround time after the PHP session with your coach? Okay, is it going to be weeks before you get back to your coach, or days, or maybe few hours, right? Faster turnaround leads to faster skill set growth, which obviously yields to faster results. A big shout out to Davis on our team. He's been consistently working on a skill set for the past 7 months, doing 12 MNGs personally himself, and he launched his 4th leg, taking the candidate all through the process steps all by himself. Gang, we're excited about the work. Massive work ethics backed up with the sense of urgency and tracking the results and progress. Get your personal launches logged in, and then the next function, let's come back as BBIs, BFIs, and 6x15. Over to you, Jerry and Leah.
All right, thank you, Vijay and Kaya. Hey, what's up, team? We're going to talk about investment mentality. When you guys heard about this, you guys may be confused about, oh, we're just spending $130, $210 in the business. What really to invest, right? Listen, guys, we're in a low-cost business. Doesn't mean there's no investment at all. But compared to traditional business, this is more like small, consistent, small investment to lead a bigger result. All right, a few things I want to talk about. I'll pass to my wife, Leah, later. So first thing first, guys. When I first time qualified, I talked to my mentor, JB Kapoor. JB tell me, if you only focus on growing your neck down, you only go physically wide. I look at myself, no more physical wide, right? So he said, I gotta focus on growing neck up. I said, what is that? So I started to realize, man, I got a lot of things to grow. I need to grow my communication skill. People don't understand my English that time. I have no idea what leadership was about. So I asked my mentor, what am I gonna do? He said, buy books, read books. So guess the first month of my business, I spent in $200 buy 10 plus books. Like people say, wow, $200 really? When you go to college, the textbook you never used before, the $200, $300, right? And here, that 10 plus books that literally helped me the first year to go platinum because we were able to do better work, more effective work within the first year. Second thing, guys, when you open your app, you're down with all the talks on the regular section. Now you're wondering, man, this is a premium section, man, it's locked. I can't get in. When you hear people talking about Louis and Jackie in diamond qualification, how did we grow to 200 people last year to now 600 plus people? Man, you know what? They talk about in the mastermind session. If you want to know this information, you want to get high level information, you know what? You can talk to mentors, sit down, have a game plan, talk about your finances, see if you can get to the premium subscription. Do you know actually tomorrow night we're gonna have a special night with a guest speaker? If you don't know that, you still have time to talk about it. So guys, now folks, because of technology, Zoom, right? You can grow a business anywhere you go, right? We're in Shanghai now, grow a business anywhere we want. But here's it. If you really want to grow a long distance team, you gotta be there physically, folks. I just don't get it. I can't do this in a virtual dinner session. Like you eating steamy, you eating dumpling, I see you eating chicken. Like, come on, man. I want to see your chicken taste like it. You know what I'm saying? It's no way we can build a relation just through the Zoom. It's not that real. Nothing can really be. You and your business partner sit down together, grab a coffee or food, listen to them talk about their up and downs in life. And you can be the life for them, helping them going through different challenges. That is the way to build a relationship, guys. I still remember when the first year when I was going platinum, we got a student, I drove more than 30,000 miles in the first year because I have a team everywhere. I have to go there to build a team. Rashmi once said, like, if you go, the team grow. If you don't go, team doesn't grow. Then what are you going to do? You go. So guess what? We go. All right. I got to pass my amazing wife, Leanne.
Yeah. So thanks so much, Jerry. And I think the key for all of the speakers that they already made, I hope you also really take it into implementation, is invest in yourself. Because there's really great value and potential that if you invest aggressively in yourself, and then invest in actual books, invest in the podcast, invest in, this is a virtual function, but the next one going to be in person. That do you hesitate to buy your flight ticket? Initially, that you might. I mean, I actually did really hesitate in the very beginning, but I'm just really grateful that Jerry had no second thought in buying all those different tools like he actually just said, but all those educations help us to move in a bigger way in this business opportunity. I want to switch the gears, talk a little bit about invest in growing your business. That don't hesitate on investing in samplings. Don't hesitate on investing in growing, having proper inventory at your home. That we recently just moved in our new home, and not in Shanghai, but in the United States. Very thankful for the opportunity. We wouldn't really be able to have that, not really big, if we are not growing the opportunity. But guess what? We invested tons of the products. We package every single gift packages. We knock the door of our neighbors, get to know them, and introduce ourselves and introduce the products. So don't chip your business and then say, then I just give the product catalog. Nobody will know how the bar tastes. The products speak for themselves. And if you are willing to give out and then be generous with those samples, you will have a greater return on the investment. And at the same time, also invest in your team. Like Jerry already mentioned about that, you got to really learn how to grow your organizations, not really when the people ask for it. Because I know a lot of leaders in this organization, they have certain attitude. They're like, yeah, if they have a question, they're going to call me. Like my door is always open for people. And then we learn that in a very hard way as well, that we learn to get out of the door, leave it open, but get outside of the door, find people where they are, and then proactively think about what is their next roadblock, and then find the solutions provided for the team so that they can grow in their beginning journey. It might be it's a book. That they have about, I don't know that if your team that you launch that they have about like $10, $10, $20 to invest in the book, but we take it outside of our pocket and grow for our team. That maybe it's enough going to their city, like Jerry just mentioned about, and I'm probably investing in a coffee chat as you need it to grow the relationships. Whatever it actually takes to help you to grow the business. And also the hesitations that you have, if you wonder, should you go, that it might also come from the hesitation that where you see people. that initially when we saw people, we're like, man, like they're just 100 PV. Like, do I invest the time to go there? Then we don't really, when we switch our expectation and we think, okay, it's not about where they are, it's about who they can be and then where they can go, then we don't really hesitate to actually go at all. So change your perspective and seek for potentials. And it's so that when it creates a ripple effect, the more you invest in people, you also gain value at the same time that when you also develop that strength and the confidence for yourself. So hopefully that our topics add a certain value. And then we want to also get back to Devon and Tejan and see if there's any wrap-up thoughts.
No, I think in the interest of time, we'll give it back to the host. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. We learned so much from just hearing all of your guys' different thought process and mindset. I think one of the biggest things that I took away is where you go is where your business will grow, especially just being in COVID times in the last handful of years. It's been so easy just to build business behind a computer screen, but really just getting out there and being in person with your partners is so important.
Yeah, don't be afraid to invest the miles, invest the hours. It's one of the best parts of the business. But yeah, we're going to move into a 5-minute break. So hit the restroom, grab an excess, just share some takeaways, have some fun time during the break, get re-energized.
Yeah, and don't forget about the hashtag.
Yeah,
keep your posts coming.
Let's get this thing going on the app.
Share your takeaways, watch parties and things like that. So with that, we will reconvene at 8:08 Central Standard Time sharp. See you guys then.
Keep on working for the ain't got time for that. Just let it go, watch another baby, keep on dancing, I'll find myself another. Bossa Nova, Bossa Nova. Bossa Nova, Bossa Nova. Bossa Nova.
मूछों को थोड़ा राउंड घुमा के अन्ना की जैसा चश्मा लगा के कोकोनट में लस्सी मिला के आ जाओ सारे मूड बना के मूछों को थोड़ा राउंड घुमा के अन्ना के जैसा चश्मा लगा के कोकोनट में लस्सी मिला के आ जाओ सारे मूड बना के all the Rajini fans don't miss that chance all the Rajini fans don't miss that chance दिखाना पड़ेगा इसको मैं जब ये गाना बजेगा on the floor आना पड़ेगा लुंगी को उठाना पड़ेगा स्टेप करके दिखाना पड़ेगा all the Rajini fans don't miss that chance all the Rajini fans don't miss that chance क्लब में आया मैं तो मुझको रोकेगा कौन और कहीं को मेरा मूड में डांस करेगा किसी का डैडी से नहीं डरेगा जिसको जो भी है करना वो कर लो इधर ही मैं हूँ खड़ा पकड़ लो घर पे जाके तुम गूगल कर लो मेरे बारे में विकिपीडिया पे पढ़ लो अरे मेरे जैसे डांस इसको आते वो योग रात को मैं ही सिखा दे वो घर पे आते मुझसे सीख जाते मुझसे सीख वो लोग को सिखा दे
All right, now we're back from break. Everybody shake it off. Get ready to go. We're really pumped for this next part. The fun part about the conference is getting together and actually celebrating the growth.
So we're actually going to be heading into a pin recognition. It's showing all the growth that's happened all since September of 2022. So we're going to kick it over to the tech team to bring up a slideshow and video showcasing all of the growth that's happened on the Jodi Prakash team since September of 22.
Brandon and Amanda Wood, and I'm a new Bronze Foundation. I'm super excited to kick things into high gear. Lots of things happening in my organization, and we are just excited to grow.
Team, this is Deepak, part of Navina and Srinidhi, all the way up to Sab, Vinod and Abhita. By background, I am a recent grad from University of Windsor. Thanks for recognizing me as a new BFI. pretty excited in order to get my BBI done before April 30th, get my silver done before August. And we'll be having 3 more BBIs from my team for Bahamas cruise. Thank you.
Hey team, this is Alagan coming from Tampa, Florida, part of SAB, Vinodan Abida, all the way up to Rashmi and Smita Jyoti Prakash team, and super excited for the BFI. Oh my god, 30% extra bonus, and all excited for 2023 and getting platinum done by September 2023.
Hey everyone, we are Joe and Katie Revelis out of Sheboygan, Wisconsin. We are both engineers by background, and we are coached by Mike and Kelsey Beaupre.
And a quick tip for everyone, just go out there, do the work, not just to check a box, but because you're convicted. Find that conviction in whatever why is motivating you to push through the tough times and just do it.
I am Evelyn from United Kingdom. My plane, Platinum, Dave and Seema. And a plane, Diamond, Rashmi and Smita. I am very happy to achieve BFI and looking forward to achieve BBI by June 2023.
We're Darian and Alexa Riley out of Charlotte, North Carolina. We are sponsored and coached by our Upline Platinums going Emerald, Michael and Kelsey Beaupre. And we have backgrounds in athletics and IT project management.
Absolutely. And one thing that was vital for us going Browns Foundation is really just learning how to truly build trust and empower our team.
Hey everybody, Nicole Ward here, Upline Melindy Gaines, and a part of the Emerald Going Mayank and Shipper Shavasava team. On up to Mega Diamonds, Joyland and Asha Vakil. And super excited that I was able to earn the BFI incentive this quarter and looking forward to earning it many more times this year, as well as bringing my team along with me. Let's keep crushing these goals. You got it in the bag, and I look forward to seeing you at the top.
Hello team, Oliver here. I'm proudly coach mentor by Ramos Chen, Sean and Blair, all the way to Jillian. Upline Diamonds, Craig and Carrie Klickner. I'm super excited to qualify BFI bonus. Because working as a project manager in bank industry, I barely see people can have 40% increase in salary from promotion. But here's different. Everybody have the chance to have 30, 40, even 70% increase as long as you're willing to put the work. My goal is to qualify Eagle by March, and you will see me finish platinum by 2023 August.
Hello, Jyoti Prakash team. This is Sab coming to you from Pittsburgh, part of the Emerald Going team of Vinod and Abita, Manoj and Arpita, Vijay and Kaya, Gaurav and Sapna, EDC, Rashmi and Smita's organization. By background, I have a master's in electrical engineering, and I currently work in space, defense, and telecommunication industry. And so excited about the BBA and all the growth that our team is experiencing, that just that 40% profit alone covers our mortgage, right? It was so cool to think about that. Of course, we had a phenomenal growth last year. We had 68 launches across our organization. But what I'm excited more is about the goal that we have set for this year. We are tracking 200 new launches, and we'll have 17 new BBAs coming out of this year. Can't wait for the Jyoti Prakash Bahamas cruise. It's going to be a ride.
Hi everyone, this is Christina and Raji. By profession, I'm a wellness nurse, building this business with my lovely husband and 2 young daughters, Shana and Samira. Really excited about this business building in UK.
And as Christina was mentioning, my name is Rajiv, working in the care industry for a couple of years. This opportunity is amazing, and our upline diamonds are Rashmi and Smita Jyoti Prakash from America. And the only message what we can give today is...
Hey everybody, we are Tyke and Kayla Hanley out of Madison, Wisconsin. Our uplines are Golds, Jake and Alyssa Needing, Rubies, Stefan and Aaron Sumnicht, and Emeralds, Brandon and Amanda Wood.
And being New Bronze builders, the way we really went about that was being focused on our downlines goals, but also where the progression needed to be. And progression can only happen when you're setting the example. And that example for us was we put 3 new legs in the last 90 days. We're looking at launching another one on February 1st, making it up to 8 or 9 legs. So we're making it happen and setting the example, and that's what it takes. We'll see you guys soon. Have a great conference.
Hi everyone, this is Sunny Liu, based of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, coached and mentored by Michael and Kelsey Beaupre, Ruby going Emerald. My background is in healthcare, and one thing to know about the bronze pin is that truly is a pin there not only to make your business the most profitable, but also help you set up your structure to go platinum and above the most profitable way. So definitely worth the hustle, and excited for everybody's growth this year.
Hello everyone, myself Rajni, and I'm building this business with my husband Raj. I got 3 kids. I'm working with the hotel industry. I'm living in UK. Thank you very much, Manoj and Veena, coaching and mentoring us. And my diamond is Rashmi and Sumita, and really exciting to achieving BBI and qualification. And my looking further, starting my platinum qualification with the 6 legs in April.
One team, who is excited? We are Vikram and Anu from Fremont, California. I have a background in engineering, working in IT management. Anu has a background in pharmacy. Our amazing uplines are Amay and Madhu from New Jersey, and coaches and mentors are the one and only Rashmi and Smita Jyoti Prakash. We're excited about the momentum in the team and for qualifying BBI.
Thank you, Rashmi and Smita, for putting the cruise promotion. We are excited for that and booking our rooms today. And definitely we are taking 4 new qualifiers to the BBI cruise and starting our platinum qualification in March
2023.
Thank you.
Hey team, Ashley Craval here, coming out of Atlanta, Georgia. My uplines are Platinum Going Jaya and Shri, up to Emerald Going Mayank and Shipra. I'm part of the Mega Diamond Ship of Jonathan Asha Vakil. Really pumped about all the BBI bonus money. 2 things I'm really looking forward to this year. Obviously starting platinum qualification in March, and the BBI bonus kicking in with that is going to be sick. And really excited for the Jyoti Prakash BBI cruise coming up later this year and bringing another 2 qualifiers with me.
Hello everyone, this is Himadri and Soma. We are from Seattle, Washington. Our upline is Spartans Sanghamitra, and our mentor are Rashmi and Smita Jyoti Prakash. By background, I have degrees in humanities. I'm a full-time mom and a social entrepreneur, and here is Himadri.
Hello team, this is Himadri. By background, I have a bachelor's in engineering and master's in management, and currently work in the product management field. We qualified for BBI in September 2022, and we are super excited for the upcoming Bahama cruise in November, and we are going to take 3 more BBI qualifiers from our team to that cruise and enjoy it together. With that, over and out.
Hey everyone, we're Koya and Tador from Madison, Wisconsin, proudly sponsored in business by Frank and Laura Niantachi, coached and mentored by Mason and Allie Eddy.
Yeah, the biggest tip that we'd have for you all is lock in those habits, stay consistent, and if something's not working, just be really intentional about fixing it.
Yeah, we're super excited for the year ahead. We're going to be new 4000s in April, getting 615 done by the end of January. Tons of momentum in the whole Klickner organization right now, and the larger Leadership One community as well. So get after it.
Hi, Mojgan here. I'm a holistic nutritionist from Toronto. I'm honored to be a part of Mitra Gerami and Garvan Sapna's team. This is my 5th month of being in BBI qualification. Thank you, Legacy Leadership.
Hello team, it is Ramos coming at you from New York. I have background in software engineering. I'm sponsored by Kevin Zhu, coached by Sean and Blair, and also Zheyuan Lian. 7500 PV was absolute teamwork. Really appreciate the effort from all my mentors and my entire team for sure. I was stuck at 2500 PV for about 5 years. But this fiscal year was a different decision, different mindset, different work ethic. The team made the goal happen. You will definitely see me qualifying Q-Top this fiscal year, and I be the biggest part for Sean and Blair going Emerald team.
Hey everyone, we are Devin and Sam Zilmer based out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We are engineers by background, and we are so proudly coached and mentored by Ruby's Going Emerald, Michael and Kelsey Beaupre.
Yeah, we couldn't be more excited for the growth in the Zilmer team. We just started Platinum Call this year, really just a function of the team moving on, and I think that's going to be playing out here as we wrap up Platinum and back up the Beaupres, and really excited for the growth of the entire Jyoti Prakash team.
What's up, Legacy Leadership team? Ryan Schlick coming at you from St. Louis, Missouri. Background in project management, Upline Diamonds, Craig and Carrie Klickner. I build business with my girlfriend Haley. We went silver in September. You'll see us put in our 2nd month of qualification for Platinum Ship. This month in January, we are super pumped for Mr. Jimmy Cole, new 2500 in St. Louis. and Mr. Jacob Zamarin out in Phoenix, Arizona, and the team that he's building.
Hello everyone, Devin Seema here from United Kingdom. Our upline platinum Ajay and Sharon, upline diamond Rashmi and Smita, and truly blessed and mentored by founder platinum going Emerald Rajan and Indu. We achieved platinumship August 2022.
Small message guys from our side. Work in depth and have a close connection with your mentor and coaches. That simple.
And we're on track to get the founder platinum done on August 2023. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Sign up now.
Well, we just want to say congratulations to all the pin winners. I mean, again, it's just amazing to see people moving on in business. And if that doesn't energize you, I mean, us just seeing other people move on, everybody throughout. I mean, 300 PV is a big deal. If you make it a big deal, eventually platinum will come closer.
Yeah. And then the great thing is too, is we have the spring leadership coming up in April in Atlanta. Guess what? We're going to have another pin recognition there as well for, if you maybe didn't qualify this time, to be showcased at the pin recognition then.
Yeah.
So with that, we are going to be moving on to a very special couple near and dear to our hearts. We are a little biased because these are our direct mentors, Michael and Kelsey Bowbray.
Yeah, they basically raised us as babies in this environment and helped us develop a lot of skill sets, grow in life, and just in a phenomenal couple. And they're going to talk about going from phase B to phase C, which is making a decision and doing the work and developing. So there's nobody more qualified to speak to this. We're excited to pass it over to you guys.
Hey, thanks, Devin and Sam. We are pumped up to be here. What a night. So many great talks so far. We're pumped for that. We're Michael and Kelsey. We're out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We're proudly sponsored by Mason Alley Eddie, coached by Eddie and Cassie Kutniks, who are Upline Emeralds. And we get to talk about going from phase B to phase C. And this is the fun part of the journey, right? You got your habits down, you got a foundation set, you're someone who can be duplicated. Now the goal is to go grow a darn company. Go build the asset and the cash flow that we've been talking about. And here's the deal, guys. We overcomplicated this a ton. We made this a lot harder than it needs to be. Our encouragement to you, and hopefully this talk will help you make it simple. Okay. I remember the first Achievers trip. We went Q12. We went to our first Achievers trip and we got there. The first thing we thought is, why did we make this so hard?
What took us
Look at all these people, so many different backgrounds, so many different educated, non-educated, tall, short, whatever. There were so many people who did it. So here's what that told us. Anyone can build teams. We truly believe any one of you out there listening to this can go and start building an organization of your own. Our coaches always told us if we weren't seeing results in growing a team, there was 4 things we need to work on. 4 simple things: your skill set, your work ethic, the quality of people you were talking to, and your attitude. So if you're wondering why you're not creating results, it's one of those 4 variables, nothing else. Okay. So let's talk about these 4 things. Your skill set. This is simple. There's 2 skills you need. You need to learn how to network and book meet and greets or put people into an evaluation process. And then the second skill set is you need to learn how to bring people through an evaluation or qualification process. Those 2 things. Okay. How do you learn how to put people into an evaluation process? You study the gosh darn material. You guys, there's an entire system. There's apps, or there's a podcast, there's your coaches, there's materials out there for you to learn how to do this. Don't think you have to be some super fancy, like the best spoken person, the best looking person in the room to be able to book a darn meet and greet. Okay. It's not that difficult if you study. The people on our team that we've seen create the most growth, they got into the audios, they studied, they got with their coaches, and they did this thing called play huddling. Okay. Meaning they got real in sync with their coach, learning the different parts of a conversation and the mindset behind it. Okay. But here's the deal. Don't play huddle forever. Big mistake we see a lot of people make is they just lean on their coaches almost too much. So they never actually learn this skill. So we teach our teams, you play huddle with your coach to graduate each part of a conversation until you can do it on your own. And you want to do that as quickly as possible. So here's the deal around booking meet and greets or learning how to do that is first, get a big list. If you're new to this community, you're new to this venture, build a huge list of what we call your close friends and family, your A list or your B list or your acquaintances, and then get with your coach and put as many people as you can in front of them. But here's the deal. When you do that, watch them. Watch what they do. Okay. And that will lead you in building the second skill set, which is learning how to bring people through an evaluation process. A lot of people make the mistake. Their coach starts doing evaluation processes for them, and they're so worried about what the candidate is thinking more than watching what their coach is doing. And they miss the mindset and the skills to build a multi-million-dollar company because they're so worried about the candidate. You guys all have people who've built successful businesses you can learn from. You got to do it. The skill set isn't that hard if you're willing to focus. Want to talk about work ethic?
Yeah. So in terms of work ethic, so moving on from phase B to phase C, the work ethic and the mindset is you just have to be willing to do whatever it takes. Not that one talk said this amount of work, so then that's what you do. That might not be your metrics. Everyone has different metrics. So it's part of amping up your work ethic and getting the results is actually tracking your work ethic is super huge. But what you want to find is what's the amount of work that you need to do to be launching a partner every single month, or to be doing at least 10 meet and greets in a month, right? So what is the gap for you and how can you elevate that? Now, one thing with work ethic is, most people come into this environment they think of maybe starting a side hustle as it's a hobby, right? It's something I'm doing on the side. And that's the mindset of an amateur. Anything that someone does as an amateur, they do because they feel like it, because it sounds really fun, because they enjoy it or they're bored. If you want to create results and amp up your work ethic, you have to level up to a professional type mindset. A professional, they do things regardless of how they feel, no matter what. And they develop a really strong skill, like what Michael talked about. So the thing is that if you're struggling with amping up your work ethic, it's not that you're incapable of doing more work. It's just that you're choosing to prioritize other things over your family's, creating family legacy, creating wealth for your family, creating financial independence. You're choosing Netflix, you're choosing video games, you're choosing Instagram or insert app that is taking up the most time, whether it's Twitter, TikTok, whatever it is. There's other things that are taking way more of your time than your business, which is the thing that's going to give you the life that you're ultimately after. And so when we noticed a huge shift in the results we were getting, it's when we moved our business as priority number 17, which is an amateur hobbyist, to moving it to the professional level where it moved up to priority number 4. It was God, family, our jobs. I no longer have one. So now it's number 3 for me. And the 4th thing was our business, right? So we had to shift that mindset. And it's not just moving up your business activity as priority number 4, it's networking and the actual growth of your business. Because you might sit down and feel like you're doing all this work for your business, but you're just like updating your Ditto, getting your VCS taken care of, changing your profile picture on your My Shop. No, you need to be sit down, whether it's networking or you're out meeting people, whatever that looks like, that is what the work ethic of running your business is. So it's going to take growing your capacity is going to be really huge and you're going to feel super stretched. But in just my, humble but accurate opinion as someone who stepped out of working at the age of 30, it is worth it to feel stretched for a hustle of a few years to create the family legacy and life that you want. So maybe it's leveling up in your work ethic, but maybe you're crushing it in the work ethic game. Maybe you're doing 10 meet and greets a month, but you're still not launching the amount of partners that you need to. And if that's the case, then usually it's the quality of people that you're networking with. You're scraping the bottom of the barrel. Whoever you can have a conversation with, you're up for it, which, sometimes that's part of developing the skill. You need to have a lot of reps. But in terms of the quality of people, you want someone at your ambition level or above. So we're talking about building out your A team. Also, we want to have partners that we really want to spend a lot of time with. We're talking about developing a lifelong partnership. So it's not, we always talk about, we're looking for partners, not for projects, not for people that we feel like they need it the most because they don't have a job or they don't whatever. It's like, yes, they could definitely benefit from this community, but we're looking for real life business partners. So it's time to elevate the quality of people too. This also goes for new partners. And if you're a new partner, what we think that the early time that you get with your coach is so precious. They will not, just a little forewarning, they're not going to do process appointments with you forever. There's going to be like a set timeline that's going to look like. And so 1, you need to learn the skill of bringing someone through an evaluation process like Michael shared. But 2, use that time as precious and get the sharpest people in front of them. Who are the people on your list that make you a little bit nervous or you're like, this person is crushing it in life? Those are the people that you want to introduce to your coach. So you don't have to be running those process appointments on your own, but also they make such great partners when people are at a super high ambition level.
Last one, and the most important, and a lot of people have talked about tonight, is attitude. Okay, Kelsey and I went through times in our journey from phase B to phase C where we were doing work, we had a good enough skill set, but our attitude just frankly kind of sucked. Mm-hmm. We were not playing to win the game. We were so worried about losing it. Because listen, you're not going to be great when you first learn a skill set. You're not going to be great when you learn to have a work habit that is good. You're going to suck a little bit along the way, and that's okay. But what you need to make sure is your mindset doesn't get jaded about that you don't start thinking about, oh, is this person going to fall out of the evaluation process? Oh, am I going to book the number of meet and greets I want? We spent so much time in the worried, like wondering if we were going to fail phase, instead of saying, we are playing to win this game. We want to go platinum. We want to be around these leaders. We see the lifestyle you can create in this environment, and we're willing to do whatever it takes, like Kel said, to go do it. And we had to start learning to speak right around our work. We had to learn how to get ourselves excited about doing the work. And at the end of the day, we had to get our hearts right. What we weren't looking to do is get people or like just have new partners. We were looking to impact lives. And we had spent enough time in this system, and it impacted us. So if you haven't let the system and these people impact you, that's a good step if you want to get results in phase C. But here's the deal. Any business can be fixed, okay? Rashmi Smith always told us this, no matter where you're at. I don't care if you have so much momentum right now, that's good for you. But if you have not had the momentum you want, you haven't had the launches you want, guess what? Your business can be fixed. It's these 4 things. Take note this weekend. Go, hey, what do I need to fix? Is it my work habit? Is it my attitude? Is it my skill set? Is it the people that I'm talking to? Get with your coach, get a game plan to do it. Okay. And you guys, we have the best system in the world. I truly believe that. Kelsey and I are the people today because of Leadership One, because of Legacy Leadership Collective. You got to start acting like it. And I think the farther we've gone in life, we've realized there's a lot of people who are looking to create success out there, and they don't have access to the amazing system and people that we do. So we had to start to wear that with a bit of a chip on our shoulder, and people will feel it. Okay. You can absolutely count on us. We're going to have 13 qualifiers on the Bronze Builder Cruise with us. We are so jacked about the growth everywhere. You can count on us starting Emerald qualification in September 2023. And with that, back to Devin and Sam.
Wow, such a good talk, guys. I think there's obviously a reason why you guys are going Emerald. Why that's going to happen is because of the conviction you guys speak with. And I think one of the things we love always hearing you guys talk about is it's simple. Our business is simple. It really is defined by multiple skill sets. It's like a recipe to make cookies. Just don't forget one of the ingredients. Otherwise, you're going to get bad cookies. So,
exactly.
Yep.
Well, moving on here. So if you guys don't have a team of 10 yet, this next discussion is for you. And side note, if you do have a team of 10, this discussion is also for you, because our goal is to help people in our team build teams of 10. Yep. So we are so excited to bring up our upline Emeralds, Eddie and Cassie Kutnick, and also Grav and Sapna to talk about building teams of 10.
What is up, Jyoti Prakash team? We are so excited to be with you guys tonight. We are Eddie and Cassie Kutnick. We are both eye doctors by profession. Cassie's been free woman now for about a year and absolutely loving life. We live in Chicago with our 1-year-old little girl. And we're so excited to be on this discussion with Garv and Sapna Verma. Man, just feels so right. It feels so appropriate in our hearts, because when we first moved to Chicago, Garv and Sapna, we like to think about them as our surrogate uplines. They just welcomed us with open arms and made us just feel so at home. So we're excited to have a discussion with them about how to build teams. And I'll tell you what, building your first team of 10 is when you earn your stripes. This is when you earn your feathers as an eagle. I think that this is arguably one of the hardest parts about the entire business is building your first team of 10. It's kind of like it's the IBO walkabout, it's the coming of age tale, because it's this point when I remember calling my upline. I remember calling my coach when I was building this first team of 10, just with tears in my eyes, because nobody else was doing this thing like I was doing it. I would sponsor a partner, they do a little bit. I'd sponsor another partner, they do a little bit, but nobody else was doing what I was doing. And one of the things that Rashmi and Smith have always taught us is that in a platinum team, there's 40 to 50 people. And in a team of 40 to 50 people, there's 4 to 5 performers, and hopefully one of them is you. So if you do some math there in your first team of 10, that means that there probably isn't going to be any other performers, and that is okay. This is your time to earn it for yourself. This is your time to build that self-image, so that when you sit with somebody and they look at your eyes and you talk about the places that you're going, they actually believe it. So in building this first team of 10, one of the things that you're going to realize in short order is that people just come in all different shapes and sizes and all different personality types. And sometimes it feels like when somebody else's personality type is not the same as ours, it can feel like it is maybe not the right one, or that you might need to change them. or something like that. And I would just let you know that you don't need to change anybody. Being a leader is about learning how to leverage everybody's strengths. Listen, the Avengers would be a pretty lame team if all the superheroes had the same superpowers. So it's up to you as a leader to figure out how to utilize each person's individual strengths and skill sets to grow the team.
Yeah, working with people is one of the hardest things you can do. I mean, corporate America employs hundreds of people. This is called HR. This is called Scrum Masters. I mean, there are multiple positions because people are so poor at working with people that have different personalities, different cultural backgrounds, people naturally stink at it. We like to be around people that are like us, that have similar personalities. But what I've learned, like Eddie said, is not to try to change other people. To be honest, you can't change someone else. You can only change yourself. So just let that one go. It gives you a big weight off the shoulders. And instead, see it as a perspective for you to be able to see things from another angle. I truly believe there have been people in our business organization that were put in our team to teach me a lesson on how to work with a few different personality types that maybe weren't type A, maybe weren't, controlled, maybe weren't introverted, all these different things to teach me how to be a better leader, to be a better friend, to be a better wife, to be a better sister to people around me. So one tip I would say if you're wanting to work with people with different personalities is get really good at saying sorry. I mess up a lot of stuff. I might accidentally say something to offend someone. I don't mean to. My heart is always in the right place. And I think if people know that and you're quick to say sorry, you can move on and create these really, really strong, beautiful relationships. And I think at the end of the day, none of us want a team of just copies of us. We want to work with other people that are exciting, that bring diversity and different ideas to the team and organization. We know that that's going to help us move forward. So we'd love to hear anything you guys want to add on to that, Gaurav and Sapna.
Yeah, sure. Well, what a kickoff, guys. Fantastic. And we've known Eddie and Kathy since a long time, and we're so proud of you guys. My name is Gaurav, Sapna. We work in IT. They are eye doctors, and we wear eyeglasses. But teams just kind of get along. Anyway, jokes aside, team of 10. So when I come from an IT background, information technology engineering background. So guess what? When I walked into this industry of building my own business, and I heard team of 10, it somehow it felt a little overwhelming. It's like, I'm not really sure. I've not really led 10 people at that time. So I was like, can I do it? But then there's a book by Andrew Chen, Cold Start Problem, in which he talks about how pretty much all companies in this world first have to put together, any company during the launch phase, they have to put together a team of 10. That's what he calls as the atomic network. And Rashmi's been talking about the same concept, the team of 10, because that team of 10 is not, it actually revolves around you. You are the sun and everybody else is the planet. You got to hold that team together. You're the gravitational pull. You are the everything around that. You provide energy to the team. And that was something that I had to agree that, well, if I want to have an asset-based income, then I will have to learn a basic route, which is I got to learn how to work with people, the team of 10. So I want to pass it to Sapna, because relationships is something that we all have to learn, and we have to learn it through reading books, observing uplines. But I definitely enjoy seeing Sapna building a lot of the relationships. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Eddie and Cassie, and thank you, Rashmi and Smita, for the opportunity. And we learned a lot from Rashmi and Smita, observing them. And one thing that we learned in this opportunity, building a team, was you had to do two things. You had to open your heart and open your home. And, when we lived in a one-bedroom apartment, driving a Toyota Corolla, Rashmi and Smita always made us feel like we were great. And they opened their $1 million home to us. And we never felt like, oh my gosh, what's going on or something like that, because they made us feel so comfortable, and a lot of people are so worried about their house, or so worried about their things. Oh my God, this, that. But remember that when you're working with people, people are looking at you. People want to be around people who make them feel comfortable, who make them feel empowered and make them feel okay. It's okay for them to goof up. If you try to make your team too perfect, they will run away from you. People run away from perfectionists, actually. You want to improve them step at a time. Okay. And helping the people step at a time will also help you build trust with them. Trust, coming down to the next topic about trust, is trust takes two things. One is, are you creating growth? Okay, people look for growth, and then they trust their upline as far as the work ethics is going, that, okay, yeah, my plan is able to create results. I can trust them with this business. Second thing is, can they trust their lives with you? Can they trust you as a human being? And that is something that you have to earn. We used to many times think, why don't these people trust us? We are such good people. We have good jobs. We have good family. Why don't they believe in us? Because trust takes time. It has to be earned, and be willing to go through that process to earn somebody's trust. And it is not a very comfortable process to do it with new people, but that's something that you have to do, and you have to work towards it so that they trust you with their business and their lives.
Yeah. And one of the things that is your superpower as you build a team of 10 is what is your coach. As you build a team of 10, Eddie and Cassie, I want you to chime in right away. As a matter of fact, as you build your team of 10, you are building your credibility, and you might not have been making money, right? You might be actually losing a few people here and there, but that superpower card, like, the Avengers superpower, okay, is your upline mentor and coach. Eddie and Kathy, can you shed some light on how you would recommend people to tap into that, the coach and the community of Leadership One?
Such a great question, Gaurav. I think when it comes to how you leverage your coach, a lot of it comes down to what are you leaving to your coach? In other words, how much ownership are you taking over your own business? We were always told that it's not your business unless you're the one who's giving the books to the new IBOs. It's not your business until you're the one who's actually giving people the links to the events. If your upline was the one who was trying to confirm with your downline to make sure that they were on tonight, make sure that they got the registration link and everything okay, well, it just means that maybe you haven't quite taken ownership over your own business yet. So, there's a role called the joker, where whoever is the one that's lending the books, who's giving the sample products, who is, reminding somebody about the events, or, organizing somebody's rides, or finding information on the website. That's the joker stuff. So if you can take that off the plate of your coach, you can actually give your coach the role to be able to truly influence in your team. So, we've always been told that, when you're bringing somebody through a vetting process, as an example, the later you can wait to bring in your coach, the more effectiveness you're going to get from your coach, because they're the jet booster fuel to take it to just that next point where you go as far as you can with somebody in the vetting process until you feel like you really need to bring in that jet booster fuel. And that's when you bring in your coach. So it is when you have IBOs in your team.
Yeah, I think it just comes to Gaurav, like Eddie is saying, taking off things off the plate from your coach that you can take care of yourself. And for me, it was not asking them a question or asking them to come and help in the area of the group just to ask the question or just to bring them in, but instead really doing it because I knew it could add value in that area. It was an area I need to learn. And it wasn't just because I was being lazy in my own entrepreneurial journey. So I think the biggest way we've learned to leverage our coaches, and we're still working on today, is really utilizing them effectively in our group in areas we need to learn, in situations we haven't handled before with different partners, maybe in areas in our own life where we can shimmy it up a little bit. And of course, just always making that next connection. We never have an ego with bringing in our coaches to work with anyone in our group. They're always a blessing. If Craig and Carrie, Kyle and Lauren, Hadia want to come in and chat with anyone on our team, they know that they have 100% permission, and we will nothing but learn from that conversation. So I think that's incredibly important to leverage your coaches. And like Sapna was talking about earlier, as far as just building trust with people in your team, I think when you're willing to bring in a coach, especially when you don't necessarily know an answer, that actually builds a ton of trust by willing to say, hey, I haven't come across this before. Let's go ahead and call Carrie and see what her, insight and perspective is on that. The other component of that, I think, with building trust is just if you have an abundant team, you can really give good feedback to people, and you're not always afraid of them quitting or living in fear. That doesn't really allow good trust and retention to happen within your organization. And I think for us, it's always just been about how can we speak into people. We found that always effective for retaining people in our group is really speaking belief into them, but not making it just a once a month game planning conversation. Hey, I believe in you. You can do it. You can get Rising Eagle. You can get Eagle done. But instead having that conversation, and then a couple days later, following up with maybe an audio recommendation, a book recommendation, setting up a phone call with my coach where they can come in and have that fine detailed conversation on any questions they have on, and closing in on the Eagle ship, and really making our actions a result as well of our conversations.
Totally. What builds trust with somebody is when your actions align with your words. And when you tell somebody that you believe in them, and you tell them why you believe in them, and then when you actually follow up by serving them, it shows them that you believe in the words that you're speaking to them. And because of that, you're willing to serve them. You're willing to go to wherever to sit down with them over dinner instead of sitting with them on Zoom, like Jerry was talking about. How's your chicken over Zoom? It's actually serving people. People say, wow, they actually believe in me because they're coming and serving me. So what do you guys think? Chat about
Yeah, exactly. Well, wonderful points, Eddie and Cassie. And one thing that I wanted to add, which something that adds huge amount of trust, is this community. Today on this call, there are so many powerful people of all different backgrounds talking about growing their own businesses. And these conferences have added huge amount of trust in our organization, that it's not just us. It's not something we made in our basement. It is a big, huge opportunity that they can build and that they can develop a great future with. So I think leveraging all these aspects, leveraging the LLC, leveraging the upline, leveraging the entire network, and not just putting all the pressure on yourself that you are the only one who has to do everything, really helps in this business.
Yeah. So true. I know we are running out of time now, so I'll take a few minutes and I'll take a minute and then I'll pass it back to you guys to close it. You know, I remember when we grew in the business, it was because of the system, the community. The community basically was the umbrella under which we grew. The coach was the person who was able to highlight us for our hard work in front of our new growing team. So it's that relationship for us to understand and for you to also understand and implement it. Last thing, when you grow a team of 10, sometimes people fall out because you are learning your skill. Just like an entrepreneur, you are learning the skill of putting that team of 10 together. Sometimes it might retract to 5 or 4. But as Eddie said, you are the strongest piece of that team of 10. So you stand strong. And I remember us rebuilding our multiple teams of 10s until we learned how to anchor it. Okay, so read books, develop that skill to read books and apply the skills on communication in your business. And I'll let Eddie and Cassie, you want to close out? Yeah, Eddie and Cassie, over to you guys to wrap it up.
Oh, appreciate you guys sharing. And I think like you said, Gaurav, at every phase of business, we're always focusing on building a new group of 10. I think the most important person that can't quit is you in that group of 10. So appreciate sharing with you guys tonight. And with that, we'll pass it back over to the host.
All right.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. It's such a great talk. I think one of the things that I loved, I think Cassie, you said this, no ego about bringing in your coach. Such a great line. Because at no point do you not need a coach. You always got room to grow.
Yeah.
So with that, we're actually going to bring up a Diamond Club video. So this is a promo for 2023, something to get really excited about if you really want to go on a fun trip. I know a lot of these are going to warm places. We're in Wisconsin. So,
Hawaii.
Yeah, we're digging this. So we'll test it over the tech team to load this one up.
Wow. It is crazy just hearing or just seeing how Amway does things first class. We cannot wait to experience Diamond Club someday. It is definitely all over our dream board. I can't wait to experience it with so many of you on this call tonight. But we get the put. Speaking of Diamond, we actually get some Diamond mindset and thought process. We might be a little biased because this next couple we are bringing up happen to be our upline Diamonds, Craig and Carrie. They're going to be chatting with us tonight about communication and public speaking. And I honestly can't think of a better couple to be able to just share their thought process and mindset around it. I don't know if you have anything to say.
No, I think we'll pass it over to you guys. Can't wait for it.
Hey, thanks, Devin and Sam. Appreciate you. Can you hear me okay? We're good? Great to be with you all tonight. Welcome, Brady. I see somebody joined in and he's a brand new business partner, but hopefully you're getting your money's worth because it's all part of the subscription. So you should be learning a lot tonight. We are Craig and Carrie. We're from Madison, Wisconsin. You know, we're very blessed to be sponsored in the business by JP and Ritu Kapoor, and of course part of the Jay Prakash lineup. You know, by background, risk analyst, commercial banker. No longer need a job. I've stepped away from corporate about 6 years ago. Carrie is a preschool teacher and coaching. I stepped away from corporate or a job like many, many years ago. So we have had the privilege and the opportunity to wake up and do what we want every morning. And this morning it happened to be hot yoga and then playing Lego with my kids once they eventually got home from work and stopped hanging out with my wife. So how we got here, though, is probably the two of the most important things is number one, your mindset. Okay. And then another thing that you need is skill set. And skill set, the most important skill set in our ecosystem beyond the mindset is your communication skills. How you communicate with other human beings will dictate whether you win or whether you lose, along with your work ethic. That's about it, folks. So I'm going to bounce pass over to Carrie. She's actually at, I think, David and Cora's house. So coming in from a different office. I like the look, Carrie. The books, I think, match your outfit. So I'm sure you planned that. I'm sure you knew what David's bookshelf
Phipps
looked like.
planned this. Yeah.
So over to you, my love.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know there's a ton of watch parties happening, and it's an amazing way to get around the team and really create like a mini function in your living room. If you're a party of one, that's still a party. So I hope everybody's having fun and enjoying the conference so far. I had a moment this morning. I was exercising and I was, with lifting weights in a group class, and all these thoughts about my topic started flooding into my brain. So as soon as the class ended, I ran over to my phone, sat back down on my mat, and took like a deep dive in putting notes together for this training. And I went down like a black hole, basically. And I looked up at one point, I came to, and there were 30 women about to start a country line dancing class surrounded by me. So I went to a different place to put these notes together. I came back, luckily. Craig joked that for a minute I experienced life in his brain. But I'm really energized and excited to talk to you guys about how to become a more effective communicator, because at the heart of our success, so much of it has come from effectively learning how to engage and communicate on another level. And I'll tell you, it was baby steps for us, but we did take it seriously. I'm someone who had no formal training in public speaking. I was never the person that wanted the spotlight and to talk to a group of people. We're not orators. But our mindset was that this environment is really an opportunity, and one of the most supportive environments to really grow. And if we used it as a lever, week to week, whether it was in-person meetings or, on smaller mini trainings, even just a few-minute training on what we liked out of a book, that's an opportunity to grow. And I also really thought of it as a privilege and a responsibility to make sure that I was using those as stair steps to grow. So in terms of how we grow our confidence, I want to give you a little framework around maybe some red flags and some things to watch out for, some pitfalls and some checklists before and after you have an opportunity to share, so you can start really tracking your progress. Public speaking and communication sometimes feels a little tricky to put parameters around or to quantify growth. So that's what I want to do today, is to give you a little bit of framework. First off, though, some people have a little bit of trouble knowing when to have too much structure and when to have not enough. And some red flags in terms of not having enough structure. Number one, you're ending meetings and realizing you didn't really cover what you intended to. If anybody can relate to that, I've been there, done that. People being a little bit confused at the end of conversations or even at trainings you're doing and being dissatisfied. The interesting piece about that is no one's going to call you and say, yeah, I want to drop out of, partnership or the process because you weren't, articulate enough. They'll probably just bounce out and you'll never know. So this is the interesting facet of communication. People likely won't give you a lot of direct feedback on your quirks. You have to do a lot of self-reflection and analysis. Another biggie, are you covering what you want to cover or what your audience needs to hear that will empower them and relate and connect? Sometimes, and I've fallen into this trap, it's like, oh, this is an opportunity for self-expression. I want to express myself. And it's more of like a Dear Diary, Dear Journal type moment. And we've all overdone it in that department, but what does my audience actually need? Also, who is my audience? If you've never asked yourself this question, this is a really big red flag for you. Before any meeting, I'm thinking, who is my audience? Who can I think of? Can I think of an actual person so that I can have a little bit of an avatar of that target market so that I can speak directly to them? Who in my team am I working with that is 600 PV that I can really target and start to speak directly at where they need to level up and grow? Craig, do you have any suggestions on that? I know you can riff on that for a little bit, but anything you want to chime in on?
Yeah, and I'll keep myself tight-lipped because I promised I would give you an opportunity to go down your rabbit hole. And when Carrie is talking specifically public speaking, but I think it's in life, right? Because how many times are you in your job or corporate world and someone's talking, but they're not communicating with you? Like Carrie and I have been disappointed many times if we go to dinner with a couple that's like not a leader in our ecosystem, and they'll ask so few questions about us, and we'll have like their whole life story because we'll just
Entire
like
life story.
What's that? Yeah,
Entire life
like,
story.
and they'll like barely ask us a question, and then when they do, then they chime back in on their own story. So understanding like talking does not mean communicating. Communicating comes from the word commune. That means that we're in flow. And I see it just, and I'm guilty of this many times. It's like, it's not about us. It's actually about the other person. What's their background? What's their capacity? What's their experience? When you're taking someone through a vetting process, you can't cover the same things with someone who's already a multi-million-dollar business owner versus someone who's maybe in college and never run a company. Like you have to adjust and temper and curate your communication based on the person who's receiving it. And biggest mistake that I see people make, number one, not just public speaking, but just one-on-one for sure. Back to you, Kerr.
Yeah, well, and to your point, learning how to public speak, my mindset was always that every skill I learn gets transferred back to one-on-one communication, which a lot of our businesses built in one-on-one conversations and one-on-one meetings with people. So it's so transferable, and exactly to your point, Craig, into life. Another aspect is just overbuilding relationships. If you are a buddy type person, you're a lover of people, you probably struggle with this. But I had to shift gears from, especially as I was evolving and growing into the system and maturing as a leader. The question was more when I go sit down with someone or I'm training, I need to think of myself as a potential coach or mentor to that person, not like their best friend. And so setting the right dynamic where there's a good balance of relationship building, but not to the detriment of not actually sharing content and empowering that person and growing their education. Also, talking too much. Over talking 30 minutes past when the person wants you to be done talking. I heard a leader say once, you want to leave 5 minutes before somebody wants you to leave, right? You don't need to talk someone in and out of like understanding our business model. It's okay to leave with some questions, right? So knowing if you're a long-winded person, what are you doing to actually make progress in that area? Because if you're not making progress, you're probably not that aware. And that's a real fix that needs to happen. Learning how to deliver 10 minutes of content in 5 minutes. If you're an expert pro, like our coaches, JP and Ritu and Rashmi and Smith, that's 20 minutes of content in 5 minutes. What if you even go a little lower, 6 minutes of content in 5 minutes, but keep working on delivering more with less, because that's what's actually going to be very impactful for people that are high speed and really ready to grow. Red flags that you're not connecting and you're too rigid. The thing for me as a newer partner, I knew, hey, I can say exactly what JP and Ritu tell me to. But if there's anything out of bounds, like if someone asks me a question or I have to go off my script or my template, I was like a deer in headlights. That was really, really uncomfortable for me. So this is an area I had to grow in. How do I have a little framework, some really good preparation, but then some room to improv or to ad lib or to share a story that might feel relevant in the moment, or novel idea, ask some questions, right? If you're not asking questions, that's likely you're having way too much of a rigid agenda in your appointments or in your trainings that it isn't actually leaving room to connect. Also, if you do ask a question, but then you sort of just steer it back to your agenda and you're not listening to their response, this is another really big pitfall a lot of people have. They're not present. They're not actually absorbing what the person said. They just want to get through the material, and it creates a really, really big disconnect for people. Also, knowing that it will not be perfect. Nothing that you do is going to be perfect. I have so many blunders. Craig, do you have any good public speaking blunders? I feel like you've always been a pretty darn good public speaker. But I've got some doozies. And in fact, one of my more embarrassing stories is we got asked to do a lunch and learn at the Amway headquarters. And we were on a panel in front of like 100 staff at Amway. And I had notes for the panel. And Craig was like, you don't like really bring notes to a panel, like a Q&A. You don't usually like carry notes with you. But again, like that was how insecure I was sometimes about just being able to more freely share. So the more practice that I had was so important. I remember Craig and I actually early in our days in St. Louis, we got no-showed. I don't know, like the team couldn't get to town or something for our Friday workshop. So Craig and I just ran like a 2-person meeting because we're like, heck, if no one can join us, like we'll just go ourselves. We'll practice our public speaking skills. Kind of awkward sharing on XX to your founder's platinum boyfriend, like in his condo. But hey, we were just up for leveraging the environment to really grow and change. And, I want to give a little bit of a quick checklist on before you public speak, some things you can think about. Number 1, energy management. Are you in a space where you can be energetic? Maybe you need to drink in excess and crush it over your head. Maybe you need to do some jumping jacks. Maybe you need to stand when you speak. That can be a really good way to just boost yourself, right? Again, did you do some preparation? Did you actually put in the time to come up with examples, to come up with maybe things you've made mistakes around, things you've learned? People love hearing about the things you messed up. That's like the gold right there. People love, love, love hearing that. Also, can you give a fresh perspective? Can you share a different analogy instead of regurgitating the same things about your same experiences? Can you be a little bit more green or maybe a little more creative about how you're languaging things so that it's actually capturing people's attention? Also flexing. This is something, if you're from the Midwest, I think flexing, we're born to be like really humble and, keep things close to our chest, the things that we're good at. Some of us are born to be humble. Some are a little bit more quick to like share, right? But I've had to learn, hey, if I'm doing good things, even if it's small things in my head, sometimes it's the small wins that empower people the most. Showing someone, hey, this person went Founders Emerald, awesome. Like that's cool. That might not reach their belief level and help empower them, but you selling a box of excess to your coworker, like that might be what someone needs to hear. So not overlooking those wins or that opportunity to flex. Prep yourself and the art of smiling. This is one of those weird tips that you're like, I know I've said this 1 billion times, but if some of you are like sitting the bench on the freshman team of smiling, can we at least get onto like the JV team and just like flash a little personality? There were some videos during that recognition. Cora and I were like, that guy is just like, what a lovable person, or that woman, like, oh my gosh, she's just like so excited. And someone you just know you want to be around because they're exuding positivity and excitement. It just goes so far. Put a Post-it note on your computer. If you struggle with this, like slap it up there, make it a priority to grow in this way. It will absolutely shift the magnetism. A couple quick tips for afterwards. After you talk, this is a prime space to really reflect. How do you feel afterwards? What's your gut feeling? Did you nail it? Were there elements you nailed? Were there parts that were really uncomfortable? Can you have the guts to record yourself? I still record myself. Why? Because it is some of the best, most purest feedback that I could ever get, is listening back to myself. Also, ask your coach for feedback. Ask your spouse for feedback. Sometimes Craig and I don't even ask each other. We just give it to each other. Sometimes helpful, sometimes not. But I've definitely been challenged by Craig, and I really appreciate that. It's things very few people will tell me. Lastly, have specific goals around areas you want to change with your communication. If they're specific and you can make them tangible, you will grow in those areas if you give it the time and love and energy. Again, so much of our lifestyle and the peace of mind, the time that we have, the security, the relationships that we have are a function of making these important in our life and really going after it. So we're super excited. Craig, I want to pass it back over to you for how to engage with a coach in communication, because there's layers and layers on coaching, right? So anything that you want to wrap up with, take it away.
Yes. Would you like your feedback for your speaking now or later?
Give
honey?
me I feel like a half an hour buffer is usually good. I
Okay.
can
You want,
kind of
30
calm
minutes
down and
okay.
then.
I'll call you on Zoom later.
Okay.
Do keep in mind, folks, praise is public. Constructive criticism is private. Everybody catch that one? That's an extra bonus one for your pocket. So no, I'm not going to give my wife feedback. By the way, she did a lovely job. So, okay, let's talk about your one chance to create financial independence in this business model, our system, via the conduit of your coach and mentor. That's it. You got no other option. You're not gonna, okay, I shouldn't say you're not. There's a 99.99999% chance you're not going to go out into the jungle of Amway and just go grow a business without your coach's help. So if that is one of the key necessary things, you got to prioritize it. Okay. And I don't have time to go through each of these things in great detail, but I'm going to hit the most important points because I'm organized tonight. Okay. Number one, time acquisition. I want to talk about that, how to optimize your time acquisition, acquiring their time. 2, how to optimize the time when you get it. And 3, how to optimize your attitude. Okay. So how do you acquire your coach's time? Number 1, you realize that you are worthy of their time. You must realize this. Even if you've sucked, even if you screwed up everything, I could guarantee that JP and Rashmi, maybe their spouses as well, could run a seminar teeing off on all the mistakes that I've made. Okay. There's some things I've screwed up. There's a lot of things I've screwed up. I've done some things well. But they could run us literally a 4-hour seminar, all the things I've messed up. But one thing that I've always felt somewhere in my heart is that I'm worthy of their time, whether I mess things up, which is often, or whether I did something swell. I am worthy and so are you. So you have to pursue their time. Guess what, folks? The vetting process never ends. What? No, but I earned an offer. Yeah, but we were vetting whether we're going to give you time or not, right? And you're always vetting us because you could always leave. Right. So it's a mutual partnership. But one of the things that you have to do is pursue them because they have a lot of people to help your coach or mentor, and the higher or bigger business they built, the more people they have to help. But don't not pursue them just because they're successful. That's why you pursue them. Okay. And there's a lot of nuance to that. I won't get into it, but if your upline has never told you, hey, you got it, stop calling me or you can handle this, you're doing something wrong. Okay. Second thing, in terms of optimizing your time, once you've acquired time, obviously preparation, have notes, have questions. That's all great. You want to have questions that are relevant. Don't ask questions about whether you should pay your gym membership all up front or pay it in monthly installments. If the savings is $50 and you and your spouse make $250,000 a year and you're trying to create financial independence, not a good usage of their time. Unless you want the thought process so you can help 10 people on your team. There's always exceptions. This is sometimes the tricky part. Okay. So you want to ask good questions, but the other thing you want to do is you want to create space. Okay. What do you want to create space for? Space for your mentor or coach to share things that you might not ask a question about. Why? I heard this the other day. Most people who are professionals have forgotten more things in their craft than you've even learned. Okay. They've forgotten more things than you even know. Okay. And so there are a lot of things that your mentor is going to see that you don't even see. Raise your hand, sitting in your house, standing in your house, whatever you're doing. Raise your hand if you've ever gotten off the phone with your upline and they told you something you didn't ask a question about, but they just knew you needed to know it. And you're like, holy cow, I did not think of that. I used to get out of game plans with Rashmi and Smith or JP and Ritu sometimes and be demotivated because but if you don't give them the space to just sow into you when they can already see things, you're going to really struggle to access that next level. So you want to have your own questions, but you also want to build in space. The other thing you want to build in space for is for them to make mistakes. Now, when you're new, your upline will be perfect. It's called the honeymoon phase. You've had it with your girlfriend. Okay. But the longer you're in the relationship, then pretty soon you hit oh my gosh, they're human. They're real. They pick their nose. They do whatever it is. Okay. Now, during this time, what you want to realize is you don't want the 3% of things that they're fallible about or incompetent about to keep you from accessing the 3% of things that are competent about that will change your life. Okay. And I can give you a lot of times I've messed this up, but don't let the mistakes hold you back from accessing what you need to do to become a multimillionaire, grow a big business. Okay. And the other thing is So that's how to optimize the time, right? And then follow up and execute and send them messages about what you did, how it went, and so on and so forth. Okay, I think I'm just about out of time. Last thing is how to optimize your attitude. You want to go in with an easy confidence, a light confidence, a confidence with grace, because you want to have confidence you can grow and learn, but you don't want to go in with the sword and the armor. Because if you go to your mentor with a sword and the armor, you're going to be in fighting with them, and they're not going to be able to get anything into you to like help you grow. And I can assure you, the more you grow, the more likely you are to come with the sword than to come with the hat and have that gentle ease and confidence as you go in, right? So folks, we are absolutely kicking butt right now. We're having crazy, let's not say crazy growth. We're having good, consistent growth, but in an exponential business that's X cubed or X squared, not 2X, slow and steady growth always leads to exponential growth. It's a fact. It's called math. We are going to have exponential growth this year. We'll be actually in executive diamond qualification in another 8 months. It's going to be off the chain. Please come with us. We love you all. Jayata Prakash team is ready for some massive growth, and we'll kick it back to Devin and Sam. Thanks for hosting. Appreciate you guys.
Awesome. Thank you. Oops, sorry about that. We're back. I was just say thank you so much, Craig and Carrie, for that. I mean, one of my main takeaways that I took was learn to deliver more with less. I think that is one thing I admire so much about Carrie, is just her effectiveness to be able to communicate so much value in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, clear, concise, and effective communication. But Craig said at the end there, it's math. So let's dive into the math. I think this is the fun part. We have a talk coming up here about profitability. And I don't think anybody gets into a business or starts a company not looking to be profitable. So I think I'm really excited for this, because you're going to have a group of running multiple millions of dollars of revenue coming up here to really speak. So
yeah. So these next 3 different couples that we are about to bring up have built multiple $1 million worth of businesses in this environment and have earned the right to talk about how to build profitable businesses with good foundations and great structure. So we are so excited to bring up Kyle and Lauren Wills, our upline founders emeralds, Brandon and Amanda Wood, and Robbie and Shishma, to talk about profitability and the new incentives with the BFI and BBI. Over to you guys.
Awesome. Hey guys, good to see you all. Kyle and Lauren in Madison, Wisconsin, Robbie down in balmy Trinidad down there, and we're coming at you guys out of Tampa, Florida here, and we're excited to talk to you guys about profitability, and just super blessed to be on this panel with these amazing leaders, have built amazing businesses. And yeah, Kyle, Lauren, why don't you guys give us a little hello and some thoughts here, and let's kick it over to Robbie and we'll get it underway.
Sure, why don't you guys kick us off?
Yeah, we're, as Brandon said, we're here in Madison, Wisconsin, where we started our business alongside Brandon and Amanda. Back in the day, we did a lot of running with this couple. So they're dear friends of ours. And like Brandon, to echo the same sentiment, being on this panel with you, Robbie, it's just a lot of fun. We treasure these friendships, and excited to jump into a few things with you all.
And I can see it in the Woods' face right now that they wish they were back in Wisconsin in January.
We could tell in New Orleans, you're just like, oh, this brisk air, we miss this.
yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but we're pumped up. We actually both started as singles, built large organizations. Lauren was actually my upline. I was about 6 or 7 platinums deep. And then I married up, like literally and figuratively. So that's how we came together, and obviously building business together now, and excited to get into this. So Robbie, why don't you introduce yourself and we can go from there.
Sure. Hey guys, right now it's 86 Fahrenheit right now on the island. Wow. I know somebody get
love it.
Yep. So just fired up to be here. I know we had an awesome time in Achievers, and looking forward to many more to come.
Awesome. So let's talk about profitability. I mean, obviously, all of us have built decent sized enough businesses where I think we're definitely qualified to talk about this topic. And for those of you that that maybe are just getting, you're just new, you're kind of getting your footing in this environment. Width equals profitability in this business, depth equals security, but you want to have an element of both. And this is why we talk so much about 3-6, 6-15, and all these different pieces. And I think that the first component is really about what is your mindset around profitability? Why are you building this business in the first place? Are you setting goals around what you're trying to accomplish from a financial standpoint, or is it just about recognition and different things like that? Because maybe you can give your thoughts on this, Amanda, but I mean, I think a lot of times it's easy to chase things because you're going to get, people clapping for you and things like that. But that's one thing. But really, if the accolades and the recognition will come if you're chasing the structure and you're chasing the profitability.
Yeah, I think that Brandon and I were very acutely aware that there was two things that we could absolutely control, and that was our own personal profitability. What were we doing in terms of a personal consumption basis, and then also developing our customers and being very intentional about that. And I think especially, and we'll talk more about this, but especially with a lot of the accelerators that are in play for those individuals that can, go into Bronze Foundation and Bronze Builder, it's really silly not to learn how to really hone that craft from the jump. The second piece that we knew we could absolutely control is putting in width, right? And so for Brandon and I, we were just determined to make sure that we were profitable at every level. And so now what that allows us to do is really be able to translate that into our team in terms of how can you build a really balanced business and be profitable at every stage.
So Robbie, do you want to share a few thoughts on this? I mean, you obviously coming from the islands where everybody is just balling out of control, has ridiculous incomes on a monthly basis, right? Obviously that's an exaggeration. Maybe talk about how important profitability is for individuals, in your organization, especially in on the islands down there.
Yeah, guys, profitability is a necessity because, for example, when we get someone started on the island, their first goal is they have to sell that volume. They can't just buy right out of the gate, Brandon, just being sarcastic there, in terms of us on the island, but there's no Ferraris or Bentleys driving around every single day here. The average income here is roughly about $400 or $500 US a month, and that's after taxes. So you can imagine you had to live on that, then you had to create volume on top of that and subscription. So right out of the gate, we talk about developing customers, building a list of needs. But one thing I learned very early in the game, guys, is that a lot of people think that you only have to focus on customers only. But if you only develop the network, 4 main things I learned in this business to focus on. One is width. And not just width, but the type of width you want to bring on. And the amount and the timing. The second one is the depth. Where to spend your time and who to spend your time with. The third one was edification, when to edify, how to edify. And the fourth one, guys, was promotion. Now, promotion, we are always in a promotion business. Whatever you promote gets sold. And not just that, Brandon, Amanda, Kyle, and Lauren, but in Achievers, we all could agree, Amway has all the ducks in a row when it comes to volume, VCS, how they're paying, profitability, and what's coming out now. Guys, this year you could make a ton of money if you only set up the right game plan with your upline and just stick with it until you get results. Too many times you see people come in the business and they're frustrated with the little results they're getting with the little bit of work that they're doing. So I don't know if Kyle and Lauren want to piggyback on that.
Yeah, I will, Robbie. Appreciate you mentioning that. And I mean, I think it's important to understand as we build our business, especially those of you who have maybe been in business a couple of years, what you need to do to get profitable is probably really uncomfortable. Right? I think sometimes people feel like, oh, you've been in business for 4 or 5 years, so like reaching out to a customer is piece of cake. Or going out and making that contact is no big deal, or adding those 3 legs and width that you need to. I'd almost argue in some ways, if you haven't been doing that work consistently over the last couple of years, it's harder to get that ball moving. It's easier hanging out with that 2,500 PV that's been in the business since dirt along with you, that respects your time, that likes hanging out, that's going to value your time. It's really easy working there. versus it's very hard going in depth and having that person that maybe you're on an appointment for a candidate of theirs and they're not even on because they forgot, they're not taking that seriously. And it's sometimes frustrating as a leader, but it's important that that's what it's actually going to take to build that depth and the width and the mass that's ultimate going to be, lead to that profitability. And I say all this and I think Brandon, you mentioned at the beginning, we can talk about this because we've done it, but I think I can talk about this because I've messed this up way too much. I mean, I think, to be very transparent with the crowd, I think I went Q12 with 2.5 legs. If we had more time, I'd tell you how I get half a leg, but that
a lot of legs.
That was what it looked like. It wasn't great, but you learn from those mistakes. I mean, that's what I always heard in sports growing up too, is you learn more in the losses. And I think that's one thing that we took as professionals in this space, as entrepreneurs, that just because our past maybe didn't create the result that we wanted, it doesn't mean that our future can't. We just have to learn from it.
Yeah, and I'll chime in real quick. I mean, just, to echo what you were saying about having a balanced business. We all know that we're going to do work and plant a lot of seeds, and that harvest, sometimes there's a lag time. You're doing the work of networking, and sometimes it's just going to take volume a bit to catch up on that. Carrie coined the mantra in our organization of have faith in the lag time. And as a business owner, having direct access to selling products is something, like you mentioned, Amanda, we can stay in the driver's seat with. So maybe there's some lag time in the volume with the seeds that you're planting, business owners that are maturing in the system a little bit, but can you grab the bull by the horns and use your time to still own your personal circle? Because if you're fighting for, the bronze incentive, maybe you're 1,000 PV of that, because you can take the reins and control that while you're waiting for other aspects of your business to mature.
Yeah, and that's so important. And I think, when we look at profitability, right, ultimately it boils down to really two big things, right? It's the structure of our business, and it's the personal volume that we create, the customer volume that we create. And I love, Kyle, how you said that. It's the uncomfortable things, right? Getting with is uncomfortable. Creating customers is uncomfortable, but these are things that are really, really important. And especially, I think, if we have that bigger vision of what we're looking to develop for ourselves, we keep that in front of us, and the impact that you want to make, the legacy you want to create. That's what helps you maybe mitigate those feelings in those moments where maybe it isn't turning over like you want it to, like you're mentioning, Lauren, and you stay consistent. I heard Paul Kopecki say that building Amway gets old, but serving people and changing lives never gets old, right? So if you're keeping your mind in the right space, then it can keep you on track. But here's the cool thing about all this, and I'm going to maybe kick it back to you guys, Kyle and Lauren, to maybe hit on this, because we've been running together for so long. I think me and Amanda can definitely say with definite certainty that this is the year that we've seen Amway pumping in the most money in incentives. Like, I've never seen anything like the Bronze program, where you can make so much money, and they're also incentivizing speed as well, because the faster you grow, the more you can attach these multipliers together, right? So any thoughts on that? And I don't know if you want to share something first too. Yeah,
I feel like we can say that to people, and they don't necessarily understand it because they haven't maybe seen the longevity that we've sort of seen things, mature over the years, right? But I think that the important thing to reiterate to people is that there's certain pieces of our compensation plan that will always be in place, right? But there's ebbs and flows of things that happen. And Amway specifically puts things in place because they understand that this is an area where they can accelerate things. We're in a perfect environment now for individuals to just absolutely hit the ground running. And I think I'm just going to be very matter of fact, maybe you guys can elaborate on this, that if you're not really intentional about doing the foundational things of building your network and growing your profitability, you're really missing out. And frankly, I just don't think you actually want to create a large business in this environment. Like, now is the time to attack it. And, I think that even, we're partly into a new year, and a lot of times people have the tendency to have a hard time sort of rolling into a new year, and they get, very distracted by things. And it's so important that we get ourselves on track and just really attack things, and how we can utilize this environment and this conference to really use as an accelerator coming off too. So I don't know if you guys can kind of speak to some of the work habits.
Yeah, I want to hit on that. I love how you teed that up. And I think for many of us, we plan this systematic growth in a linear fashion in this business. And hey, I need to get to this point. I need to be 3-6. I need to be bronze builder by this date. And you think like you're going to qualify for it with the end work that you do in August if you want to qualify for it in September. Okay, here's the thing. The next 3 months of your business are the most important over the next 9 if you want to actually reach a level like bronze builder coming up, because it's the foundation that you set. It's going out there and getting a contact on a daily basis. It's booking 8, 10, 12 meet and greets on a monthly basis, starting processes. It's helping access A and B lists from your new launches. It's doing all those things to set the foundation over these next 3 months, because then you actually allow your partners and your organization to mature. To kind of Lauren's point, like sometimes work lags. Well, so does personal growth. So does team growth. It lags. Somebody just doesn't come into business and all of a sudden have 3 legs, go 3-6 and is a 1500 PV. It's going to take time to do that. So you want to have that foundation in between now and really that next conference in April. So for all of you out there who want to go on that cruise qualifier, really the question is, are you going to have 3, 4, 5, 6 legs at the April conference? Any thoughts on that, Robbie?
Yeah, wow, that's so phenomenal, Kyle. The thing is, guys, you know, I just go back to me building the business, both Shish and myself. I remember in our first 9 years, we qualified diamond. And people was like, wow, you know, how you guys was able to do that so quickly. But when I got into the business, I always looked at the business as life is the business is the life. And I've seen a lot of people, they come into business and they play checkers with time. This business is built on possibility and probability. Possibility and probability. We can't talk to 20 people and expect to get 3 registrations. If we talk to possibly a lot of people, the probability will increase. And that's what I always tell people, because guys, sometimes the group you think you have might take it to platinum and emerald and diamond may not be the group you're looking for. So the thing is that all we tell people in the business is just put on enough people that you could start working your business. Don't waste precious time this year. This is 2023, guys. The last 2-3 years we went through a herd of pandemic. You see a lot of things. This is a year, guys. A lot could be different for you, and this year could be your launching pad if you only make the right decision and you manage that decision. Because guys, Brandon and Amanda, Kyle and Lauren, you know, it's like we're gonna be in Achievers the following year, year after year, and it's like you see people, they're just waiting on the right moment to do things when you just have to do it every day. So you guys could, you know, take that.
Yeah, that is an awesome point, because I feel like there's like a couple of things that are big pitfalls for individuals. And one being that people do activity, right? And so psychologically, they think that they're doing enough activity to get traction. But the reality is there isn't a large enough body of work to actually get the intended results. So it can often lead to frustration, because you're thinking like, I'm doing a certain level of work, but you're playing with a small body, right? So at the end of the day, it's always going to be out of quantity that you identify quality. Obviously, the goal is to identify quality, but you have to have a certain body of work to do so. The second biggest thing is that we talk a lot about this. You never get out of a 90-day core run through diamond. Like there should never be a time where you miss a 90-day core run, right? And for us, our standard 90-day core run is dropping the message every single day. right? Because we understand that it comes down to getting quality contacts. And a lot of times I see, especially when people put in their first batch of 3, because it does require a certain work habit, because you're learning the skill sets and you're it's going to maybe require more time. And the thought process is it's going to take the same amount of time to put in 6 or 9 or whatever. And that's not the case. But what happens is 2 things often happen. One is it's like, man, I just put in all this work to get 3 legs, 3 partner honoring legs. And my gosh, is it going to take me the same, effort to do it again? And that's an illusion. And then the second illusion is like, you have 3 legs, keep moving. Like 3 legs are never going to get you diamond. Right. And so I think that it's this kind of like, it's constantly tripping the thought process to just keep moving. Right. So I don't know if you have anything to add on that.
I mean, I think people don't realize that the longer you take, the harder it's going to be. It gets exponentially harder the longer that you wait. I remember listening to Larry Winters talk about this, about how like the longer you're in business, the stupider you are, kind of thing, because you just get bogged down with all this stuff, whereas a new guy just comes in, they don't know anything, and they're just like, all right, and they just start sponsoring everybody, you know what I mean? And the guys that have been around are like, what's going on? And you start to make excuses in your mind as to why that's happening. Well, they must have a really great A-list. And you say all these different things in your head. And the reality is you just need to keep it simple. But you also need to realize that, time isn't unlimited. Imagine your battery or your life like a battery, and it's constantly draining. You're never going to get back, yesterday, right? And today is going to be gone, and it's going to constantly, eventually go to zero. So what are you doing in the interim? What are you doing so that you're getting to those places that you say that you want to go, and building that legacy, and getting the fulfillment that you want out of your life? I think that's the big thing. So I don't know, Kyle, Lauren, if you have any thoughts on that.
I was just going to tap onto that, Brandon, that I think what happens is, like, as a coach, what's hard to watch people do. And so, for everybody listening, kind of check yourself on this, because I think at a certain point, people crack the code on the right work for them. Like, hey, I need to have 12 people in the process to get X launches, or I need 15, or I need, like, everybody, that number is going to be different for a variety of reasons. So when you figure out the right work, the next piece of the puzzle is, how consistent can you stay there? Right. I mean, you guys talked about being consistent about the 90-day core runs, but it's like, as a coach, sometimes we see people go hot for 2 months, and then they get the right things coming through the pipeline, and then they go cold for 2 months. So now they have to, like, get back in the hot zone again. And it's just that mental ping pong that, to your point, just makes business more taxing and more hard. And then you're in the doubt and disbelief phase faster. So just like really working hard to have a high level of accountability with your coach to say, hey, I know the right work. Here's how I'm going to hold myself accountable to stay in that zone.
Yeah, I think it's important for everybody out there to understand you're the lid for your team.
That's correct.
When it comes to profitability, when it comes to work ethic, when it comes to your personal circle, when it comes to your reading, when it comes to anything we're talking about. So what is the current lid, and how can you really lift that? And if you put some intentionality this year behind raising that, you're going to see some massive growth on your team. So we're pumped up. I know we talked about the cruise before. It's going to be phenomenal. I'm excited to have. So we not only get to hang out with Robbie and Brandon Amanda at Achievers, but we get to hang out with them at a Bahamas cruise too. So I might sneak into Robbie's suitcase or something like that and go to Trinidad with him after. Don't tell me.
Oh boy, definitely. We get something on bacon shark.
Yeah, 6'3". I'll figure it out, right?
And you guys, Asha kicked off the event today, and she said, hey, this is an open invite for everybody on this call. We genuinely want everybody. We want to put Rashmi in a position where he's like, oh my gosh, these are more numbers than I expected. How do we solve for this, right? We're going to have to do 2 cruise sessions. Like, Rashmi and Smith are not going to be worried about that. We'll figure it out. But I want the work this year to be joining us at the Bahamas cruise that will really feel like a celebration for your hard work, because being a bronze builder is really a byproduct of your work ethic this year. We wouldn't be putting this promotion together if we didn't think people could really put the blinders on and do the work for it.
That's correct.
So to Asha's call out, what did she say? She'd get you a cup of coffee, and then I kind of giggled to myself because I'm like, isn't this an all-inclusive, Asha? Like, you can hit her up in some other way. I'm sure she'd gladly have a cup of coffee with you. So back to you guys. We're excited for that event.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be the best of the best. Anybody, even if you just launched today, can qualify for that. It's literally 2,500 PV, 3 solid legs. Anybody can lock that up. Robbie, you want to take us on with any final thoughts, and then we're going to turn it back to the hosts.
No, I mean, guys, this is 2023. You see what's going on in the world economy today, right now. There's no better business to build than a network marketing business with Legacy Leadership Collective, where you have people that you could trust live and in the flesh. So many personal development sessions coming on where they're charging you thousands and thousands of dollars to flare your brain up with hype, and then you get up next morning, don't know what to do. You have people on the ground who's willing to hold hands with you and run with you for free every day. Where can you get it better than that? So back to you, Brandon and Amanda. Phenomenal hosting, guys.
Yeah, awesome. We love it. All right, we're going to turn it back over to the host because we got Rashmi and Smitha coming up, and we don't want to take any more time away from them. So thank you so much, everybody. This is awesome. We need to do this again. All right, back over to Devin and Sam.
I think I could speak for both of us here. I cannot wait to re-listen to that talk on the app. That was excellent. I think one of my favorite takeaways was your profitability isn't comfortable, and you have to do things that aren't in your comfort zone to get something that you do want that's outside your comfort zone. So yeah, we're just really pumped to bring on Rashmi and Smitha.
Yeah, I mean, they're speaking Crown. We know it's going to happen. I mean, as a result of their vision and their work ethic, as a result of that, we are all here today.
Yeah.
I know our lives have been completely changed because of their vision and just like their desire to continue helping people. And we know they've impacted so many lives already, but we know they haven't even scratched the surface on the amount of lives that they're going to impact. And we are just so excited to hear from you guys. We know Crown is done deal is totally happening, and it's just an honor to be able to host this event tonight. So we'll kick it over to Rashmi and Smitha.
Hey, thanks, guys. What a phenomenal hosting, Devin and Sam. Phenomenal job, My goodness, guys, I don't know how you're sitting down. I hope you're buzzing around, running around, doing whatever. Some unbelievable talk. I think quotes of the year. I think the 2023 started with everybody had some major quotes out. I'll finish my whole talk if I just quote other people. Just unbelievable. We can't wait to put this on the apps and, have other people benefit. You've been hearing about the cruise. There's a lot of effort that has gone in. I want to thank Devang for coordinating a lot of that. It's all booked out, guys. Already, I think 20, 30 rooms are already gone. So people are already packing it up. So we can't wait, man. Okay. So anyway, I'm going to have Smitha kick it off. We do have a 12 process appointment night all after this. And here you go, Smitha, coming at you.
All right. Wow. Oh my goodness. What a phenomenal evening it has already been. And we had so much to learn and so many practical things that people shared, actually being so honest, so candid. And I love that about the leaders here, not holding back, giving it to everybody so that everybody can grow together. And, I wanted to talk a little bit about team building. That's what our business is all about: building people up, building a team. And that is what are some of the things you heard. So many aspects. Maybe I'll be putting some of them together and putting the whole picture together for you. But when you are out there working with somebody, when you launch somebody and you probably don't know them from before, or even if you knew them from before, but they were not related, you had no business connection with them. When you are in the process, in that journey, many times what happens is we are very systematic, and when we take people through process, but when somebody gets launched, it's almost like, okay, one job done, that's great, which is great. That's a great thing that you're there. But what do we do after that? Because that's when the game actually begins. Okay, now they are a player on they are in the team. From the beginner, how do we see what we can do on our side so that they go from a beginner to a player in the team? And what are some of the things that holds them back? Okay, and many of these things your uplines, your coaches might be doing. They're modeling it for you. Watch. It's available for free. Okay, observe, learn, and then do that. Okay, you might not be perfect. Nobody is perfect in the beginning, but start somewhere. And then as and when you do it more often, you will start perfecting it. Nothing is perfect, but you're in the process of getting better every single time. And every single person who gets launched in the team is somebody who they come with their different backgrounds, their different, it's a whole different journey that they're going to have for themselves. And what is it that we need to do? Okay, many times, we have a lot of the teams, you have your own new IBO, you have orientation, the steps that you follow. Your upline might have given you some steps to follow. You do that, you give them the initial set of podcasts, they go through that, they listen to it, they go through initial books, they're trying the samples, they're doing all of that. And we are really being diligent about following up. Hey, how did you like the product? How did you like, which podcast did you enjoy? You kind of getting a feedback. Hey, what was your takeaway from this podcast? We do a great job in the beginning. My thing is that many times what happens is we get tired of doing that, and mentally we start slowing down and we think now they're coming around and it is okay. And what happens many times is we drop the ball somewhere there. Okay, in our process of getting somebody, getting core in the business, we unintentionally drop the ball in many places. And that is something I want, what are some of the things? How do you know? Okay, first thing is understanding. You heard about communication from Craig and Carrie. A lot of that applies to even this phase of the business is communication. Okay, many times we do a whole lot of it and then we don't do any of it. And then we do a whole lot. And then, so this inconsistency, it's like you feed the baby once in the morning for the 3 meals and then you don't feed the baby the whole day. It's like that. It's going to mess up the whole thing. It's like that. So what is it that you do when you are working with somebody? Having understanding if they come from, if they're comfortable with texting, understand you start with texting, but you don't build, nobody can build a relationship on texting. You know where you start, but you know where you need to get them to. So we get them gradually along the way, where we want to be able to, if I want to influence somebody, I need to be able to talk to them. Okay, if there's no relationship, there is no connection. If there is no connection, there is no influence. Okay, and there's no point, me talking, just going on texting for like a month later, I'm still texting. It doesn't work. So I need to somewhere at some point make that transition. Okay, and then sitting with them, if they're in the same city, if they're long distance, maybe planning a trip, depending on how, you have to work with your upline on that. But make sure you are meeting your people sitting in, there is no replacement to one-on-one time with people. There is absolutely, I can, that is why a lot of us, during Zoom, during COVID years when we could not meet people, why was it such a, because we are a relational business, everything thrives on relationship. So we have to understand that it has to be a good mix of both, not an extreme of just online connection. If the person is living 30 minutes away and all I do is meet them online for 3 weeks, I don't see them, that is just not, it doesn't work. Okay, so understand that we have to get that frequency going. Okay, and every time, whenever let's say that my communication with them is such that even if I meet or when I'm talking or on phone, when I'm talking, I'm listening, being attentive, being patient, and not sitting and trying to understand, okay, how do I put my agenda in this conversation mentally? Okay, many times we don't say it, but mentally I'm thinking I need to put, having that, breathe, calm down. This is where actually it is a very organic process. You have to give it time. Okay, you have to, I know if I have only 5 minutes, okay, I know I have to get into an appointment in 5 minutes. I'm not going to make a quick call to somebody where I know that I need 20-30 minutes to talk. So I budget in that time where I know that I want to make sure that I don't miss out on those conversations, and I pick up where so there's always a follow-up. If I left it somewhere, they said they had a tough time at work, there's something going on at job, I'm going to pick it up from there. Remember what you talked. Some people are easy to talk to, some people are very difficult to talk to. So for some people, I do take a couple of minutes. I prepare what I want to talk about so that those awkward moments are not there when I'm having that conversation, because I'm already thinking of certain things that I want to talk about. It doesn't necessarily have to be about business, could be about business, but if I'm prepared, I can actually handle the flow of conversations a lot easier, especially when the other person doesn't participate a whole lot in the beginning. Okay, so and a lot of these things does not come naturally in the beginning. Okay, understand that you don't have to master your fear. It is awkward. Okay, I remember learning this whole thing and feeling that, oh, I don't know what to talk to her. I'll just call her tomorrow. I don't know what to talk. I'm done. I asked her about her family. I know everything. I don't know what else to talk. So I'll just call her tomorrow. And I postpone, not because I don't know the right thing to do. I just feel that I don't want to face that situation, that awkward situation. Okay, don't understand that mastering is not, you don't have to be the best communicator, but at least the effort has to be there. You have to just manage, somehow manage that 5-10 minutes and learn and understand and think what they want to talk about. Don't worry about what you want to tell them. If you are thinking about them, their life, their stuff, it is a lot easier to have a conversation with them. Okay, and also till they are ready, till somebody is ready to make, they might be already putting their list together. They might be already getting, very anxious. I want to make some calls. They're excited. They've been going through podcasts. They're ready. But till we feel that they have had enough practice, when this is green light, we can go ahead with them making calls. We keep bulletproofing them. We don't want to have casualties in people just because we let them talk to people way before they were ready to. But guess what? Many times these people don't think that they're talking. They think they're dropping hints. Oh, I was just in the party and I was just mentioning, I didn't tell them anything about business, things like that. So you want to always be very careful and also address those things when you're talking. Understand that, and that is why we listen more. Okay. And I have seen this, that when I talk about, okay, you know what they're going through, let's say they got some negativity and you tell them, feel, felt, found, you tell them about your challenges. Sometimes a lot of us go overboard. Okay. They say, oh, I talked to this friend and they said no. And you're like, oh, forget, you just got one no, I got 20 no's. It's almost like a competition who has got more negative in their life. If they said they got one no, to them, that one no is a lot more than your 90 no's that you gotten. Listen to them first. So those kind of things, having an understanding of where we are in the conversation and where to connect and where to speak, and where understanding that, letting them speak their emotion is very important. And see, there is no scripts for life, guys. When you're living life, there is no scripts. So stop looking for scripts every time. Being present in the moment is the best script you got. Okay, if you don't know what to say, be nice. That is probably the best thing that you can do at that moment. Many times, no upline can prepare you enough for any of these awkward. There will be some things that you will go through where you were probably not prepared for. But when the intention is right, the words will naturally be in the right direction. It might not be the most appropriate answer, but it will never be wrong for sure. So remember that. And you will feel, and if you feel that you did not do, many times I hung up and I'm like, oh, I can't believe I just said that. And it happens when you are performing. There'll be times when you just feel like, oh my God, I don't know what I was thinking. It's okay. There are times I have called back and apologized. Okay. And that's fine. There are times when I don't know how to deal with. Best thing is to get your upline. Every time, remember, the best tool that you have is your coach. They're always there to jump in wherever you need that thing to get filled in. So use your coach. They're the best tools you have in hand. And last thing, when we are working with people, I always remember, I'm here to help them, but I don't need no one person. We cannot lead people if we need people. I'm going to help them. I'll reach out to them. I'll serve them. But I don't need any certain person because I'm constantly working with many people. When you are out there working with a lot of people, you will understand that you don't need any one person. Actually, the pressure is off. The conversation is a lot better. The effectiveness of you retaining people will be also a lot better. With that, I'm done. And here is Rashmi. Thank you.
Awesome. Lot of powerful tips there, guys. I want to kind of cover a couple of things on the same: building teams, building depth, and putting together a diamond shape. So step number one, you cannot do too much with too few. I think it has been covered immensely. You saw the 615 panel, I think you understood pretty much this evening, the power and importance of working from a position of strength, having multiple legs. As a matter of fact, me and Smitha, what we are working on currently in next 24 months is to break 6 new legs between 3 markets. Okay, 6 frontline legs. That's what we are working on. Okay, that pretty much puts us in our takes care of our Crown Ambassador Foundation, right? Width-wise, then we have to finish the FA points, basically, right? So, want you to understand that aspect. Okay, so you pretty much got covered. Okay, let's understand a little bit on the team building. Okay, and the depth and the team building. So I'm going to go through certain strategies, and Smitha covered the retention aspect beautifully, phenomenally. Let's understand a little bit on that. Okay, so number one, strategically, I see a lot of people during game planning, there is a discussion on, hey, let's add 2 more partner honoring legs, let's add 1 more partner honoring legs, or you'll hear them mention that, hey, last 3 months I added 3 new personal registration. Okay, however, I see very rarely actually that there is a strategic discussion on, hey, last fall forum, I had a 4 partner honoring deep leg. The IBO was there. As this winter conference, I have the 6th partner honoring IBO sitting on the winter conference. So the brain is not strategically looking at, the building teams aspect. It's only strategically looking at width aspect. Okay, understand, that does not discount the fact of it. That is highly critical, highly important. I don't want to repeat this. Understand, my talk comes after all the talks you have heard. Okay, so you need to understand the sequence of flow. Okay, so strategically understanding where the brain is working. Okay, number one. Number two, learning that my effort goes in the deepest point by doing the actual work. Now, how do I work with, let's say, D6? The way I work D6 is, number one, I treat D6 as if it's my front line. Okay, like mentally, I'm thinking I registered D6. Am I making sense? D6 is registered from D5's list, but it might be even his own brother. But for me, D6 is front line. Means I'm going to take care of the launch. I'm going to take care of the Ditto appointment. I'm going to take care of the 30-day core run. I'm actually going to the one recommend which talks to go through first week of 30-day core run, second week, and I'm going to be the one strategically working there. Am I making sense? Okay. Now, does that take away a focus from D1 to D5? No, there is communication happening D1 to D5. Okay. Just like you're putting in 12 partner honoring legs to identify your, 3-4 growing organization. Similarly, you got to go 15 partner honoring deep, 15 to 18 partner honoring deep to identify your 3-4 BBIs and eagles. Does that make sense? Okay. Well, while I'm going deeper, the depth itself is putting indirect pressure on them. Right? But for me, I'm building them up. But whoever is willing to rise up, now I'm going to help them put a second leg and third leg. Whoever is willing to rise up. Will everybody? No. Okay. Let's talk about some of the things that happens. Okay. Number one, you got to be willing to put 5 to 7 candidates through process at each layer to go to the next layer. Not 2 candidates, not 3. 5 to 7 candidates. Now, don't put all 7 candidates from somebody's list in 1 week. You'll blow them out. You might have to do 2, see how it goes, maybe positive, maybe negative, take a step back, maybe a couple of more days of core run, maybe 1 more time talking in the team meeting or board plan or FNH or whatever team meeting environment you have. Building them up is very important. Write this one down. Okay. Essence of Amway is to build people up. Write this one down. Very, very important. Okay. So understand that. Am I making sense? Okay. Common mistakes, assuming a 4,000 PV leg will automatically go 7,500. Right? Oh, this month. Okay. March, done deal. Okay. One of the biggest disasters I see platinums think is they mentally think of 4,000 crossed means is already 7,500. If you really think about it, 4,000 is half of 7,500, like half of 8,000, right? Really think about that. That means depth-wise, wherever you are at a 4,000 PV leg, it has to double that. Are you with me? Chances are you are at about 7-8 layer deep in a 4,000 PV leg. And for you to take that 7,500, that leg, it has to go 15 to 18 deep, right? It's not that confusing. I know some of you are like, how did you know how deep I am? It's that predictable. If you are sitting on a 2,500 PV leg, day 1 ditto is about 1,000 to 1,500, and the leg is probably about 6 partner honoring deep. How do you know? That's how it is, right? We can predict, we can tell you day one ditto volume, we can tell you, like, that's how business is. So instead of getting worried by it, you make the numbers work for you, right? A leg might go in qualification with 615, but you don't want the leg to go founder platinum Q12 with 615. By the time Q12, it needs to be 640, if not 650. Does that make sense? Okay. 40 partner earning ditto means is locked in. Nobody can shake it. It's like the volume is locked in, right? So you got to think through that. Okay. Now that doesn't mean it has to be go 650 to go 7,500 as a silver and start platinum qualification. No, that's not what I'm saying. Okay. So understanding that, I'm giving different scenarios and kind of going back and forth. Okay. So number one, 7 candidates in each layer to be able to go deeper. Okay. Do not assuming that by the time 5 to 6 deep, it will automatically go 8. Nothing happens automatically. Just like width doesn't come in automatically, same thing, depth doesn't happen automatically, right? How does diamond happen? 6 legs, 15 to 18 partner honoring deep. That's it. You make it that simple. It is that simple. Why do you think we can say in 2 to 5 years you can go diamond? Why do you think we say that? If it was more complicated, why would we say it? Right? So complication doesn't exist. So you got to really understand that. Okay. Now here's the funny thing that will happen when you start driving deeper. People may not be at your wavelength. They may not have the houses you live in. You might have to sit on carpet. Some people's house you go on, there is no furniture. You might have to sit on a box. I mean, it all is part and parcel of it. Are you with me? It's all part and parcel of it. Okay. So you got to realize that. Okay. Consistently knowing what partner deep is. Okay. In each leg, wherever you are working, right? What am I looking for? Common mistakes people do. In a team of 10, biggest blunder I see platinums especially do is to come up, forget platinum, anybody 10 people team. I have 10 IBOs, nobody's doing anything. In a 10 people team, nobody's supposed to do anything. You're supposed to be the phase C IBO in a 10 people team. Okay, rest are supposed to be phase A, phase B. As a matter of fact, for you to get a second phase C IBO, you need to get to a 20 people team. Are you with me? So in an organization leg, okay, it's a 3x6 leg, BFI leg, or it's a 6x15 gone BVI, now moving on to like a platinum organization, right? If you have a 20 people team, 20 partner earning IBOs, guess how many people doing the work? Only you and hopefully one more starting to show up. The next person who is gone BVI pretty much. Are you with me? So mentally, if you accept that, it's not that hard to break a leg because you're not looking for too many people doing too many things. Okay. But you are looking consistently for you. We went 13 months from Q12 to diamond. We were that dang deep in those legs. The legs had to pop. Are you with me? The legs had to pop. Okay. So I want you to kind of get a feel for all these things, team building and understanding. Okay. Art of keeping people in between while you're working depth. Okay. Art of keeping people in between while you're working. Smita covered a lot of that. Listen to people, this thing. Okay. Not irritating people. Oh my God, that's another one. Oh, indirectly hinting they're not doing anything, and you'll annoy them. They'll quit. Okay. Keep them there. Your goal is to keep 40 partner honoring IBO, retain them, keep them, not have 40 performers or look for 40 performers or indirectly comment why 40 partner honoring IBOs are not 40 phase C IBOs. No, none of that will help you accomplish any of these things. Am I making sense? Okay. So understanding a lot of that team building as and when you're putting it together. Okay. Now, for you to put together a platinum business, you're looking at, of course, 6 partner honoring legs. Eagle Foundation is a non-negotiation. Okay, you got to go. Bronze Builder, BBI will get you to 2,500. The same legs, if you work depth, maybe it'll get you close to 4,000. But by the time 7,500, 3 other partner honoring legs have to kick in. 6 partner honoring legs is non-negotiable. Am I making sense? Okay, you want to get there. What if I'm in platinum qualification? I don't have. Fix it. It's very fixable business, guys. Fix it. It's okay. Go fix it. Don't sit on it. Okay. Here's those of you are kind of 4,000 platinums moving on. Okay. Number one, please don't put your focus on platinum. Platinum has to happen on the way for you to go ruby and emerald. Now, how much is ruby volume? 15,000. How much is emerald volume? 3 lakhs 7,500, 22,500 PV. Yes or no? Right. So you are hitting 7,500 on the way to 15,000 to 21,500. Because a lot of people hit 7,500. I remember one of the night somebody asked me, so how do you reset goal every time? You go platinum and you don't get tired and you don't take a break and you're resetting. Because platinum was never the goal. We were going diamond. Platinum just happened. Like if I'm driving from here to Chicago, I'm not going to pull over in Tennessee and spend next 1 week there. Why? Tennessee was not the goal. I'm going to go through. Hey, Nashville is beautiful, but I'm going to drive through. Am I making it? Is one of my list. Hey man, we cross Nashville. Awesome. I'm a little bit more closer to Chicago, right? I might cross Indianapolis, whatever, right? That's on the way to Chicago. But that is not Chicago, is it? Are you with me? Your goal is to replace your full-time salary, go make a lateral move to go get on to full-time Amway. You heard, Sean, you heard Stefan, phenomenal job in 2022, making lateral move to go full-time in Amway. Unbelievable, right? Now, why do you do the lateral move? So you can bust your rear end and go diamond. Because if you can do that with a full-time job on the side, what happens when you do the whole thing full-time? That's it. The only reason you do that is to go diamond, right? To lock it in. Now, one of the things you're looking at, those who have platinum moving on, you want to make those 3 legs rock solid. Listen to it very carefully, okay? Your first 3 legs creates the income. Your second 3 legs qualifies you for the income. Let me repeat that one more time. Your second 3 legs, 4, 5, 6, will qualify you for the income. But 80-90% of the income comes from 1, 2, 3. We were never confused about that, right? For us to go crown, we need 12 founder platinum legs. Okay, crown ambassador is 14 founder platinum legs. Okay, so our 6 that we are working on will qualify us for crown. But where do you think our majority FA comes from? The 8 that has already qualified before, 8, 9, whatever is already qualified before. Right? Am I making sense? Okay. So we're not confused about it. Our FA is going to come from the 9, which is already qualified. So I'm not messing around with the qualified legs. As a matter of fact, we are raking up FA points in there. We're continuing to work on having FA, right? But I know that's not going to get me to crown. But for me to qualify, the next 6 will qualify us for crown. But it's not going to give us the FA for the crown. As a matter of fact, I put all 6 founder platinum, will give me 6 FA. It doesn't even qualify me for EDC actually. EDC is 10 FA. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay. So not to get confused, because a lot of people are very confused sometimes. So I'm just focused on my side leg. What does that even mean? I don't understand. You make money from all your legs. That statement itself has so much fallacy in there. I don't even know how to comprehend that statement. Everything is our business. I'm supposed to serve everybody. That's how we built the business. Right? That is how the fundamentals of putting it together, it was absolutely abundantly clear for us. Right? So having the deeper understanding of the magnitude of income, how to tap into the income and where the income comes from, all of that. Same thing. I remember new rubies, right? When Stefan Semnick went Ruby, I remember Michael Kelsey going Ruby. I remember calling Michael and Kelsey when they went Ruby. How much volume came out of your side 4 legs, right? I said, okay, your majority, 70, 80% of the volume came from, this is what he said, first 4 legs, Rashmi. And it's supposed to be like that. I remember us going Ruby. 80% of the volume was first 3 legs. The reason, and here's the funny part, month after Ruby, our second, third leg pop. We were Ruby outside of our leg number 1, by the way. Month after Ruby, second, third pop. The only way we could have stayed founder Ruby is if I would have stopped from second, 2 and 3 to qualify. No. Hold on. Please don't qualify. I'm like, how do you stop it? It popped. Right? So momentum, the idea of the momentum to continue moving on. Idea of momentum is not to sit on it. Then it's no more momentum. Are you with me? I hope these things are not confusing you. I hope these are clarifying a lot of the fallacies or whatever ideologies you talk about, right? So understanding, having clarity and deeper understanding. And when you draw the org chart out, is my 6th partner on legs, like how you draw a circle, say, I'm adding is my 6th partner on legs. And you got to know, hey man, leg number 1, I'm at 4 partner honoring deep at Fall Forum. I'm going to be 6 partner honoring deep in the winter jam we have. By the time Atlanta spring jam we have, I'm going to be 8 partner. My 8th partner honoring IBO is going to show up. Now, why is keeping in between IBOs, retaining them important? What Smita covered. The reason is important. If you don't keep, 8 will shrink back to 5. Then you're back to square one. You see what I'm saying? A lot of time happens because by the way, it happens sometimes people quit and all of that, but it shouldn't happen repetitively. If you're going deeper and shrinking back to the same original level of depth, that means you have a fallacy in understanding of retaining in between people. You're discounting them. You're only focused on the depth. You're highlighting the deepest guy, not highlighting in between people. You don't have direct. How do you keep a foot in partner honoring, deep leg in partner honoring? You assume they're in width. Flip the leg, draw it out, and then flip the paper. Oh, this is okay. Like each one is as if for front line to me. That's how you keep a relationship with all of them. Guys, listen to me. It is a 2 to 5 years time to go down. 4.5 years we're in diamond qualification. We are not that smart. We're not that great. I mean, I think I'm pretty smart, but you know what I'm saying, okay? But the point is, we knew it is not a complicated game. We were not chasing after this promotion. Why did we focus on BBI promotion? Why didn't we focus on 20 partner? Listen, can you have 20 partner on legs? Absolutely, you can have it. Okay, will you make more money? Yeah. The problem with Amway, you can have 40 partner on legs, and the dang gun company will still pay you for it also. There is no end to this sucker, man. Right? Can I have 60 partner on legs? You can build eternity. You can have each of your kids are 20 partner honoring legs. If you have 4 kids, that's 80 legs. Amway will still pay you, man. There is no end to Amway. And which is a good thing, right? That's what we all talk about, right? You can build as big as you want to, but mentally, stage 1 is at what level I can make a lateral move. Stage 2 is diamond. I mean, that's a great place to chill, hang out, come to Hawaii every year, come to Achievers Club, travel around the world. Hopefully eventually you learn the building international market so you can have global presence like the Brits had, the Jaegers had, the Victors have, all these guys, phenomenal global businesses all over. Okay, so I hope that kind of clarifies it. Okay, now if there is something that is kind of troubling you still, confusion between the last thing I'll tell you is, please don't ask question like, should I focus on width or should I focus on depth? No, you're supposed to do both. Does that make sense? Should I focus on my wife or should I focus on my kids? What kind of dumb question is that? You're supposed to focus, like a whole family is together, everybody's together. You're supposed to, I'm supposed to have focus on my wife and supposed to have focus on my kids, right? Does that make sense? Okay. I'll tell you, man, we are so jacked up, fired up. Tomorrow's session is going to be absolutely buzzing. You're going to hear our incredible uplines, Ganesh and Rekha, tomorrow. In the morning session, we have phenomenal 650 growth panel tomorrow. We have growth at least 20% with 650 foundation. And then we have best of the best guest speakers, and you're going to hear all rest of the OGO members, Chuck and Uma and Chetan and Vinita. Is going to be buzzing, guys. It's absolutely amazing. We are so jacked up about the event. Next physical will be in Atlanta in April. You guys know the dates for 14th, 15th, I believe that's the weekend. See how you have 3 more partner honoring legs and see how the legs you have sitting there with you, 3 more partner honoring deep by then. Okay. Love you guys. So fired up, so jacked up. We're so blessed with all the leaders and it's just amazing. We feel overwhelmed with happiness and joy and being proud of the organization and the leadership, right? And I'll hand it over to our host. Good night, everybody.
Awesome. Thanks, Rashmi. That was an awesome talk. I love how you just break down the business, make it simple, and talk about the systematic processes behind it.
Yeah. And just even the vision, talking about platinum, ruby, emerald, diamond, and beyond, and just know how it's possible for each and every one of you guys on this call. Yep. With that, though, that wraps up the main session tonight. We are doing a leadership training, and though to qualify for that leadership training, that is 12 process appointments in either the month of December or January. So if you don't know if you qualify, that means you have to run 12 process appointments between those months. Make sure you get with your coach to see if you can qualify or not to stay on. But in the meantime, we will be taking a 10-minute break and we will reconvene then. But if you guys don't qualify for the leadership, we wish you have a great night. Travel home safely if you're at any watch parties, and we will catch you guys tomorrow at the conference.
I've been on a long road with the devil right beside me. Right rising with the morning sun. It's the hunger that drives me. Oh Lord, set my soul, take my pain and turn it into gold. 'Cause all I know, all I know, all I know is champion. I can take a beating now, rise again, running through the jungle until the end. I can live forever, I'll rise again, keep rising up. I'm champion. I can take a beating now, rise again, running through the jungle until the end. I can live forever, I'll rise again, keep rising up. Every time I knock down, it's the struggle that reminds me. So heaven don't feel me now. Put the wings upon my feet. Oh Lord, set my soul, take my pain and turn it into gold. 'Cause all I know, all I know, all I know is champion. I can take a beating now, rise again, running through the jungle until the end. I can live forever, I'll rise again, keep rising up. I'm champion. I can take a beating now, rise again, running through the jungle until the end. I can live forever, vipers and lions. I had to keep on reaching up, cause it was my time to tear down the kingdom, call out the liars. Got a jail on my heart from the pessimist. Got those nails in my mouth for impressionists. Spent too much money on a therapist. Couldn't fix me, I accepted it. Gladiator, gladiator, gladiator. Picked a fight with the gods, I'm the giant slayer. Bone shaker, dominator. Freight train, wrecking ball, I'm the gladiator. Tell me what it is that you think you believe. Caught in a crossfire, trouble at sea. Every single day I feel that gold underneath. I see the locked doors, but I got the key. I'ma give you a second just to catch your breath, cause I can see that your heart is jumping out your chest. I know you gave it up, cause I've already seen your best, and it's time you accepted this. Gladiator, gladiator, gladiator. Picked a fight with the gods, I'm the giant slayer. Bone shaker, dominator. Freight train, wrecking ball, I'm the gladiator. I've got every reason to fight. I've got every reason to fight. Have you ever shaken hands with the devil in the night? Let me tell you, I've got every reason to fight. Gladiator, gladiator, gladiator. Picked a fight with the gods, I'm the giant slayer. Bone shaker, dominator. Freight train, wrecking ball, I'm the gladiator. Gladiator, gladiator. Picked a fight with the gods, I'm the giant slayer. Bone shaker, dominator. Freight train, wrecking ball, I'm the gladiator. When hope and love has been lost and you fall to the ground, you must find a
Well, welcome back, everybody. We're excited to start the next session here.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interview with Rashmi and Smita and 3 different business IBO-ships. And each of these business partnerships have been specifically picked by their uplines due to the growth that they've had. So not only are they actually doing the work, they are getting results from the work, which is super powerful. So we are so excited to tap into their mindset on one, what the growth that they've had, but then also 2, what do they change in order to make that growth happen?
Yeah, we're really pumped for this. I mean, we were just listening backstage to some of the growth, and we know some of the couples back there, so we know it's gonna be power packed, and we're really excited. So with that, we'll kick it over to the panel here, led by Rashmi.
All right, guys. Can we hear us okay? All right. So guys, we have 3 businesses here. First of all, congratulations, 12 process appointments. So glad you guys qualified either December or January. I hope function was and value addition wise, content, and as far as communicating, so you understood at your level what to do. It doesn't matter what level of business you're in. Hopefully it was plenty, because it was buzzing. We've been sitting here listening, both of us. So I want to just spotlight these 3 businesses: Michael and Kelsey, Kalen, Shannon, and Sab. And the reason they got picked, guys, is so you understand, they had some of the most incredible. Now, there are a lot of people who have grown. This is not to say other people haven't grown. It was a tough decision to pick 3. From last fall forum to this winter jam, right? So the growth has been phenomenal, right? In as far as percentage growth, of course, there are all three different pins here. So real quickly, guys, if you guys want to just kick it off, just sharing about, your pin, your level in business, just what was your growth from fall forum to here?
Yeah, we can take it first. Thanks so much, Rashmi and Smith. So we are just so honored to be here. We don't take it lightly to be able to share. And we know that people here are really moving on and doing the work. So as you heard in the 615 panel, we're Kaylin Shannon Schaefer, sponsored by Kyle and Lauren Wills. And it's been a fun, fiscal year since September started. And I think it was kind of a wake-up call for us. I would say, like, we just knew we had to turn up the gears a little bit.
This was our year.
Yeah, we had to move on for our team. And so at the fall conference, we had about 21 people down 7 legs. This weekend, this conference here, we've got about 30 people down 8 legs. So we just knew, like we said, we had to move on. We're going to be 935s and beyond at the spring conference. And not only the, growth in the team, but, so many people putting in second and third legs and just elevating personal circles, as we talked about, like we were kind of just taking a minimum mentality. I feel like 500, 600 personal was pretty comfortable for us, but we've just, decided to keep growing and regularly doing 1,000 PV personal circles. So we're so pumped for all the momentum in the team.
All right. Hey guys, this is Sab here, part of Vinod and Abhita, Manoj and Abhita Vijay and Kia Gaurav and Sapna's organization. So privileged to be here. Actually, the first thought that came to me when I was picked in the panel is every time I actually have these movers and shakers, that is a painful part of my conference, because I always see people who want to, like, man, what am I doing wrong? And to see me here, actually, it's a dream come true. But thank you so much, Rashmi and Smita, for trusting me with this opportunity. By background, I have a master's in electrical, currently work in space, defense, and as an R&D engineer. And from the fall forum, we actually had 19 people in the Orlando conference. Today, we actually, on Friday morning, we started with 43 and it keeps going up. Like right now, we are at 52. And I always get panicked in the last moment of the conference because you get these text messages from people, oh, sorry, but I can't come. And it's the reverse that's happening this time, where people, they're candidates who are about to drop off, like, can I join and can I be an IBO1? It's a fun experience. From 19, we are actually tracking 52. At the end of Sunday, I'll know the exact numbers.
Wow. Amazing growth, both of you guys. That's wild. So we are Mike and Kelsey Beaupre. We're out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We are sponsored by our best friends in the world, Mason and Allie Eddy, and part of the Klickner Diamond Ship. By background, I worked as a physician assistant doing orthopedic surgery, and Michael is a senior vice president at a bank for a little while longer, because that's the hustle in our home. Is we're just really passionate about getting him out of his job and helping lots of people. So the growth that we've had at the fall conference, we had 40 subscriptions down 11 legs. And this conference, we have 71 subscriptions and extended 2 personal offers this week. So that'll be down 14 legs for us.
Wow. Yeah, that is phenomenal. All of you. I mean, that's crazy growth. And, all of us who are here, everybody who's attending is a performer. They're working the business. They want to have the results that you have created. What are some of the things, if you want to probably highlight as to what are some of the things you zoned into more, or you probably changed? What was it that you did to experience this kind of exponential growth? Kaylin, Shannon, do you want to start first?
Yeah, thank you. As we said, we just felt like this year we had to turn it up. We kind of think back to before September of this year, and it's like, what were we doing? Because I think we were kind of on autopilot in our business a little bit. Like we've always done pretty good work. Like we've always been pretty consistent, but there's just been so much more intentionality behind the work that we do. It went from just focusing on booking meet and greets and showing meet and greets to really having that focus on launching people, really getting to 1 launch a month. As we said, the last 6 months or so, it's pretty much been clockwork, like 1 launch a month on average. And so few of those things, like I talked about, just being very intentional, that has been like our talk track at home. And we've gone through different periods in our business where we were not creating very good results. Long stretches, maybe not creating launches from our personal work. But we sort of had this belief, because it was this common talk track, like we are going to create results. And so it's just been a switch. And Realizing, having a sense of urgency. We've always heard Rashmi and Smith, you guys talk about, that's one of the things you cannot teach someone, is a sense of urgency. And we just knew, like we said, for our team to see us move on, we just had to create that personal momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I think to be candid, we went through a 2-year stretch where we were doing 8 to 10 personal meet and greets and didn't extend an offer to anyone. And we had actually gone platinum at that point. We could get results in our team. And that was a really demoralizing season for us as performers, because we've always had a really strong sense of a need to perform for our team and lead from the front. And what we could control was our work ethic. We could control was our willingness to be in counsel with our coaches while we were going through that season of maybe not getting personal results. I remember Sam mentioned this earlier today. You can either lean away from the system or lean in harder. I was reading 3 books a month, listening to 3 audios a day, calling Lauren every day, sending her snippets of meet and greets. Hey, can you take a peek at this specific section in a meet and greet? I can to ask this question. Here's how I answer to anything that I can change. So we were doing that, but ultimately I think the biggest thing that I had to shift was just my attitude, because I was bitter and frustrated and I felt entitled to results that I hadn't really earned yet. I had to relearn a new skill set, a mastery of our craft, of the vetting process.
And expectancy. Expecting the right results.
Yeah. And I don't know if this is necessarily a good thought process for people, but I was just so caught up in this need to create results that I almost had to just totally let go of results. I came to this decision where, you know what, I don't know if I can ever create personal results. And I just have to kind of be okay with that, because I can get results in the team. But what I can expect from myself is anytime I'm in a process appointment with a personal candidate, the personal candidate's going to get the most value in that interaction with me. And through that levity, we started to have more personal results. And then through that, it started to really snowball, where we started to actually elevate our expectation and feel more confident, really challenging candidates through our evaluation process. And I can speak to maybe some specific things we changed in our evaluation process in a little bit.
Sab, go ahead.
So for me, if I can look back the last year, I feel that these are 2 things I really focused on personally for me to grow. The one thing is actually I always talk about this story, which I completely agree with. There's like 2 really childhood friends sitting down in a bar and having a conversation, where one is a mechanic and another one is a heart surgeon. And the mechanic is kind of frustrated that, hey, we actually went to the same school. And of course, after that, I started becoming a mechanic. You went into medical school. And how is it possible that I'm making $50,000 and you're making 10 times of $500,000? Because we both are doing the same job. We are just fixing pumps and making sure things go smooth. And the heart surgeon is responding, yeah, you want to do that while the engine is running. Right. And that is so true, because that's something I learned, because I knew that I can never wait for everything to kind of align in life for me to actually get focused in my business. Okay. The last year year my dad passed away. The last year is the year my first son was born. And despite that, we actually had so much growth. We had 68 launches just last year. And we're so proud of the team on all the growth that has been. And one of the things that I'm working on this year is predominantly retention, because the second thing I want to talk about is which is I actually was getting a high on my work, like at phase C level, 12% above. I know it's a great feeling, like, hey, I've done a lot of work, but at some point I want to get a high on results, like how Rashmi was saying. And for me, when Rashmi every time tells in a trading, hey, you do 5 to 7 mgs and you take a leg deeper. And if I don't see that result, I'm like, okay, let me do the next 5 to 7, next to 5 to 7, next to 5 to 7. I mean, somewhere I have to figure out. And Sean mentioned this, frustration is okay. As long as you're not staying there and you're seeking a solution for that. And for me, it is not okay. If I do 5 to 7 mgs, if I don't get the result, it is not okay. I'm frustrated. I want to figure out how is it possible that another person gets the result and I don't. And that's something I was consciously working on. These are 2 things I actually changed.
That's great, guys. Yeah, when Kelsey and I were thinking about this, what have we really changed? I think it started with us making the decision to put on some width and be the example for our team. If momentum wasn't going to happen in our team, we were going to make it happen, right? Rashmi have always taught us that. You don't wait for things to happen, you go make it happen. So we started to put on our width, but then we started to instill energy into our team and confidence into our team. And that is a choice. We didn't always understand that. We were doing a lot of work for a lot of time. I would say very scared and very worried and not very confident, but it is a choice to instill excitement and confidence in your team. And what we did is when we started to get some width, we looked at that person and we looked them dead in the eyes and we said, if you put 7 to 10 people in front of us, we will help you put 1 to 2 legs in. And we believed it. And guess what? They started to believe it. And we got into people's A and B lists and we instilled confidence that we could help them create results. And then what happened is when we got wins, we started highlighting it like crazy. We said, see this person over here? They launched 2 people in their first, month of business. And we talked about it all the time. And other people on the team started going, well, if they can do it, we can do it. But that all started with us putting on width and then us instilling confidence in people. And I can tell you guys, we've done a lot of work in the business, scared, without a lot of confidence. And we were just thought, well, once we get all these results, then we'll be confident. Once we're like Eddie and Cassie, then we'll be confident. We had to make the choice, the conscious choice. Every process appointment, we were kind of coming confident. When we launched that new partner, we knew it was going to work for them. And if it didn't work for them, that was their choice and their decision. But gosh darn it, we knew it was going to if they were just going to listen to us. Mm-hmm. And we made that decision to instill that confidence in our team. And we started to create a winning culture because of it.
Yeah, I feel like the new partners that are part of our team are just expecting to win because we spotlight it so much. But then we also realized that we were stifling some of the belief because we're like, well, it took us so long to go platinum. So it'll probably take everyone a long time to go platinum. But we actually talked about it. We're like, with the access to the legacy leadership community, we know exactly the work that it takes to grow a business and this and that. We're like, we just truly believe that someone can go platinum in 2 years if they're willing to do the work that it takes to go platinum in 2 years. So starting to speak that belief into people, and most people launch a business like this because they want to replace a professional income. Well, are you actually talking to them about what it really takes to replace a professional income or what size business they need to have to replace a professional income? And then reverse engineering, well, before you can do that, you better be phase B, right? Do people actually know what it means to be phase B? And we just got super serious about that and helping people level up, have game plans every single month so they know what's the next notch that they can make so that they're ready to run. We always just talk about you want to get to phase C so then the clock can start. And it's a matter of just, 12 to 24 months and platinum is done and you start to create a pretty strong income. So I think we just shifted our own belief in this entire community. So then everyone else started to feel that. And then to Michael's point too, with spotlighting the growth, it's like we had, for people to get launches early on, or now we have a Beaupre team chat on the LLC app, and everyone knows that they're really antsy because when they launch a partner, they get to welcome them to the entire crew. And they're just like, so when is my person added to the group? Because they are so energized to share with people that they got a launch and that this is a person that they're really proud to have as part of their team. And so that's something people are energized about. When we had 2 women or two partners in 1 month, they both launched 3 legs in 1 month. Do you think we spotlighted the heck out of them? Absolutely. Right. So then the new partner who just launched that month sees that growth and they just expect that that's a possibility and they can't wait to get people in front of you. So I think it really shifted the A/B list activity and stuff as well, where people wanted their friends to be a part of this community because they heard people talking about such great things.
Whoa, I think we can wrap up the night all right there with all 3 of your points. I mean, phenomenal points, powerful. I wanted to lead into the next question. I think you guys all 3 of you pretty much covered it. My question was going to be that, 12 process appointment means these are all people doing activity, but the reason you are on the panel is you created the result. You just didn't do the activity. And the idea and the focus was result. So I'll probably maybe ask you the still same the question, but maybe twist it a little bit. So here's the thing though, the reason these guys came and you increased the numbers, not just because of the signups, but you kept them there, right? So help me out a little bit. And then a couple of you alluded to a couple of things, maybe in the way you're doing process appointment, maybe how you're launching people. I know Kelsey was talking about that expectation at launch. Something you're changing that created the results. And one thing Michael talked about is the confidence. I think Sab talked about learning where to fix things. Kayla and Shannon talked about consciously being okay with where you are, and then working with the coach pretty much on a daily basis. I heard Shannon say I literally talk to Lauren every day. I message her. I mean, I don't think there is anything else secret wise, but maybe you want to zone into that not just the activity is the result, right? I think Sab mentioned not being high on the activity, but getting high on the results, right? So dive into that, but attach the fact that how are you keeping these guys there, right? Because they're not keeping, you add and then you're going back to, he's going to shrink back, isn't it? We sponsored 20 people, but I still have, same 10 people in function, right? So attach that component. What are you guys doing to keep those people you're adding to that? So whoever wants to pick it up.
I think for us, the change in creating personal results and what we've done to increase our retention activation in the team in a lot of ways are very similar. So I think one thing that I wasn't doing was proactively sharing the concerns that I thought the candidates would be experiencing and solutions in terms of how I would handle it to help them learn how to critically think better. So for example, if I was sharing my story with a student, if I'm taking them through the evaluation process, I would share some of the hurdles that I experienced as a student. Had a lot in my plate for my time. I was working full time and I was a full-time student, but I never felt like I was too busy to make time for something that could really change my life. And even though I was busy, I had unproductive things in my plate. So I just had to learn how to cut back some of that Netflix time, maybe cut it in half and use some of that time for something that could really help me in my future. So I intentionally in our meet and greet 1s or 2s or 3s or follow-ups, spoke to the potential hurdles or obstacles that they were facing and gave them good thought process and then asked them how they would handle it to teach them how to think better. And the same thing in our business team, we've proactively better spoken to our team on hurdles that they're going to be facing. We're helping them. We're telling them, forecasting for them what's going to happen in their future and how they can be better poised for growth. So for example, hey, we're excited to help you do some work on your A/B list. Here's maybe some of the things that you're going to experience. Here's how I think we can help you work through it. Want to let you know we're in your corner. So number one, just helping people have better thinking before things transpire. And then I think the second thing is just really building real relationships with people. I was over posturing candidates. And to be frank, I think I was over posturing some of the people that we were working with. I wasn't really being as vulnerable. I wasn't going out of my way to drop in phone calls with people on the team. So with candidates, I focus more on just being myself and having the right posture from the questions I was asking rather than feeling contrived in terms of having to show up in a certain professional manner. And I think that created a lot of relatability. And then in people in our business team, we've just really worked to build really good relationships and create the right dynamics for posture from our work ethic in terms of how we're coaching them.
Yeah, that was really good. Just a couple things that I'll add. Our retention has certainly not been perfect. It's probably never going to be perfect, but certainly something we've worked on. There's a lot of the basics that I think we've just been very intentional to be focusing on. Like Shannon talked about the relationships. Rashmi, you always talk about like, you have to just call your team and don't talk about business. Can you have a 40-minute conversation without talking about business? And, we had relied on just like, hey, let's just schedule the next post-launch meeting with that person. And that's the next time we're going to talk.
We let a week go by without touching base with them.
And then all of a sudden they were gone, which was predictable. So just things like that. And, not taking that for granted. I think a lot of what we did, and this is kind of what Mike talked about, is like, we were kind of playing scared as well in the post-launch process. I was like, I'm almost nervous to hear from this new partner because I don't know if they're going to be around. Like, is this text going to be saying, oh, I'm quitting? And we had to just change the mindset and give people a lot of ownership over their learning. Like we have an enormous amount of tools and there's so many resources for someone. And we're really putting ownership on that new partner to take control of their learning. Like, obviously we're guiding them, like we're giving out a lot of coaching, but really giving that person, all the resources and letting them run with it. I think just the last tip is, we've also just started to focus on building local teams too, especially when the pandemic hit. We kind of just went into this phase where it's like, okay, well, let's just build everywhere. We've got LinkedIn, we've got all these other tools, but now that we're starting to get back together, we just realized like that is really the magic. And that's where we're going to see exponential growth.
And to echo Mike and Kel's point, we've learned a lot from them over the years on this. We've been doing a lot more work with A/B list, and we were just seeing a really uptick in terms of retention, team culture, team unity.
Absolutely. Brilliant. Just to add a couple of things to what Karen and Shannon shared, I first had to understand retention is something that's common. From someone who don't come from a business background, never built a company, I didn't know. I was like, wow, that's a shocker, right? And I had to understand like how businesses operate. Even a company like Amazon, The average tenure of a job is 1.1 years. For someone who makes six-figure incomes, they're going to last just a year there. And I had to understand these statistics. There's a chapter 7 of Cold Start Problem that I would encourage people to read. Chapter 7 talks about this thing called the hard side. There are hard entrepreneurs or the hard users, and the hard to manage users is in every community. Like, for example, in Wikipedia, the hard side factor is 0.002%. That means only those number of users contribute to the community. Most of us take away, including myself. I've never written anything on Wikipedia. Right? On YouTube, same thing. How many Uber drivers and how many people who actually have just the app and use the community? So I had to first understand that. Second thing I would say is, once I understand, I had to actually consciously work on that. Like, that's something I still don't know, like how Kay and Shanna also mentioned. I don't know what is never the perfect number. I still don't know. For example, the last 68 launches from it that we had last year, when I actually look back, there were only 29 IBOs from there who are core system people. That means my ratio is 42%. I still don't know if this is right or wrong, but I'm consciously working on that. And I would say the last important thing I would say is personal connections. Retention never happens during an appointment or during workshops, during conferences, during FNHs. It's in between those times. The amount of audio calls that we make, not necessarily the duration, the frequency. I mean, these are things that I'm not saying anything new. Just go and listen to this talk called Paying Attention to Retention by Rashmi and Smita. I mean, you can learn everything from there. I have not reinvented. I mean, I haven't invented anything new, right? This is just the same thing that they've been talking for years. Now I finally understand, right? And things like that. I would say personal connections. Like, for example, next week, I'm on almost a 2,000-mile trip. I'm going to be going from Pittsburgh to Chicago, to Madison, to Indianapolis, to Columbus, back to Pittsburgh. That's my next weekend. The weekend after, or 2 weekends after that, I'm going to go from there to Canada, to Ottawa, to Toronto, to Windsor, and back to Pittsburgh. That's another 2,000 miles. And the weekend, probably 2 weeks after that, I'm going to be flying from Phoenix, to Phoenix, back to Pittsburgh. So I don't think there is no replacement to sitting with one person. I know we've been living in Zoom and it's convenient for us, but this is something that all our uplines and mentors have been telling. There's no replacement to that. I think we need to really get out so that we actually connect with people, sit down, have a cup of coffee. That's extremely important. That's what I feel, Rashmi and Smita.
Wow. I don't know if I have much to share on retention. Rashmi and Smita, I would want to talk about the getting the results piece on the front end, because I think there's some things that we really learned. And I might give an example. In my day job, I will spend an hour preparing to go present to the CEO of the bank that I work at. And then afterwards, I'll have takeaways and I'll reflect on them and I'll make changes or I'll make adjustments. But then Michael would go into a meet and greet, and I would spend 30 seconds preparing, and then it didn't go the way I wanted it to go, and I'd forget about it. So I was treating my job like a professional, but was I really building a business expecting to create wealth? No. Some of you think you're working hard. I would argue you're like me and you were working lazy. And until Kelsey and I just decided hey, we needed to actually build an expertise. We need to start to treat it that way. So what did we start to do? We started to prepare for our appointments. Not an hour, but can you take 15 minutes to go, who's the candidate? What do I think they're going to need to talk about? Okay, what's the plan here? What's the next steps if it goes well? And then debrief with Kelsey afterwards. What did you think? What do we need to do better next time on this? And we'd actually work on our evaluation process. I don't think you have to do that for years, but if you do that for 90 days, I believe you can be competent and you can start launching people. But if you're not doing that, if you're just doing 10 meet and greets over and you just, and then you show up actually a minute late to a Zoom call. I'm guilty, totally guilty, but I don't know how you show up late, but you just rolled on, right? Because you were catching up on your ESPN stuff, and then you just rolled on to the meet and greet. And then you're I did 10 meet and greets this month. Yeah, but again, it was lazy work. And I'm saying that, guys, because that's what I had to change to learn how to get a good process in place to get the results that we could expect to get.
Mm-hmm. Or sometimes it's a meet and greet, how is it actually set up? Or they well, I'd love to ask you about your career in HR. And you're great, let's hop on a Zoom call. And now you're calling that a meet and greet because you said you'd be in the 10 meet and greet, 10 meet and greet club or whatever. Or was it actually someone that's in pursuit of learning from you, right? How have you set the stage for that? I see that happening sometimes too, where people just aren't getting the results that they want and it's just not set up well. I just wanted to add one point on retention. And I think our Our biggest focus with retention is, or for new partners especially, is helping them have a win early on, whatever that looks like. One thing that we were under prioritizing until a game plan recently with Eddie and Cassie is helping a partner who they launch in a month, and okay, cool, they have 45 points. Like, how serious are you taking getting them to 100 PV in their first month? So they get some profit sharing. Right. And are you showing them the steps of like, okay, you sampled this product, or you sold this product. How do you report the VCS and all that kind of stuff? So people feel a win when they see their profit sharing tick up on their website, or maybe they've just been crushing it with like sharing some wins recently on some of the stuff they're listening to. So getting them a speaking slot, or they sampled with someone that made them super nervous. We do a lot of spotlights on our team meetings where it's like us interviewing maybe a new partner who's not prepared to like share a ton of mindset on something, but we can pull out the things that they've been doing really well. So then they feel like $1 million when they've been, because they were like spotlighted, right? The new partner spotlight or whatever. And then the team gets to see a new business owner who's like really stepped into the work that it takes to create success early on.
Wow. I think those are phenomenal pointers. All of you, what you shared is just, it's so many of them. Actually, if you just be mindful of it and start implementing it in your business, it'll be a whole different business you're looking at in the next 90 days. Just to wrap up now, if you want to have, all these performers, anything, any suggestion, any tip you want to tell them, you want to share, like one nugget, maybe, if you want to share with them.
Yeah, I guess just my closing thoughts or tips. I've certainly worked a lot on my communication skills, and I realized if I wanted to really lead people, I had to be leveling up, getting a lot more bold. Right? I think today, if you look, how many people have been laid off in the past few weeks, few months, especially. Tech space sounds like a great industry to be in, but if you look at the numbers, it's crazy. And we tell people the reality, like you need to be doing something now. And that really, that attracts people to us, as we're just like being honest when a lot of people are not being honest with them.
I would share just to work on being more followable. I remember Mike Beaupre hit on this. So I'll do my best to maybe share some additional thoughts. There's probably an audio out on that, but just making sure that you are someone who can be compelling and can command attention when you're in an interaction with someone, and you're getting wins in your personal life and leveling up your communication, your career, wellness, relationships. All of those are points where you can really be someone of value, even if you maybe haven't built a big business yet. And then as you're building your business, can you get wins with creating clients or becoming a better public speaker, starting to grow a small team? So just work to become more followable in life and those different components, and then you'll become more followable in business and really earn a team more credibility here.
Absolutely. I feel the thing that I would recommend someone who is doing 12 process appointments is you're actually way closer than what you think to a BFI. I think that's the first goal for someone who's not a BFI. It's really close, like literally a 5-people team, you can pull a BFI with 3 legs. And I would focus on incremental growth. This is something I've learned a lot from Craig and Kerry. They keep talking about incremental growth. And that is so true, because sometimes when we look at some big wins, like I know you actually hear Bahamas cruise, probably you don't see yourself getting BBA yet done, but you can get a BFI. The moment you get into BFI, you can see yourself BBA. Because the sooner we have 10 months to go for the JYT Bahamas cruise. I hope you actually have a picture of the cruise in front of you. We have booked our rooms already. One of the 20 rooms, we are in the ocean view already booked. We can't wait for that cruise. But the exciting part is we're going to bring 17 more new qualifiers from our team. But I would say put a picture of that. But mainly you may not see a BBA happening in 10 months, but can you get BFI done in the next 2-3 months? Because the sooner you get BFI done, your team believes they can get BFI done. And in that way, you actually get your BBI done in the coming summer. And in that way, you give enough room for your team to actually have qualifiers with you. I know I don't want you guys to take 10 more months to get BBI done, because that means you're telling your team doesn't want to come along with you, right? That's incremental growth. That's where I would start.
That's awesome.
Yeah. My tip would be around leveling up your work ethic. Every single person on this call, including myself, can level up our work ethic. And in terms of our personal activity, this is something I just thought about. Our daughter's turning 1 next week. And this in January of last year, we also launched 2 personal partnerships. And I was like, 38 weeks pregnant, because I just knew that it was going to be easier before we had her, and that there was constantly going to be this like little being clinging to me and begging for my attention. And it was always going to be easier. So one, if you don't have kids right now, I would just evaluate what the apps say on your phone, where your time is, get invested, because I can guarantee that there's another hour, 2 hours, 30 minutes, whatever, that you can invest into your business, because your future family will thank you so much. Our daughter lives such a blessed life, and she will like never remember Michael going to work, because that's the biggest mission of our home. So do more work. But then even at this point, because I know our personal activity our personal momentum, right, leads to team momentum. And so we must keep our personal momentum. Well, we started to feel it slip a little bit. And it's like, I think it's just because as our daughter becomes more and more mobile, she gets more and more dangerous. And I have to like be more attentive to her. Right. And so we needed to increase our personal activity. So you know what I did? Is I paid for a babysitter to come and spend time with our daughter. And the only thing I'm allowed to do during that time is personal activity. When I could be play huddling one of 60 partners at any single time. But the thing that is most important for our team's growth is our personal activity. So it's networking, it's following up with people. I don't even run meet and greets at that time, because that time is precious for me to actually book meet and greets and get people in the pipeline.
Yeah. And I'll just say, this has been on my heart a lot recently. I think the Legacy Leadership Collective system we have is the best system to impact people and develop leaders in the world. Like, name me something that can develop more leadership and help impact more people like that. Have you seen it? I haven't. It's not perfect. The app isn't perfect. Leaders aren't always perfect. This webinar wasn't 100% perfect all the time. But listen, guys, we have the best. We have to start acting like it. And I've been guilty of not acting like it and not realizing what we have our hands on. We all have access to the same system. So it's up to you on what, and do you understand it? Do you appreciate it? And are you willing to take it to go impact those people? I truly 100% my heart believe we have the best of the best.
Wow. Amazing, man. First of all, we love you guys. Karen, Shannon, so proud of you guys. Absolutely proud of you. Michael, Kelsey, can't wait for you guys to get, Sapphire Emerald done. We love you, all of you guys. And guys, those of you, I know there was a lot of other submission of people who have grown. Like I said, a lot of people have grown. It was really tough to pick top 3, and you guys just phenomenal. A lot of amazing tips. Those of you 12 process appointment qualified, our final tips from us is, listen, you're already doing the work. Like that, you already proved to yourself that you're doing the work. The fact that you're doing the work means you have the belief. Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing the work. So the belief component, you got it. Your working component, you got it. There is maybe some changes you need to have, like these guys talked about. There's, maybe you need to focus on the result. Maybe it's the communication. Maybe it's the confidence that, Michael and Kelsey talked about. I don't know what it is. Whatever it is, plug that gap, get it done. When we meet in Atlanta in April 14th, 15th weekend, there is no reason you're not on the stage at 6:15. On the panel. Now, of course, we're talking about 6:15. I don't know how many will show up, then how many panels we'll have, but we are working on, I don't care who qualifies, we want to put them on the stage. That's the goal we're working on. Okay. And for us, guys, it has been a combined all emeralds and diamonds coming together to understand this BBI promotion. So just to let you guys know, it is going to be powerhouse, power pack. Again, no agenda. You're going to hang out with all emeralds, diamonds. We're going to have fun. BBI in 2023. That's it. Our goal, not only you qualify, and if you're done in January, February, March, April, May, see how you can help one more IBO from your team qualify and bring them there. Okay. It's going to be buzzing. Just, I know we have UK guys on the call, guys. We have a similar promotion in UK coming up in BBI. We're finalizing with all the leaders. I know Australia guys are going to be they're having a trip to Fiji Islands for the BBIs. End of the year. So we are guys everywhere. We're blowing the doors off. It is 2023 is going to be the year we're going to look back and say, man, that's the year, man. That's the year this leadership one just blasted off, All right. We love you guys. Anything we can do for you, let us know. And anything on.
No, I was just sitting and smiling and thinking about it, that Rashmi has been convincing me to get on a cruise, just some paranoia about cruise. I just never got it till last year. So we went on a cruise the first time, and I kid you not, we come back and there is 3 other cruises that he has already planned this year. And I'm like, wow, but if that breaks BBIs, I'll do it. I'll go on cruise. I'm excited. I'm telling you, it is today you got a lot of answers. You got a lot of honest changes that people have made, and they're actually being so candid. The only thing, that could stop you is if you are not really listening, or if you're not willing to change. There's really nothing left. I hope you make the changes. I can't wait to see a whole bunch of you get 615 and beyond done. With that, we're done. Have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye, guys. Good night.
Everybody, we're closing out shop tonight. So yeah, safe travels, and we'll see you guys all tomorrow.
Yeah, have a great night, you guys.